The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels. Classical Marxism, 1850 to 1895. The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels. N. Classical Marxism, 1850 to 1895. Richard N. Hunt. Democracy without professionals is not a phrase that Marx or Engels themselves ever used. I have introduced it here to designate what seems to me the crucial and distinguishing feature in their conception of the communist polity. They expected that leadership functions would not only be elective but would be rotated frequently among the general citizenry in such a way that no professional cadre of leaders would exist. All citizens would participate in public life on a part-time or short-time basis. The idea of such a participatory democracy, organized without any professional leaders at all, forms the central though not exclusive theme of the present volume. It is linked conceptually to Marx's theory of the parasite state, introduced in the first volume of this study, and to be developed at length in the early chapters below. Democracy without professionals is exactly what Marx and Engels perceived and admired in the Paris Commune, which will provide much of the material for our analysis in the central chapters of the book. It is likewise an idea that separates Marx and Engels from both the mainstream of 20th century communist thinking and the mainstream of subsequent social democratic thinking. It is in fact an idea that has almost been forgotten, and where not forgotten, misunderstood, by all but a few. It deserves therefore a proper rehabilitation and re-emphasis as the core of Marx and Engels' political ideas. The chronological biographical framework laid down in Volume 1 will be continued here, though we will not need to use it as rigorously. Where Volume 1 dealt with Marx and Engels' political ideas as they emerged and developed in the first half of their lives, up to 1850, this volume will focus on the second half of their lives, but will not exclude pre-1850 writings by any means. Where the first volume endeavored mainly to establish what Marx and Engels were not, viz. Totalitarians, or totalitarian Democrats, Volume 2 will focus more on their positive political values and theories. If Volume 1 stressed what separated Marx and Engels from the later doctrines of Leninism and a few remaining tasks of derussification must be included below, the present volume will also here make clear what separates them from the later attitudes of social democracy. I feel obliged to add a word of explanation for the lamentably long gap between the appearance of the two halves of the book. The bulk of the manuscript for this volume was completed during a sabbatical in 1975 to 1976, after which I was drafted to serve a term as chairman of my department. Only after stepping down from that rewarding but onerous post was I able to complete the present work. Since 197 for an imposing body of literature has appeared on Marx and Engels' political ideas, I could certainly no longer complain, as I did in the preface to Volume 1, of a lack of scholarly interest in the subject. The most comprehensive of these new works, and in some respects the most similar to my own, is Hal Draper's multi-volume study, see bibliography. But perhaps there is room for more than one extended study of so important and controversial a topic. Our interpretations, though similar in their general spirit, differ in some important ways. Draper does not, for example, recognize two separate theories of the state and does not emphasize deprofessionalization as the core of Marx and Engels' political goals. Readers, of course, will be able to form their own judgments from the evidence presented in both books. At the end of so many years of work on what was to be a comprehensive study, I am also more aware of its actual limitations. I have not dealt at all with Marx and Engels' views on international relations, for example, especially relationships between more advanced and less advanced countries, or the political aspects of ethnic minority conflicts, or women's rights issues, all topics of considerable current interest. But I am pleased to see that other writers are taking up such subjects, and will fill out the gaps left in this book. Since the publication of Volume 1 there has also begun to appear the definitive English language edition of Marx and Engels' writings, the collected works. 17 of an anticipated 50 volumes have appeared. As of this writing, which include all of the master's works up to 1860, except for correspondence. In the present volume I have used this collection for all quotations from pre-1860 writings, although a price had to be paid in terms of consistency of translation. As the acute reader will notice, there are minor discrepancies of translation between passages quoted in Volume 1 and then requoted in Volume 2. I have adopted the new translations below for the obvious reason that the collected works will become the standard collection of reference for scholars all over the English-speaking world. I would like to acknowledge the generous assistance of the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation in the completion of this volume. I would also like to repeat the thanks I offered in the preface to Volume 1. To those colleagues and students who have read parts of the manuscript, or listened to the exposition of my findings, and who served as a sounding board for the interpretations developed below. Jan Leja and Jerry Toth provided much appreciated assistance in the preparation of the manuscript. I would like to thank the director of the University of Pittsburgh Press and my old friend, Frederick A. Hetzel, for his saintly patience in waiting for Volume 2 and for his quiet encouragement. Beyond words is my gratitude to my wife, Francoise, whose courage and esprit have supported me through the illness that has marred the otherwise happy completion of this book. Richard N. Hunt. This preface was completed by my husband days before his untimely death. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Paul L. E. Blanc, who spent many hours verifying the accuracy of the quotations in this work and took the arduous task of collating and checking the internal reference notes to the contents of this volume. Classical Marxism, 1850 to 1895. 1. The origins of the state. Marx and Engels' feverish political activity among the revolutionary exiles of London in 1849 to 1850 brought to a finale the concerns of Volume 1. With the fading of prospects for a fresh revolution, the two men gradually lost interest in exile politics and settled in for an indefinite stay in their adoptive country, Marx with his growing family in London, and Engels with his Irish lover, Mary Burns, in Manchester. Marx made an extremely meager living through journalism as he labored on his magnum opus, Das Kapital, the first volume of which was eventually published in 1867. Engels had better luck financially. He was able to resume his old role as his father's representative in the cotton spinning firm of Ehrman and Engels. Here he toiled unwillingly for the next 20 years, but AC accumulated enough money both to give constant and generous support to the Marx household and to retire himself in 1870 so that he could once again join forces with his partner in London. 1. These 2 decades between the revolutions of 1848 and the Paris Commune of 1871 offered little opportunity for direct political involvement, but much opportunity for study and reflection. As regards the political thought of Marx and Engels, it was the period that gave birth to the rise of Bonapartism and Oriental despotism. Since these two theories can not be understood without reference to the dichotomy between the class state and the parasite state, introduced in Volume 1, it seems an appropriate time at which to step back and examine both concepts more fully. In the first 3 chapters, by looking at the origins of the state and its subsequent evolution, the underlying aim will be to separate out, conceptually and historically, these two ideas that so frequently have been muddled indiscriminately together, both by Marx and Engels themselves, and even more by their followers. If the prime emphasis here falls on the parasite state idea rather than the class state, it is not because of any inherently greater importance, but only because the former has received so little attention and understanding that it deserves a lengthier analysis. To redress the balance, most of all, it will be crucially important to keep the two theories sharply separated in order to grasp, in later chapters, Marx and Engels' conception of the workers' state and of its ultimate disappearance in the classless society. It will be remembered from Volume 1 how the two theories of the state were born in the early 1840s, the one fathered by Marx, the other by Engels. To the latter, more familiar, theory had come empirically from Engels' experience in Britain, where he took part in the Chartists' struggle to gain control of a sovereign parliament that was already the object of contentious wrangling between the rising manufacturing interest and the declining landed interest, all of which had suggested an historical succession of class dominations, from aristocracy to bourgeoisie to proletariat, in which the state machinery served each class in turn as an instrument of organized coercion against the other. Marx's initial theory, by contrast, had grown out of his encounter with the bureaucratic and absolutist Prussian state which, he decided, did not really serve the general interest of society as Hegel had taught, but only its own selfish interest as a state, as a cadre of professional bureaucrats who regarded the state as their private property and drew their sustenance from civil society as a parasite from its host. Engels' state was a mere instrument. Marx's state was autonomous, its own master. Engels' theory gave prime importance to coercion, class coercion, as the essence of state power. Marx's theory stressed its caste egoism and estrangement from civil society. Thus Engels' theory conjures up images of guns and bayonets pointed at the workers, of proscribed newspapers and closed meeting halls, of prisons and penal colonies. Marx's theory, while not oblivious to coercion, conjures up other images, images of place-hunting bureaucrats and ubiquitous tax collectors, of arrogant judges and bespangled generals, all concerned with the advancement of their own careers and the defense of their own collective interests against those of civil society. The two theories had been merged and at least formally reconciled in Marx and Engels' first collaborative work, The German Ideology. 1846, where the class-state idea was invoked for the principal historical epochs, ancient, feudal, bourgeois, and anticipated proletarian, while the parasite state idea appeared only in early modern absolutism, a form of government that had lingered on in backward Germany. It is not clear at all whether this merger was a conscious fusion, openly discussed between the two men, or simply a happy accident. In their subsequent writings one sometimes senses that they were quite aware of using two different concepts, but more often one senses the contrary. In any event, their most famous writing, the Communist Manifesto, concerned itself only with the class state, as did their other political writings of 1848 to 1850. The idea of the parasite state seemed forgotten, and indeed has been forgotten until quite recently by virtually all students of classical Marxism. Marx and Engels themselves, especially the former, were drawn back to the idea of the parasite state during the 1850s, for it helped them explain explain the otherwise puzzling phenomena of Bonapartism and Oriental despotism. Louis Napoleon's dramatic coup d'état in December 1851 appeared prima facie as a victory over the French bourgeoisie, bringing its class rule to an end, and so Marx depicted it in what is perhaps the most acute of all his political writings, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, published in 1852. He presented Napoleon's victory as the consequence of a temporary stalemate in the broader class struggle in which the proletariat was not yet ready to rule and the bourgeoisie no longer confident enough to rule in its own right. Under such circumstances it became possible for an otherwise ridiculous military adventurer to seize power and rule through executive force alone, promising each class to protect it from the rapacity of the other. Subsequently the two men were to find striking similarities in the regime Bismarck constructed for Gr. Many, and Engels particularly, became inclined to view Bonapartism as a probable if not inevitable stage in the development of every capitalist country. Scarcely a year after the 18th Brumaire, Marx again drew upon the idea of the parasite state in an entirely different context. As European correspondent for the New York Daily Tribune, Marx undertook to cover the English parliamentary debates on India in 1853 for his American readers. To prepare himself he characteristically plunged into an extensive study of traditional Indian society, and Asian societies more generally, where he was able to discover no class struggles properly so called but an essentially static society composed of undifferentiated, economically self-sufficient peasant communities that were organized and exploited by a remote state apparatus controlling both the means of production and the means of coercion. Oriental despotism came to represent for Marx and Engels an early sidetrack in human history, a path which once taken led nowhere at all, to no further social evolution, until at length it would be destroyed or transformed from the outside by European imperialism. While the theory of Bonapartism was the first to be developed, and that of Oriental despotism inspired by it in all probability, it will make more sense here to survey the evolution of the state as perceived by Marx and Engels in its chronological development. To extend this logic one step further, we should begin with their conception of how the state arose. In the first place, out of primitive communism. Such an extension will carry us temporarily into post-1870 writings. The dual emergence. From the time of their earliest collaboration in Brussels, Marx and Engels asserted the existence of an original stateless condition at the beginning of human social evolution, and the subject would occupy them increasingly toward the end of their lives. Surely it will illuminate our subsequent scrutiny of various kinds of states if we start off here by asking, how did they conceive primitive society to have been organized as a polity, and why did they prefer not to call this organization a state? At what point and for what reasons did a state subsequently arise? What essential features distinguish the state from the social organization that preceded it? As we review Marx and Engels' several treatments of these questions, we can also be on the lookout for possible changes of opinion or emphasis, and possible differences between the two men. Their earliest treatment in 1846 was collaborative. The German ideology touched on primitive society only in the most cursory fashion, approaching the subject more by philosophical conjecture than empirically. Human history at large was presented as the gradual unfolding of the division of labor, thus presupposing an original condition in which labor was not permanently divided. When tribal groups initially lived simply by hunting and fishing, while certain individuals might have been excused from certain activities for specific reasons, youth, infirmity, etc. Still basically the entire tribe took part in councils and religious ceremonies. As a group, fashioned tools as a group, went on the hunt as a group, and so forth. Corresponding to this initial stage, they conjectured, there existed no private property but stam agentum, tribal ownership of the means of production, notably of the tribal hunting lands. They also spoke of patriarchalisk Stammhäupter, or patriarchal tribal chieftains who presumably exercised public functions in some way as yet undefined. That did not involve real state power. 3. Such a society, Marx and Engels continued, proceeds to develop and evolve through increased productivity, the increase of needs, and, what is fundamental to both of these, the increase of population. With these there develops the division of labor, which was originally nothing but the division of labor in the sexual act, then the division of labor which develops spontaneously or naturally by virtue of natural predisposition, example physical strength, needs, accidents, etc. etc. Division of labor only becomes truly such from the moment when a division of material and mental labor appears. Out of this unfolding of the division of labor then emerge, 1. The distribution, and indeed the unequal distribution, both quantitative and qualitative, of labor and its products, hence property. 2. Distinct social classes based on this unequal distribution of property, and 3. A new institution that can properly be called a state. For this third excrescence requires closer scrutiny. Further, Marx and Engels explained, the division of labor also implies the contradiction between the interest of the separate individual or the individual family and the common interest of all individuals who have intercourse with one another. This cleavage, as they alternatively labeled it, presumably results when one distinct kind of labor devolves permanently upon a given individual or group within society. Such a development inevitably gives that individual or group a special or vested interest to watch over as against the rest of society, a special interest that could not have existed when all individuals participated consecutively in all tribal activities. They continued. Out of this very contradiction between the particular and the common interests, the common interest assumes an independent form as the state, which is divorced from the real individual and collective interests, and at the same time as an illusory community, always based, however, on the real ties existing in every family conglomeration and tribal conglomeration such as flesh and blood, language, division of labor on a larger scale, and other interests. And especially, as we shall show later, on the classes, already implied by the division of labor, which in every such mass of men separate out, and one of which dominates all the others. 5. In this monumental but still too brief sentence one can perceive elements of both Marx's parasite state and Engels' class state, each growing out of the emerging division of labor but for different reasons. The parasite state arises dialectically with the arising of selfish individual interests. As each individual increasingly devotes himself to a single occupation, minding his own business in the literal sense, he leaves it to others to mind the community interest, but some of these others discover that the community interest can become their own business, a selfish interest like any other, so that the original authentic community interest becomes an illusory one, divorced from the real individual and collective interests. In actuality the private interest of the new rulers. In the original manuscript at this point there appears a marginal note in Marx's hand, just because individuals seek only their particular interest, which for them does not coincide with their common interest, the latter is asserted as an interest alien to them, and independent of them, as in its turn a particular and distinctive general interest. 6. Asserting this fraudulent general interest, one would find the earliest ancestors of those haughty bulletin Reocrats against whom Marx had railed in the Renunstiatszeitung. Engels' class state emerges at the other end of the monumental sentence as an institution based on the emergence of social classes, one of which dominates all the others. The German ideology treated the city-states of classical antiquity as the first states to have evolved out of tribal society, and they became necessary because of the spreading practice of slave-holding. The citizens hold power over their laboring slaves only in their community. Constitutes the communal private property of the active citizens who, in relation to their slaves, are compelled to remain in this spontaneously derived form of association. This association is no longer, as it was in tribal society, coextensive with the entire population. Since the slaves are excluded, it has become a spe chale coercive force to hold down the exploited class, and thus meets Engels' primordial criterion for a state. Similarly, in medieval times, the feudal organization was, just as much as the ancient communal property, an association against a subjected producing class. In general, the state is the form in which the individuals of a ruling class assert their common interests. 7. As the two men wrestled to fit both conceptions of the state within that single monumental sentence, the key words for Marx would have been independent and divorced, which appear at the beginning. The key word for Engels dominates at the end. What remains problematic in this famous passage is that both kinds of state appear to arise simultaneously, yet have different and seemingly incompatible characteristics. The emergent parasite state stands against civil society as a whole, including all its classes, while the emergent class state includes the entire possessing class of slave owners that is very much a part of civil society. Logically, a state cannot be both independent, its own master, and simultaneously the mere instrument of a possessing class. In the years immediately following the German ideology, Marx and Engels had little opportunity to discover or ponder such difficulties. They were more occupied with fighting the existing state than inquiring into its remote antecedents. Only during the long years of exile in Great Britain was their attention eventually drawn back to early human history. Thus the Communist Manifesto had blithely ignored primitive communism in its grand opening declaration: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, an oversight that by 1888 nettled Engels sufficiently to write the following explanatory footnote for the New English edition then being prepared. That is, all written history. In 1847, the prehistory of society, the social organization existing previous to recorded history, was all but unknown. Since then, Haxthausen discovered common ownership of land in Russia. Maurer proved it to be the social foundation from which all Teutonic races started in history, and by village communities were found to be, or to have been, the primitive form of society everywhere from India to Ireland. The inner organization of this primitive communistic society was laid bare, in its typical form, by Morgan's crowning discovery of the true nature of the gens and its relation to the tribe. With the dissolution of these primeval communities, society begins to be differentiated into separate and finally antagonistic classes. 8. These diverse writings help to spur on Marx and Engels in their historical anthropological interests, from the communal villages of India to those of Germany and Russia, and finally via Lewis Henry Morgan to the North American Iroquois. The book Marx had intended to write on primitive society survives only as notes and excerpts taken before he Died in 1883. We must therefore rely mainly on Engels, who addressed the pertinent questions twice, first in THIRD-WORLDISM, 1878, and then much more extensively when he elaborated upon Morgan's findings in the Origin of the Family, 1884. Herr Eugen Dühring's Revolution in Science, more commonly known as Anti-Dühring, was published by Engels after he had read the entire manuscript to Marx, so most authorities assume the latter either agreed with or, at least, had no strenuous objection to the views presented. 9. The book was a lengthy polemic against the writings of a now obscure man socialist intellectual. Eugen Dühring had asserted among other things the primacy of political relationships, specifically of force, over economic relationships throughout human history. As against this view, Engels naturally wanted to insist on the primacy of socio-economic relationships and so felt the need to explain the origin of political domination of the state, in socio-economic terms. It arose in two ways, he declared. The two processes of state formation he then proceeded to sketch out are the same ones we found implicit in the German ideology, but this time he sketched them with obvious consciousness of the dichotomy. In primitive communities, he wrote, there prevailed a certain equality in the conditions of life, and for family heads a kind of equality of social position, at least an absence of social classes. Further, in each such community there were from the beginning certain common interests, the safeguarding of which had to be handed over to individuals, though under the control of the community as a whole, adjudication of disputes, repression of trespasses on the part of individuals who went beyond their rights, control of water supplies, especially in hot countries, and finally, given the primitive simplicity of conditions, religious functions. Such delegations of vice are found in the aboriginal communities of every period in the oldest German Marx and even today in India. They are naturally endowed with a certain measure of authority and are the beginnings of state power. L0. Notice that such delegations of office, recalling the patriarchal tribal chieftains of the German ideology, do not yet constitute a state in Engel's perception. He evidently regarded these arrangements as necessary and legitimate, even where the possible repression of individual trespasses might be involved. The first process of state formation Engels described next as a consequence of expanding productive forces and increasing density of population. What had been only delegations of office under community control now become more fixed organs supervising several communities and incorporating a further subdivision of labor. He continued. These organs which, if only because they represent the common interests of the whole group, hold a special position in relation to each individual community in certain circumstances, even one of opposition, soon make themselves still more independent, partly through an inheritance of offices which enters the scene almost as a matter of course in a world where everything is so close to nature, and partly because they become increasingly indispensable owing to the growing number of conflicts with other groups. It is not necessary for us to examine here how this independence of social functions vis-a-vis society could increase with time until it developed into domination over society, how he who was originally the servant, where conditions were favorable, changed himself gradually into the lord, how this lord, depending on conditions, emerged as an oriental despot or satrap, the dynast of a Greek tribe, chieftain of a Celtic clan, and so on, to what extent he subsequently had recourse to force in this transformation, and how finally the individual rulers united into a ruling class. Here we are only concerned with establishing the fact that the exercise of a social function was everywhere the basis of political rule. Italics added, 11. If delegated authority under community control does not by itself signify political domination for Engels, then hereditary offices and self-interested autonomy are what transforms public servants into oppressive masters and create the parasite state par excellence, recognizable first and foremost in the shape of Oriental despotism. Notice that private property is not mentioned at all. The second, alternative process of state formation, Engels went on, can be found especially in countries where the old common ownership of the land had already disintegrated, or at least the former joint cultivation had given place to the separate cultivation of parcels of land by the respective families. More efficient production made it possible for these families to use outside workers, whose labor now created more value than it cost to feed them. Labor power acquired a value. But since no significant internal reservoirs of untapped labor power existed, it was only natural to use captives taken in war, who in earlier times, when their labor could produce no net gain, had simply been killed, or even eaten. Thus, slavery had been invented. It soon became the dominant form of production among all peoples who were developing beyond the old community, but in the end was also one of the chief causes of their decay. It was slavery that first made possible the division of labor between agriculture and industry on a larger scale, and thereby also Hellenism, the flowering of the ancient world. 12. In this fashion there arose that primordial division of labor between the masses discharging simple manual labor and the few privileged persons directing labor, conducting trade and public affairs, and, at a later stage, occupying themselves with art and science. Such a division self-evidently required a coercive apparatus separated from the masses, a state, with the function of maintaining by force the conditions of existence and domination of the ruling class against the subject class. 13. Here one can see the class state emerging in pure form. It is particularly interesting to observe how these passages from During offer a possible solution to the problem left over from the man ideology. The two kinds of state could indeed appear at roughly the same stage in human cultural evolution if they appear in different places. And a geographical separation is clearly what Engels had in mind. As he proceeded to explain why the introduction of slavery, however repulsive it might seem, nonetheless represented historical progress when compared to the alternative. Where the ancient communes have continued to exist, they have for thousands of years formed the basis of the cruelest form of state. Oriental despotism, from India to Russia. It was only where these communities dissolved that the peoples made progress of themselves. And their next economic advance consisted in the increase and development of production by means of slave labor. In the historical conditions of the ancient world, and particularly of Greece, the advance to a society based on class antagonisms could be accomplished only in the form of slavery. I4. Here Engels followed the schema one finds in Marx's writings on Oriental despotism, especially the Grundrisse, to be examined in the next section, where that form of state appears not as a universal stage in all human social evolution but as one possible path out of primitive communism, an alternative to the slave-based but more dynamic societies of Greece and Rome. By this reading, then, the parasite state arose in the East, the class state in the West. Yet Engels meant to say more than this. For among his examples of servants who turned themselves into lords, though the Oriental despot came first, one also finds the dynast of a Greek tribe and the chieftain of a Celtic clan. As we will see in later writ Engels, and Marx too regarded a tendency toward parasitism to exist even in class states, a tendency that develops to its logical conclusion in the West only much later and by way of exception in the forms of absolutism and Bonapartism. Gentile democracy. By far the most extensive account of the emergence of the state is to be found in Engels' The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, published in 1884. This volume can be viewed as a joint work in the very limited sense that it was the execution of a bequest, as Engels put it in the preface, a meager substitute for the work Marx had intended to write at the time of his death the previous year. It did represent the fruit of the by then intense interest both men took in primitive social life and particularly of their enthusiasm for the findings of the American ethnologist, Lewis Henry Morgan, whose Ancient Society had appeared in 1877. Marx's extensive preparatory notes, which Engels studied before he undertook his own account, have recently been published in a painstakingly scholarly edition, and, while disappointingly thin as a source, they offer some basis for comparing what Engels' actually wrote with what Marx might have written. 15. Morgan's principal first-hand observations concern the Iroquois tribes of his native New York state. Here he perceived a social structure based on certain kinds of kinship bonds and organized without social classes. Private property, or estate. Drawing evidence from other Amerindian cultures as well, Morgan generalized these conditions as a universal stage in the evolution of mankind and then scoured the earliest history of Greece and Rome, pointing out the remnants of what seemed to be parallel conditions. Marx and Engels' enthusiasm for these views is understandable enough. Here was independent expert testimony corroborating the existence of primitive communism, for what else was a society organized without social classes, private property, or estate? Engels even followed Morgan's general plan of organization, beginning with a description of Iroquois society and proceeding from there to Greece and Rome. As much as possible we must confine ourselves to the political mention of Engels' subject, the absence of a state among the Iroquois, and the emergence of a state among the Greeks and Romans. The basic unit of Iroquois society, the unit held to be common to all primitive peoples at a certain stage of development, was the gens, a clan or kinship group whose members were all related on the female side, all descendants of a common female ancestor, and who were not permitted to intermarry. Concerning social relations within the gens, Engels quoted Morgan approvingly. All the members of an Iroquois gens were personally free, and they were bound to defend each other's freedom. They were equal in privileges and in personal rights, the sachem and chiefs claiming no superiority, and they were a brotherhood bound together by the ties of kin. Liberty, equality, and fraternity, though never formulated, were cardinal principles of the gens. 16. Each gens, Engels went on to explain, has a council, the democratic assembly of all male and female adult Gentiles, all with equal votes. This council elected the two principal leaders of the group, the sachem, or headman in peacetime, and the chief, who commanded military expeditions. The gens deposes the sachem and war chief at will, Engels noted. This also is done by the men and women jointly. After a sachem or chief had been deposed, they became simple braves, private persons, like the other members. On the other hand, to replace a leader who had been deposed or who had died, the council often elected his brother or his sister's son, thus giving encouragement to the hereditary principle that would later destroy Gentile democracy. Engels went on to emphasize that the authority of a sachem within the gens was paternal and purely moral. In character, he had no means of coercion. Judicial functions were poor. Formed by the entire council acting as a body. If a member was slain by a person from another gens, the council would seek redress from the gens. Counsel of the slayer, usually in the form of presents and expressions of regret, but if it were not satisfied in this way, it might appoint one or more avengers to pursue and kill the slayer. The latter's gens would then have no right to complain. 17. Several gentes linked together by intermarriage constituted a tribe, al. Though in some larger tribes an intermediate grouping, the phratry, also existed. The tribal council involved representative democracy, as against the direct democracy of the gens, since only the sachems and war chiefs of the individual gentes gathered there. Engels insisted, however, that they were genuinely representative because they could be deposed at any time. Moreover, the tribal council held its deliberations in public surrounded by the other members of the tribe, who had the right to join freely in the discussion and make their views heard. Among the Iroquois tribes one sometimes finds a head chief, whose powers however are very slight. He is one of the sachems, and in situations demanding swift action, he has to take provisional measures until the council can assemble and make the definite decision. It is the council alone that could make permanent decisions on the basis of a unanimous vote. It had the right to depose individual sachems and war chiefs, even against the wishes of their gens. Most importantly, it handled relations with other tribes, sending embassies, declaring war, and making peace. Wars were fought essentially by volunteers. A few prominent braves would begin a war dance, and whoever joined in the dance announced thereby his participation in the expedition. Prisoners taken in war who were not slain immediately were adopted by one of the gentes and became full and equal members of the tribe. Such was the organization, Engels summed up, of society which still has no state, for the state presupposes a special public power separated from the body of the people, whereas the Iroquois managed their own affairs directly as a group. And a wonderful constitution it is, this Gentile constitution, in all its childlike simplicity. No soldiers, no gendarmes, or police, no nobles, kings, regents, prefects, or judges, no prisons, or lawsuits. And everything takes its orderly course. All quarrels and disputes are settled by the whole of the community affected, by the gens or the tribe, or by the gentes among themselves. There is no need for even a trace of our complicated administrative apparatus with all its ramifications. All are equal and free, the women in Clud. There is no place yet for slaves. And what men and women such a society breeds is proved by the admiration inspired in all white people who have come into contact with unspoiled Indians, the personal dignity, uprightness, strength of character, and courage of these barbarians. That is what men and society were before the division into classes. 19. This glowing pictures of Gentile society, together with its assumed virility as a stage in human evolution, has left Engels exposed to a large volume of criticism, especially from 20th century anthropologists, who dispute whether primitive societies have been universally democratic, granted equality to women, lacked class distinctions, and so forth. 20. In a more restrained moment Engels himself allowed that Morgan's generalizations only apply to primitive communism in its typical form. 21. For our particular purposes, however, it matters little whether Engels saw primitive society through rose-colored glasses, whether his image of that society corresponded to reality, For it is precisely his image that matters to us, and his image of a thoroughly democratic polity at the beginning of mankind's evolution appears to have been shared by Marx, insofar as we can ascertain from his surviving notebooks. In his excerpts from Morgan, Marx showed the greatest interest in the chapters dealing with the political organization of Gentile society, and then he used Morgan's findings as the standard by which to measure other writers. Upon finding an assertion in Henry Sumner Maine, for example, that tribal societies generally chose a new chief from the family of the old one as representing the purest blood of the brotherhood, Marx scoffed at the English scholars' unfamiliarity with the essence of the gens. Such an idea, he continued, is nonsense if one is speaking of real primitive communities. See for example Red Indian Iroquois. Rather the other way around, because the election often continues traditionally in the same, or in certain gentes, and then again in a certain family of the same gens, even though later under changed circumstances this might pass for representing the purest blood. Marx went on to insist that, contrary to Maine, the war chief is a different person from the civil leader, but is also elected according to his individual capacities. In these and other comments Marx showed himself no less convinced than Engels that Iroquois political organization was basically and originally democratic, and represented the essence of a universal or at all events typical stage in human evolution. 22. Why did not Marx and Engels regard the fairly elaborate political organization of Gentile society as constituting a real state? Certainly there existed instrumentalities for coercion, most obviously for external purposes when the braves gathered together to form a war party, but even domestically in the appointment of avengers, for instance. One may observe that these coercive instrumentalities were not used by a possessing class to hold down an exploited class, and thus do not meet the criterion for a class state. But Engels himself stressed the parasite state criterion when he declared that the Iroquois polity did not yet involve a special public power separated from the body of the people. The process of institutionalization had not yet produced a permanent ruling cadre, the kings and nobles, prefects and judges, soldiers and gendarmes, who are the flesh and bone of a real state. For Marx and Engels, a society possesses a state only when the division of labor has proceeded to the point that a special body of persons exists to exercise the means of coercion. Once entrenched, they will employ that coercion either in the interest of a possessing class or simply in their own interest. Thus, because Iroquois warriors and avengers did not enforce the will of a possessing class, but also because neither they nor the chief stood apart as a permanent cadre, there could be no question of an Iroquois state for Marx and Engels. Some writers have claimed to see a difference between Marx and Engels in the latter's rhapsodic praise of Gentile society. He almost sounded regretful that mankind ever left this blissful condition. Indeed, in another passage Engels went on to lament that these primordial communities were broken by influences which from the very start appear as a degradation, a fall from the simple moral greatness of the old Gentile society. The lowest interests, base greed, brutal appetites, sordid avarice, selfish robbery of the commonwealth inaugurate the new, civilized, class society. But Engels also dutifully set down that in Gentile society no law was recognized beyond the limits of the tribe, war was waged with great cruelty, the undeveloped form of production gave rise to an attitude toward nature of almost complete subjection to a strange incomprehensible power, and this in turn was reflected in childish religious conceptions. 23 Ultimately he was no more in doubt than his partner on the need to pass beyond primitive communism, although his natural exuberance may well have produced a few rhapsodic strains that Marx would have denied himself. Even so, in the latter's notebook we find a poignant characterization of the tearing of the individuality loose from the originally not despotic chains, but rather satisfying and agreeable bonds of the group, of the primitive community, and therewith the one-sided elaboration of the individuality. 24. Surely both men saw something admirable in primitive society, and precisely because, as Marx put it philosophically back in 1843, the primitive state of things is a naive Flemish painting of the true state of things. 25. A classless, propertyless, stateless condition at the beginning of man's self-development foretold his ultimate destiny, and Engels could find no better words with which to conclude origin of the family than those of Morgan himself, predicting a future society which will be a revival, in higher form, of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of the ancient gentes. Engels italics. 26. Just as primitive people governed themselves without requiring any external coercive agency, so in the future communists CD people would govern themselves but not with the state. We will see how closely, even in many details, Marx and Engels' conception of the future polity matched Iroquois practice, or in any event their image of Iroquois practice. For in the future as well there would be elective, non-professional, and removable leadership, direct democracy at the local level, but representation at higher levels, equal rights of participation for all, and with moral constraint as the general rule instead of physical constraint. The dualism reconciled. In the subsequent chapters of The Origin of the Family, Engels proceeds to account for the emergence of the state in what is by far the fullest description we have from either man. Beginning among the Athenians as particularly typical, the purest, classic form, Engels then went on to the Romans, the Celts, and Germans, and finished with a few allusions to the peoples of the ancient Middle East. 27. He had a difficult time wrestling such disparate material into a single intelligible pattern, which may help to account for the confusion notorious in the concluding chapter, where we find a particularly muddled and seemingly unconscious intertangling of the two concepts of the state. It is a misfortune that this account has been the principal source for the subsequent Marxist tradition. Nonetheless, by untangling the two processes through which Engels saw the state emerging, and by turning for help to his other contemporaneous writings, we may be able to reconcile the dualism to a surprising extent. To start with, everywhere Engels was at pains to show the state arising out of a prior Gentile organization of society. Everywhere he associated its emergence with the development of private property, of a wealthy class of proprietors, of the monogamous patriarchal family. Private property emerged first in movable property, the seat of which had usually existed in Gentile society. Tools and other instruments of production, herds of domestic animals, slaves taken as captives in war, all eventually fell under individual proprietorship, and then finally the land as well. With these changes there arose a possibility of differences in wealth that would have been inconceivable in Gentile society, a possibility not only of amassing great wealth but also of losing one's means of livelihood through debt, of becoming propertyless, or worse, the ultimate degradation of being sold into slavery for debt. In Greece this expansion of the original slave system eventually produced, by Engels' estimation, 4 times as many slaves as citizens in Athens, and 10 times as many in some other Greek city-states. The nascent social antagonisms of classical antiquity thus found the wealthier citizens pitted against the impoverished ones, and both pitted against the slave majority. Against this socio-economic background, Engels depicted the emergence of the state as a direct result of the wealthier citizens' need to hold down the poorer citizens, and of both to hold down the slaves. 28 As he set forth these familiar steps in the formation of the class state, however, he simultaneously sketched in what appears as a semi-autonomous process of institutionalization in which we can recognize the key elements of the parasite state. He saw four processes working in combination here. First, kinship gave way to domicile as the basis for political structures. Given the socio-economic evolution outlined above, more and more gens members left the locality of their kin group, while more and more outsiders including slaves came in, making it more and more difficult to handle common concerns on the basis of gens, phratry, and tribe. In the successive constitutions of ancient city-states, Engels followed Morgan in pointing to the increasing substitution of simple domicile as the basis for organizing political participation, military levies, and taxation. Engels did not relate this change directly to class interests but seemed to perceive it as an inevitable practical consequence of the new geography. Cal mobility of the individual, for which Gentile institutions were inadequate. 29. But the process of substitution perceptible in the recorded history of Greece and Rome helped him, as it had Morgan, make a case for the prior universal existence of a Gentile social organization. Second, election gave way to heredity as the basis for leadership. We have already noted Marx's comments on this process. Engels likewise began from the Iroquois deformation whereby in the course of time, preference when filling vacancies was given to the nearest Gentile relative, brother or sister's son, unless there were reasons for passing him over. From the same kind of practice arose, for example, the Roman patricii. 8. Originally the Roman Senate was an elected tribal council composed of the chiefs of the 300 Roman gentes. It was because they were the elders of the gens that they were called fathers, patra, and their body, the Senate, council of the elders. From senex, old. Here again the custom of electing always from the same family in the gens brought into being the first hereditary nobility. These families called themselves patricians and claimed for themselves exclusive right of entry into the Senate and tenure of all other offices. In similar fashion a supreme military commander, aiming at the position of tyrant, might eventually establish a hereditary claim as basileus or rex, thus creating kingship in the ancient world. The customary election of their successors from the same families is gradually transformed, especially after the introduction of father right, into a right of hereditary succession, first tolerated, then claimed, finally usurped, the foundation of the hereditary monarchy. And the hereditary nobility is laid. 30. No doubt Engels saw an intimate relationship between this process and the concurrently growing inequalities of wealth. The families making these hereditary claims would tend to be the same as those accumulating large fortunes. Yet nowhere did he attempt to argue that people acquired hereditary privileges just because they became wealthy. The process through which hereditary rule arose seemed in his eyes to have a certain degree of autonomy, a momentum of its own, driven perhaps by the hunger for power, aiming at the position of tyrant, and not merely by avarice. In presenting all this as a universal process growing out of Gentile democracy, Engels encountered a number of factual difficulties, at least one of which we should note in passing. The recorded history of Athens seemed to suggest the reverse development from kingship and hereditary nobility, through an oligarchy of wealth, to the 5th century Periclean Democracy of all citizens. Engels handled the first part of the problem, predictably enough, by positing Gentile democracy before recorded his Tory and conjecturing the growth of early hereditary rule in the usual manner, a rule which then in the course of time was broken by a rising merchant class, whose oligarchy was in turn upset by the revolt of the poorer citizens in a debtors' revolution during the time of Solon that harked back in some respects to Gentile democracy and established equal rights of participation and office holding for all citizens. This citizens' democracy, however, on a broader social canvas, constituted a citizens' oligarchy over the much larger slave population. In any event, hereditary rule emerged later on in both Greece and Rome, marking their republican periods as but a temporary resistance to the more pervasive long-range trend. 31. Third, the armed people gave way to a special armed force at the service of the new hereditary elite. Or as Engels put it himself, the true people in arms, organized for its self-defense in its gentes, phratries and tribes, was replaced by an armed public force in the service of these state authorities and therefore at their command for use also against the people. Here was the most crucial transformation of all for Engels, who all his life reiterated the idea that the essential characteristic of the state is the existence of a public force differentiated from the mass of the people. 32. Such an event like Gewalt includes, to be sure, material appendages such as prisons and coercive institutions of all kinds, but at its core must be a body of armed men, ideally a professional police force. The police force as an institution, Engels generalized, is as old as the state itself, for which reason the naive French of the 18th century did not speak of civilized peoples but of policed peoples. Nations' polices. 33. Once again the classic Athenian example proved recalcitrant, for the only police force in sight was composed of slaves and was used to keep order among the citizens. The state could not exist without police, Engels explained, but the free Athenian considered police duty so degrading that he would rather be arrested by an armed slave than himself have any hand in such despicable work. Engels then got round the larger difficulty by arguing that the Athenian citizens' militia, while it obviously did not stand apart from the citizens as a public force, did form such a body vis-a-vis the underlying slave population. The people's army of the Athenian democracy confronted the slaves as an aristocratic public force and kept them in check. The case was the same in Rome, where the militia not only held the slaves in check but the poorest class of freemen, the so-called proletarians, as well. 34. In these ancient city-states generally, it is interesting to note that the state was not really a special force in the service of the possessing class, rather, it was the possessing class itself serving as a special force. The well-to-do did their own fighting, including whatever was necessary for domestic repression. If the military institutions of classical antiquity served direct class needs in this fashion, Engels also allowed that such institutions could acquire autonomous interests and a vitality of their own. We have already noted his observation that with the decline of Gentile institutions it was the war chief rather than the peacetime leader who typically began asserting hereditary claims, aiming at the position of tyrant. More dramatically, in the case of the Germanic tribes, Engels related how entire military formations broke loose from their original social function and followed their own independent path. These were the retinues, associations formed for private warlike purposes which developed into standing bodies. A military leader who had made himself a name gathered around him a band of young men eager for booty whom he pledged to poor. So no loyalty, giving the same pledge to them. The leader provided their keep, gave them gifts, and organized them on a hierarchic basis, a bodyguard and a standing troop for smaller expeditions. And of the right of taxation, the officials stand there as organs of society, but now above society, they are bearers of a power that is estranging itself from society. A few paragraphs earlier he had also referred to the state as this power, arisen out of society but placing itself above it and increasingly alienating itself from it. In such prose we recognize the features of the parasite state as they might have been pictured by the young Marx when he had Prussian absolutism in mind. And just as that state for Marx dominate all the classes of civil society, so any state described as alienated from and standing above society, not apparently but actually, would seem to be a state that dominates the wealthy as well as the poor. 37. Engels seemed to sense that his formulations created such a difficulty. For in these same concluding paragraphs he managed to modify his own pronouncements quite into their opposite, transforming the independent parasite state into the familiar class state. Thus the officials mentioned above, in a reformulated phrasing, are forced to pose as something outside and above society, and the state becomes a power apparently standing above society, italics added. 38. At length the class state emerges clearly through the fog. As the state arose from the need to keep class antagonisms in check, but also arose in the thick of the fight between the classes, it is normally the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which by this means becomes also the politically dominant class and so acquires new means of holding down and exploiting the oppressed class. So we are led from a state depicted as independent, to one that is only apparently independent, to one that is the mere instrument of the economically dominant class. With the word normally, however, Engels offered a possible way out of these difficulties. After proceeding to list the familiar class states, ancient, feudal, modern bourgeois, he then added, exceptional periods, however, occur when the warring classes are so nearly equal in forces that the state power, as apparent mediator, acquires for the meant a certain independence in relation to both. This applies to the absolute monarchy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which balanced the nobility and the bourgeoisie against one another, and to the Bonapartism of the first and particularly of the Second French Empire, which played off the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. 39. Here the parasite state appears temporally distinct from the class state. As an exception, just as it had in the German ideology, with Bonapartism now given as an additional example. Engels did not mention Oriental despotism, the most obviously missing form of state, but he had previously declared he would exclude Asia from his treatment for REA. Sons of Space. 40. A final text from a contemporaneous, 1890, letter will help us round out and elucidate what Engels was trying to say. In it he described the unfolding division of labor first in the economic sphere, where production is always primary, but where trade eventually develops as a separate occupational specialization. When the trade in products becomes independent of production itself, it follows a movement of its own. He used this idea as a parallel when he came to the origin of the state. 24. The thing is easiest to grasp from the point of view of the division of labor. Society gives rise to certain common functions which it cannot dispense with. The persons selected for these functions form a new branch of the division of labor within society. This gives them particular interests, distinct too from the interests of those who gave them their office, they make themselves independent of the latter. And the state is in being. And now the development is the same. As it was with commodity trade and later with money trade, the new independent power, while having in the main to follow the movement of production, also, owing to its inward independence. The relative independence originally transferred to it and gradually further developed, reacts in its turn upon the conditions and course of production. It is the interaction of two unequal forces. On the one hand the economic movement, on the other the new political power, which strives for as much independence as possible. And which, having once been established, is also endowed with a movement of its own. On the whole, the economic movement gets its way. Italics in penultimate sentence added, 41. The four processes described in the origin of the family appear here as a striving of the state power for as much independence as possible, even against those who control the economic movement of society. Engels' economic determinism was flexible enough to allow every state a certain movement of its own. Under normal conditions this striving does not reach fulfillment, and the independence of the state is only apparent, an illusion perhaps deliberately fostered by the possessing class, but under particular circumstances it may become real enough. As in absolutism. 42. In this letter, almost at the end of his life, Engels finally stated clearly that he conceived the parasitic tendencies as a striving to be found in all states but fulfilled only in certain exceptional types. By this understanding the two theories may be reconciled most satisfactorily. How would Marx have dealt with all these questions if he had lived to write The Origin of the Family himself? As to the parasite state we have some rich descriptions to scrutinize in the next chapter, but as to the origins of state power, his surviving notebook comments are, alas, too meager to provide answers for any but the most general questions. Like his partner, Marx clearly regarded state power enthusiast as emergency, in association with private property and class antagonisms. Thus he commented on the critical transition period among the Greeks. Prop. Difference within the same gens had transformed the unity of their interests into antagonism of its members. In addition, beside land and cattle, money capital had become of decisive importance with the development of slavery. In a nearby comment he linked these changes to political leadership. The expression of Plutarch that the humble and poor readily followed the summons of Theseus and the judgment of Aristotle. That Theseus was inclined toward the people appear, however, despite Morgan, to indicate that the chiefs of the gentes etc., through wealth etc. had already reached a conflict of interest with the common people of the gentes, which is unavoidably connected through private property in houses, lands, herds with the monogamous family. 43. Marx made all the crucial linkages here that Engels was to make in tracking the emergence of the class state. Even less than his partner did he answer the seemingly important question whether it was the wealthy who made themselves rulers, or the rulers who made themselves wealthy. Neither did Marx discuss here any striving for independence on the part of the state, although that idea had appeared clearly enough in the 18th Brumaire, as we will see presently, in his depiction of a French state apparatus which historically strove for power of its own. 44. Marx's only allusion in these notes to the possible independence of the state occurs in a rather different context. He was seconding Maine's criticism of Jeremy Bentham and John Austin, and pointed the basic error of those two blockheadish British lawyers as follows: that political superiority, whatever its peculiar shape, and whatever the ensemble of its elements, is taken as something standing above society and founded upon itself. In contrast, Marx advanced his own view that the seeming supreme independent existence of the state is itself only seeming, and that it is in all its forms an excrescence of so. City, just as its appearance itself arises only at a certain stage of social development, it disappears again as soon as society has reached a stage not yet attained. 45. At first glance this appears parallel to the seeming independence Engels ascribed to the class state. But in fact Marx spoke of the state in all its forms and asserted, not a specific dependence on the possessing class, but a general dependence on the stage of socio-economic development. The Oriental despot, as we will see shortly, does not serve any dominant social class, but his kind of state depends very much on a specific Asian configuration of socio-economic conditions. Engels alluded to this second kind of general dependence as well, when he incorporated Marx's thought in his book, The State is therefore by no means a power imposed on society from without, just as little is it the reality of the moral idea, as Hegel maintains. Rather, it is a product of society at a particular stage of development. 46. In none of these notebook comments, then, did Marx express an obvious substantive difference with Engels, although one can well imagine his being annoyed at some of the confusions and inept formulations, as well as the occasional rhapsodizing, to be found in his partner's work. In the succession of their writings from the German ideology to the origin of the family, the most observable change is that the treatment becomes less conjectural and philosophical, more empirical and detailed. But the underlying interpretation of the origin of state power seems to remain essentially the same. By separating out the two distinct concepts of the state implicit within this interpretation, one may at least offer a formulation of it that avoids the charge of being self-contradictory. In Marx and Engels' view, the state emerges in the form of a coercive public power, separated from the mass of society and thus capable of being used against it. Under certain conditions this public power serves a possessing class, in which case it only apparently stands above social conflicts, and its autonomous strivings exist only as a tendency, viz., the class states, ancient, feudal, and bourgeois. Under other conditions the state achieves genuine independence, in the sense of standing over and dominating society as a whole, in which case it is not the instrument of a possessing class, viz., the parasite states Oriental, absolutist, Bonapartist. In all forms, however, the state is dependent on society in a second, more general sense. It remains an excrescence of its particular society, intimately bound up with a given stage of socio-economic development. It cannot be understood when conceived as an independent abstraction apart from society, some eternal category of the philosopher's mind. 2. The parasite state. If all states reveal a tendency or striving to become independent, to be their own master, then under what circumstances do they succeed? In the course of their lives Marx and Engels described three distinct varieties of autonomous states, or parasite states, to use the label drawn from the 18th Brumaire. By examining in succession Oriental despotism, European absolutism, and Bonapartism, we will be able to make out their common features, as well as the distinguishing features of each subtype. In addition to the general question posed above, several others seem worthy of examination, if not possession of the means of production. What gives a parasite state the power to dominate a whole society? If not as servant and instrument, how is such a state related to the possessing class, if any exists? How is it related to the masses of the population? If there is no class rule in the more ordinary sense, should the state itself, its civil and military officials be regarded as the ruling class? Is the independence of such a state real or only apparent? It bears repeating that the stress placed here on the parasite state is not intended to give it an importance beyond that of the class state. Marx and Engels always treated parasite states as somehow exceptional and of marginal importance in the larger drama of mankind's self-realization. But the attention they did give them has been so thoroughly forgotten by most writers, or so thoroughly muddled together with the concept of the class state, that, for the sake of clarification and to redress the balance, a separate chapter seems appropriate. Such a treatment will also reveal in Marx and Engels' thought about the state of flexibility and sophistication, an appreciation of nuance, that subsequently disappeared in vulgar Marxism and that deserved to be re-emphasized. Oriental despotism. As noted in the previous chapter, Marx first undertook serious study of Asian society in 1853, while reporting for the New York Daily Tribune on debates in the British Parliament concerning the renewal of the East India Company's charter. The letters Marx and Engels exchanged during this period reveal succinctly the emerging features of their concept of Asian society and its distinctive political form, Oriental despotism. Among the sources he consulted, Marx seemed most impressed with the travel description of Francois Bernier, and he quoted extensively from the 17th-century French physician's book in his letter to Engels of June 2, 1853, concluding, Bernier correctly discovers the basic form of all phenomena in the East. He refers to Turkey, Persia, Hindustan to be the absence of private property in land. This is the real key even to Oriental heaven. One to this Engels replied, the absence of property in land is indeed the key to the whole of the East. Herein lies its political and religious history. But how does it come about that the Orientals did not arrive at landed property, even in its feudal form? I think it is mainly due to the climate, taken in connection with the nature of the soil. Artificial irrigation is here the first condition of agriculture, and this is a matter either for the communes, the provinces, or the central government. An Oriental government never had more than 3 departments: finance, plunder at home, war, plunder at home and abroad, and public works, provision for reproduction. 2. Marx borrowed this adroit phrasing almost verbatim for his major article, The British Rule in India, but, reflecting that Flanders and Italy also had produced large-scale irrigation systems, he added a second key element to explain Asia's distinctiveness. There have been in Asia, generally, from immemorial times, but 3 departments of government, that of finance, or the plunder of the interior, that of war, or the plunder of the exterior, and, finally, the department of public works. Climate and territorial conditions constituted artificial irrigation by canals and water works the basis of Oriental agriculture. This prime necessity of an economical and common use of water, which, in the Occident, drove private enterprise to voluntary association, as in Flanders and Italy, necessitated, in the Orient where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary association, the interference of the centralizing power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the function of providing public works. This low level of civilization, he proceeded to explain, has remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity, and was founded on a near subsistence village economy in which a peculiar combination of hand weaving, hand spinning and hand tilling agriculture had made each unit self-sufficient for all practical purposes, with an extremely simple internal division of labor based typically on hereditary castes, and with scarcely any contact or need for contact with neighboring villages such as might produce a more sophisticated and dynamic economy. The only necessary relation with the outside world was with the government, which provided the life-sustaining waters and took away the surplus product. Marx summed up these two circumstances: the Hindu, on the one hand, leaving, like all Oriental peoples, to the central government the care of the great public works, the prime condition of his agriculture and commerce, dispersed, on the other hand, over the surface of the country, and agglomerated in small centers by the domestic union of agricultural and manufacturing pursuits. These two circumstances had brought about, since the remotest times, a social system of particular features, the so-called village system, which gave to each of these small unions their independent organization and distinct life. 3. It was precisely this primitive independence that gave the Indian community its phenomenal resilience, surviving all manner of conquests and civil wars, famines, and pestilence, to provide ever again the solid foundation of Oriental despotism. Indian society has no history at all, Marx added in a later article. What we call its history, is but the history of the successive intruders who founded their empires on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. For among those conquerors, only the last, the British, remained unsated by the usual forms of tribute. They insisted as well on transforming the villagers into customers. Cheap factory-produced textiles supplanted homespun goods, ruining village industries, impoverishing masses of people, and after so many millennia thus produced the greatest, and, to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia. Toward this revolutionizing process Marx made his own position totally unambiguous, however attractive in some respects these ancient communal villages might appear. Their disappearance was an absolute precondition for social advance, however sordid the motives of the East India Company magnates might be, for essentially they were requesting Parliament to renew their privilege of plundering India for the space of 20 years. Nonetheless they were acting as the unwitting instruments of history. 5. Thus Marx concluded his article. Now, sickening as it must be to human feeling to witness those myriads of industrious patriarchal and inoffensive social organizations disorganized and dissolved into their units, we must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism, that they restrained the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition. We must not forget that this undignified, stagnatory, and vegetative life, that this passive sort of existence evoked on the other part, in contradistinction, wild, aimless, unbounded forces of destruction, and rendered murder itself a religious rite in Hindustan. We must not forget that these little communities were contaminated by distinct ions of caste and by slavery, that they subjugated man to external circumstances instead of elevating man the sovereign of circumstances, that they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman, the monkey, and Sabala, the cow. England, it is true, in causing a social revolution in Hindustan, was actuated only by the vilest interests, and was stupid in her manner of enforcing them. But that is not the question. The question is, can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about That revolution. 6. From all this it becomes plain that Marx regarded the traditional Asiatic mode of production not as one of several steps on a universal ladder of social advance, suggested by his well-known 1859 listing of the Asiatic, the ancient, the feudal, and the modern bourgeois modes of production, but rather as an early sidetrack in social evolution, a path once taken which stunts further growth, transforming a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, without any built-in motor for change. Asian societies seem fated to vegetate in this stagnatory sort of existence until at length they fall victim to the external forces of capitalist expansion. Nowhere did Marx, or Engels, suggest that any Asian society had evolved, or could evolve spontaneously, into a more advanced social form. Nowhere did they suggest that the slave-owning civilizations of Greece and Rome had evolved from a prior Asiatic stage. 7. Fresh evidence from the now famous Grundrisse of 1857 to 1858 confirms this view of Asian society beyond reasonable doubt. The Grundrisse was essentially Marx's first attempt to write Capital, a rough and difficult manuscript that was never published until 1939 and not fully appreciated or used as a source until the last decade or so. Here Marx alluded to an original condition of man in which he appears as a generic being, a tribal being, a herd animal, organized in small separate tribal communities. From this original condition, however, communities might develop in different ways, depending on various external, climatic, geographical, physical, etc., conditions as well as on their special natural make-up, their tribal character. Marx proceeded briefly to describe three possible paths of evolution: the Oriental, the ancient Greek and Roman, and the Germanic, all proceeding directly from the original tribal community rather than from each other in any temporal sequence. Further, the Germanic path appears to lead straight to feudalism without any prior slave-owning stage, all of which suggests a much more flexible and open-ended conception of historical development than Marx was traditionally thought to have espoused. In any event, among the three, Marx declared the Asiatic form necessarily survives longest and most stubbornly, due to a unity of agriculture and craft manufacture in which the circle of production is self-sustaining, and the individual does not become independent of the community aid. Such a view surely does injustice to the variety and evolution of Asian societies, and just as surely must offend the ethnic sensibilities of Asian Marxists, who have tended to ignore the master's writings on the Asiatic mode of production and Oriental despotism. This disregard, to be sure, was mightily encouraged in 1931 when Stalin had the entire theory of Oriental despotism banned as Trotskyist on the demonstrably false claim that Marx and Engels themselves had abandoned it. Stalin's motives were complicated, no doubt, but among them seemingly must have been the feeling that it was un-Marxist to acknowledge the concept of a state manifestly not controlled by a possessing class, a state which owned the means of production itself and exploited the masses directly. In such a concept, according to Karl Wittfogel, Stalin saw too many awkward similarities to his own despotic regime. 9. In any event, we must now turn to Marx and Engels' writings on this characteristic political excrescence of Asian society, and see how Oriental despotism fits into the broader idea of the parasite state. Nothing Marx and Engels found in their sources on Asia suggested the dominance of a possessing class in the Western sense. One could find wealthy royal tax gatherers but no authentic nobility such as in feudal Europe. One could find a vast village peasantry but no urban community ties of citizen slave owners such as in classical antiquity. Indeed, one could find no cities at all in the European sense, as Marx noted in his initial letter to Engels. Bernie had explained the enormous size of Oriental armies by remarking that, in addition to actual fighting men, they included all manner of porters, foragers, provisioners, merchants of all kinds and servitors whom these armies carry in their wake. Marx quoted further from Bernie's account, which called attention to the particular condition and government of the country, namely that the king is the one and only proprietor of all the land in the kingdom, from which it follows as a necessary consequence that a whole capital city like Delhi or Agra lives almost entirely on the army and is therefore obliged to follow the king if he takes the field for any length of time. For these towns neither are nor can be anything like a Paris, being virtually nothing but military camps. Lo, a king who owns all the land, a capital city that is nothing but a military camp, a governing apparatus that periodically transforms itself into a horde of foraging locusts. Here we find the makings of a parasite state par excellence. Unlike the transitory parasite states of modern Europe, however, called forth by a temporary stalemate in the evolving class struggle, Oriental despotisms were age-old and rested upon an undifferentiated village society that had only barely emerged from primitive communism. Typically, the village lands were still regarded as a communal possession, held in common from the crown. In this sense, Engels could remark that Oriental despotism was founded on common property, thus constituting a major exception to the rule that the state emerges in concert with private property, which did not prevent him from asserting that it was also the cruelest form of state 11. For the system made the despot both sovereign and landlord, merging taxes and ground rents in an irresistible mechanism for extortion. As Marx explained in Volume 3 of Capital, should the direct producers not be confronted by a private land owner, but rather, as in Asia, under direct subordination to a state which stands over them as their landlord and simultaneously as sovereign, then rent and taxes coincide, or rather, there exists no tax which differs from this form of ground rent. Under such circumstances, there need exist no stronger political or economic press sure than that common to all subjection to that state. The state is then the supreme lord. Sovereignty here consists in the ownership of land concentrated on a national scale. 12. Earlier in the passage, Marx described this link between the state and the villagers as a tributary relationship. It is true he once also referred to the general slavery of the Orient, but it seems likely he used the latter term in the same metaphoric sense as he used wage slavery, for in his more careful formulations he employed tributary relationship, distinguishing it carefully from real chattel slavery as well as from serfdom. Thus he wrote in an earlier chapter: under the slave relationship, serf relationship, tributary relationship, insofar as primitive communities are concerned, it is the slaveholder, the feudal lord, the tribute collecting state that is the owner and hence the seller of the product. 13. Here Oriental despotism appears as the tribute collecting state, owner of the surplus product, whose relationship to the exploited is function ally parallel to that of the slaveholders and feudal lords of the West. Earn experience. Communal possession of village land was only the most typical form, and not a necessary condition of Oriental despotism, for both Marx and Engels came to recognize that common ownership no longer survived in China. 14. Even without it, Oriental despotism rested solidly enough on the two prime supports Marx had singled out in his original article: state control of a centralized irrigation system, which he called one of the real basis of the power of the state over the small disconnected product ing mechanisms, combined with a civil society composed precisely of small self-sufficient and disconnected villages. The former ensured the revenues of the state, since it could cut off the life-sustaining water, the latter ensured the ineffectiveness of any opposition, since the villages were too weak to resist singly, too isolated to join their forces. And their primitive self-sufficiency ensured that they would not develop further from within, generating the social forces that might be capable of breaking the despotic power. Even outside conquerors were able to establish and maintain their rule easily on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. 15. Marx summed it up in Capital. The simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and when accidentally destroyed, spring up again on the same spot and with the same name. This simplicity supplies the key to the secret of the unchangeableness of Asiatic societies, and unchangeableness in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic states, and the never-ceasing changes of dynasty. The structure of the economic elements of society remains untouched by the storm clouds of the political sky. 16. Karl Wittfogel has chided Marx severely for failing to acknowledge that under Oriental despotism the bureaucracy, both civil and military, constituted the ruling class. While Marx never wrote those exact words, it is difficult to imagine he would have disagreed with the substantive point involved. Certainly he never thought a despotic power could consist of just one person. As he said of Prussia in 1849, the existence of the state power is embodied precisely in its officials, the army, the administration and the courts. Apart from this, its physical embodiment, it is but a shadow, an idea, a name. 17. In Theories of Surplus Value, he described all three pre-capitalist forms of exploitation: slavery, serf-dom, and the tributary relationship, here labeled political dependency relationship, as being based on the forcible rule of one section of society over another. 18. Whether the dominant section of Oriental society, its civil and military officialdom, should be called a class, as Wittfogel would prefer, or a caste as Marx once called the astronomer, priests who directed agriculture in ancient Egypt, or a celestial bulletin reocracy as he once described the Mandarin elite of traditional China. It remained at all events an exploitative minority which pumped surplus value out of the mass of direct producers by means of its effective control over the means of production. 19. As we will see later in connection with modern bureaucracies, neither Marx nor Engels seemed very concerned about how to label state officials as a group. Another question Marx and Engels never addressed specifically was how Oriental despotism emerged as a state in the first place, especially since it emerged in the absence of private property. But if we combine what we have seen in Anti-Düring with some very interesting remarks in the Grundrisse, a fairly clear picture nonetheless takes shape. In Anti-Düring, it will be remembered, Engels' first model of state formation was not expressly linked to the emergence of private property but involved a process of institutionalization through which delegations of office gradually became hereditary and elected public servants transformed themselves into haughty masters. He cited the Oriental despot first among his examples and added that finally the individual rulers united into a ruling class. Here, incidentally, he employed the phrase ruling class in a very broad sense to be sure, but one evidently intended to include local Oriental potentates who had banded together as a group. 20. At sev. Errol points in the Grundrisse Marx offered reflections on what separated The Oriental path of development from the Western. Ancient classical history, he observed, is the history of cities, but cities based on land, ownership and agriculture. Asian history is a kind of undifferentiated unity of town and country. The large city, properly speaking, must be regarded merely as a princely camp, superimposed on the real economic structure. Early Western development he asserted to be the product of a more dynamic historical life, and its organization in city states he linked primarily to military endeavors. War is therefore the great all-embracing task, the great communal labor, and it is required either for the occupation of the objective conditions for living existence or for the protection and perpetuation of such occupation. The community, consisting of kinship groups, is therefore in the first instance organized on military lines. As a warlike, military force, concentration of settlement in the city is the foundation of this warlike organization. The nature of tribal structure leads to the differentiation of kinship groups into higher and lower, and this social differentiation is developed further by the mixing of conquering and conquered tribes, etc. He went on to speak of the emergence of unequally distributed private property in land and slaves, both of which presumably led, though he did not say so here in so many words, to the development of instrumen talities for internal coercion, the class state of the citizen slave owners of Greece and Rome. 21. Tirist, as we have already noted in Wittfogel's complaint. Obviously, the concept of Oriental despotism contained elements that paralyzed his search for the truth, Wittfogel declares, building up to his main point, which is that Marx could scarcely help recognizing some disturbing similarities between Oriental despotism and the total managerial and dictatorial state he himself wanted to see established. 2-3 Wittfogel judges Marx's intentions, of course, with the hindsight of Soviet and Chinese experience. But Marx never imagined, as we will see later, that the future socialist state and economy would be run by a hierarchy of professional bureaucrats and managers, and so had no reason whatsoever to perceive any disturbing similarities with Oriental despotism. In fact, the only feature of Asian society that genuinely excited Marx and Engels was the communal possession of land, which helped confirm their rise of primitive society and of the transitory career of private property as an institution. Here was massive living proof that private property was not ubiquitous throughout human civilization, as Victorian respectability supposed. Otherwise, they found traditional Asian society profoundly boring. For them, history was the unfolding of man's dormant powers, his emerging mastery over the brute forces of nature, over his own institutions and destiny. That is why, in their somewhat limited and Eurocentric perspective, traditional Asia had no history. Its sleepy village culture contained no internal dynamo for change as in the West. And its bureaucratic potentates were equally boring, whether one considered them a ruling class or not. European absolutism. A surprisingly large literature has been written about Marx and Engels' theory of Oriental despotism, all based necessarily on the handful of pertinent texts we examined in the last section. Scarcely anything has been written about their views on European absolutism, even though the original sources are considerably more plentiful. 24 To be sure, the two men never saw fit to address the topic systematically, they never claimed to have a theory of absolutism. But then, they never claimed to have a theory of Oriental despotism either, or of Bonapartism for that matter. It was later writers who elevated the master's remarks to the status of theories. In any event, because of the belated survival of absolutism during their own lifetimes in Prussia, Austria, and Russia. Their comments on it extend well beyond their historical writings. By putting these scattered 38 remarks together, one can reconstruct Marx and Engels' views on the subject and, if one likes, dignify such a reconstruction as the Marxist theory of absolutism. Marx's initial concept of the state, it will be recalled, rested empirically on his experience with Prussian absolutism, and in this sense absolutism was the model for the parasite state in all its forms. It was in fact the only form of the parasite state recognized in the German ideology, where Marx and Engels joined their two theories of the state together, declaring the fully developed modern state to be nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois are compelled to adopt, both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interests. The two men immediately added the following qualification: the independence of the state is only found nowadays in those countries where the estates have not yet completely developed into classes, where the estates, done away with in more advanced countries, still play a part, and there exists a mixture, where consequently no section of the population can achieve dominance over the others. This is the case particularly in Germany. Somewhat later they developed the idea further, during the epoch of absolute monarchy. The special sphere, which, owing to division of labor, was responsible for the administration of public interests, acquired an abnormal independence, which became still greater in the bureaucracy of modern times. Thus, the state built itself up into an apparently independent force, and this position, which in other countries was only transitory, a transition stage, it has maintained in Germany until the present day. To reconcile the simple independence of the state in the first passage with its apparently independent character in the second is a task we will confront later. It is reminiscent of the dichotomy examined in the foregoing chapter. 25. By 184-7 both men had developed these ideas into their mature form. By linking the phenomenon specifically to a temporarily stalemated class struggle between nobility and bourgeoisie. As Marx expressed it, absolute monarchy appears in those transitional periods when the old feudal estates are in decline and the medieval estate of burghers is evolving into the modern bourgeois class, without one of the contending parties having as yet finally disposed of the other. Engels' version added some details with reference to Prussia in particular. The nobility had lost too much of its former strength, wealth and influence, to dominate the king as formerly it had done. The middle classes were not yet strong enough to overcome the dead weight of the nobility, which cramped their commercial and industrial progress. Thus the king, representing the central power of the state, and supported by the numerous class of government officers, civil and military, besides having the army at his disposal, was enabled to keep down the middle classes by the nobility, and the nobility by the middle classes, by flattering now the interests of the one, and then those of the other, and balancing, as much as possible, the influence of both. 26. Many years later Engels came back to the subject more systematically, as he attempted a general history of Reformation Germany. We may pass over his long discussion of the reasons for the rise of the middle class and the decline of the nobility. With respect to the latter he pointed to the perpetually accumulating tangle of incompatible claims and obligations among European feudal lords generally, in a society where each lord was likely to possess his own private cavalry. How could conflicts be avoided? Hence that century-long alternation of the vassals' attraction to the royal center, which alone could protect them against external foes and against each other, and of their repulsion from that center, into which that attraction inevitably and perpetually changed, hence that continuous struggle between royalty and vassals, whose tedious uproar drowned out everything else. During the same period the rising middle class also, and somewhat more consistently, turned to the central power for help in advancing their own interests. It is plain that in this general chaos royal power was the progressive element. It represented order in confusion, and the budding nation as opposed to dismemberment into rebellious vassal states. All the revolutionary elements taking shape under the feudalistic surface gravitated just as much towards royalty as the latter gravitate towards them. The alliance of royalty and burgherdom dates back to the 10th century, often interrupted by conflicts, because nothing pursued its course consistently in the Middle Ages. It was each time more firmly and vigorously renewed, until it helped royalty to its final victory, and royalty, by way of thanks, subjugated and plundered its ally. Engels left no doubt here that royal absolutism, rather than either of the contending classes, won the decisive victory in this three-way contest. Warming to his subject, Engels went on to speak of concurrent military developments that also abetted the consolidation of royal power. During the Middle Ages the nobility was not only the possessing class, but also as knights constituted the warrior class, enjoying an effective monopoly on the bearing of arms. One reason for the relative weakness of medieval kings was the unavailability of any military force other than the knightly cavalry formed by calling up their vassals and their vassals' vassals, and so forth. Not surprisingly such monarchs found it difficult to combat the perpetual contumacy of the nobility with an army that was itself feudal, in which the soldiers were bound more closely to their immediate liege lords than to the royal army command. It was a vicious circle in which no headway could be made. From the beginning of the 14th century onward the kings strove to emancipate themselves from this feudal army, to create their own army. From this time on we find in the royal armies an increasing portion of enlisted or hired troops. It was the monarch's good fortune to find such foot soldiers for hire among the burghers and free peasants who, especially in Flanders and Switzerland, had taken up pikes, halberds, and eventually muskets, and themselves begun to challenge the noble monopoly over the means of violence. By the later 15th century the tide of warfare had turned, in the triumphs of the Swiss over the Austrians, and particularly over the Burgundians, armored cavalry whether mounted or dismounted succumbed finally to foot soldiers, the feudal army to the budding modern army, the knight to the burgher and free peasant. By hiring such foot soldiers as a mercenary force, later by recruiting them for long-term service in a standing army, the monarchs of early modern Europe were able to break the independence of the nobility and secure to themselves a monopoly over the means of violence. 27 That monopoly, Engels seemed to be saying, sufficed to ensure their dominance over all the classes of civil society. Granted of course the temporary equilibrium between nobility and bourgeoisie as the primordial condition. If one augments the repressive power of the new armies with the organizing power of the new bureaucracies, the formula for European absolutism would be complete. Marx alluded to this latter aspect when he wrote, "The seigneurial privileges of the landowners and towns became transformed into so many attributes of the state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials and the motley pattern of conflicting medieval plenary powers, the regulated plan of a state authority whose work is divided and centralized as in a factory." 28. Thus the administrative and judicial functions of the old nobility were usurped along with their military functions. All this did not mean, to be sure, that the absolute monarchs could afford totally to ignore aristocratic interests thereafter, any more than they could be totally indifferent to bourgeois interests. In a letter to Koskai, Engels explained how he perceived the three-way relationship. Absolute monarchy came into existence as a naturally evolved compromise between nobility and bourgeoisie, and it therefore had to protect certain interests of both sides and distribute favors to them. In this process, the nobility, politically put in retirement, got as its share the plundering of the peasantry and of the state treasury and indirect political influence through the court, the army, the church and the higher administrative authorities, while the bourgeoisie received protection through tariffs, monopolies, and a relatively orderly administration of public affairs and justice. 29. Engels recognized that the property rights enforced by absolute monarchy guaranteed the nobility in its continued plundering of the peasantry. He recognized an indirect political influence the nobility was able to exert through the holding of high state offices. Nonetheless, he did not present absolutism, here or elsewhere, as the indirect or disguised class rule of the nobility to receive favors after having been politically put in retirement. These are scarcely the attributes of a ruling class. In a similar vein with respect to Russian absolutism, Marx posed a sharp rhetorical question as he described an assembly of notables to be called in 1858 to discuss the fate of serfdom. What if the nobles should insist upon their own political emancipation as a condition preliminary to any concession to be made to the Tsar with respect to the emancipation of their serfs? 30. Surely no authentic ruling class needs to insist on its own political emancipation. The eventual downfall of absolutism in Western Europe was to come when the further development of the bourgeoisie eventually destroyed the class equilibrium upon which it rested. As Engels put it, from the moment when the bourgeoisie, still politically powerless, began to grow dangerous owing to its increasing economic power, the crown resumed ness, and local prejudices, despite their complexity, were completely held in check by their mutual counteraction and allowed the old scoundrel Metternich the utmost freedom to maneuver. In a later article, Engels similarly characterized Metternich's government as having full independence of action. 32. In an 1854 series of articles on revolutionary Spain, Marx drew some very interesting parallels between its absolutist period and Oriental despotism. Spanish absolutism began typically enough under the Habsburg Charles I, who crushed all resistance in 1521. It was, above all, the bitter antagonism between the classes of the nobles and the citizens of the towns which Charles employed for the degradation of both. But Marx saw a paradox which helped to explain Spain's early economic decline. In the very country where of all the feudal states absolute monarchy first arose in its most unmitigated form, centralization has never succeeded in taking root. Without a uniform system of law, of money, of weights and measures, and so forth, a modern bourgeois economy could not really take off. While the aristocracy sunk into degradation without losing their worst privilege, the towns lost their medieval power without gaining modern importance. Marx then continued. While the absolute monarchy found in Spain material in its very nature repulsive to centralization, it did all in its power to prevent the growth of common interests arising out of a national division of labor and the multiplicity of internal exchanges, the very basis on which alone a uniform system of administration and the rule of general laws can be created. Thus the absolute monarchy in Spain, bearing but a superficial resemblance to the absolute monarchies of Europe in general, is rather to be ranged in a class with Asiatic forms of government. Spain, like Turkey, remained an agglomeration of mismanaged republics with a nominal sovereign at their head. Despotic as was the government, it did not prevent the provinces from subsisting with different laws and customs, different coins, military banners of different colors, and with their respective systems of taxation. Intense localism, then, may help to sustain absolutism in Europe, even as a parallel symbiosis of localism and despotism forms the central pillar of the Oriental political system. 33. This symbiosis was even more evident in Russian absolutism, where the link to Oriental despotism was much more direct. For in that semi-Asiatic country, absolute monarchy emerged, not out of a stalemated conflict between nobles and bourgeois, but much earlier, out of primitive isolated village communities holding their land in common, just as in Asia. Engels explained in an 1875 article. Such a complete isolation of the individual communities from one another, which creates throughout the country similar, but the very opposite of common, interests, is the natural basis for Oriental despotism, and from India to Russia this form of society, wherever it prevailed, has always produced it and always found its complement in it. Not only the Russian state in general, but even its specific form. Tsarist despotism, instead of hanging in the air, is the necessary and logical product of Russian social conditions. 34. If Russia was semi-Asiatic, it was also semi-European in its development. Beyond the communal village organization of society to produce a land-owning boyar aristocracy and, for a time in the Middle Ages, also a flourishing commercial economy in Kiev and other cities. The traditions of despotism survived, however, partly in the regimes of the native princes, partly in the overlordship of Russia's numerous conquerors, especially in the cruel domination of the Tatars, which lasted for more than 2 centuries until the dawn of modern times. The communal villages likewise survived as the natural basis of such despotism. Modern Russian absolutism, constructed in Muscovy largely by Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century, resembled only in part the state-building practices of the contemporaneous West European monarchs, for in Russia a dynamic commercial economy and a vital middle class no longer existed. The modernizing efforts of Russian rulers appeared, not so much as concessions or favors to an assertive bourgeoisie, but more as self-interested attempts by the crown to hold its own in an international struggle with more advanced powers. Russia finds itself in a modern historical environment, Marx observed in 1881, it is contemporaneous with a superior civilization. 35. To be a match for the more advanced powers of the West, if only in the military sphere, the Tsars were repeatedly obliged to modernize their state. In the 16th century Ivan the Terrible established trade with England and even requested military experts from Queen Elizabeth. In the 18th century Peter the Great embarked on a far more serious westernization which obliged him, as Marx commented, to civilize Russia. In grasping upon the Baltic provinces, he seized at once the tools necessary for this process. They afforded him not only the diplomatists and the generals, the brains with which to execute his system of political and military action on the West, they yielded him, at the same time, a crop of bureaucrats, schoolmasters, and drill sergeants, who were to drill Russians into that varnish of civilization that adapts them to the technical appliances of the Western peoples, without imbuing them with their ideas. 36. By the mid-19th century Russia experienced the most far-reaching state-sponsored modernization of all, evoked by her collapse in the Crimean War. That war proved, as Engels put it, that Russia needed rail, roads and heavy industry, if only for purely military considerations. Consequently, the government set about breeding a Russian capitalist class. Italics added. 37. He expanded upon this remarkable idea in a later article, beginning again from the purely military need for a strategic network of railways. But railroads mean capitalistic industry and a revolutionizing of the primitive system of agriculture. On the one hand, the agricultural products of even the remotest regions came into direct communication with the world market. On the other hand, an extended railway system cannot be built and maintained without domestic industry, which produces rails, locomotives, cars, etc. But one branch of large-scale industry cannot be introduced without taking into the bargain the entire system. The expansion of existing banks and the founding of new ones was bound up with the railroads and factories. The setting free of the peasants from bonded serfdom created mobility, in expectation of what soon followed naturally, the setting free of a great part of these peasants from ownership of land. Thus, in a short time all foundations of the capitalistic mode of production were laid in Russia. 3/8. Far from owing its position to a stalemated class struggle, Tsarist absolutism prospered well enough, nourished by its roots in the isolated communal villages of the Russian countryside, without any bourgeoisie around, until at length it created such a class, incidentally as it were, while pursuing its own institutional needs in the international sphere. There is perhaps no more striking example than this of the autonomous power and freedom from class control which Marx and Engels ascribed to the parasite state. Classes that establish states to serve their needs are familiar enough in the Marxist tradition. States that create classes are rather more remarkable, and ought to give pause to those who interpret Marx and Engels' ideas as a unilateral economic determinism in which class interests are the only motive forces. If under absolutism the state ruled in its own name, then did Marx and Engels regard its officials as the real ruling class. The question does not have an easy answer. On the one hand, they certainly did not believe absolutist government to be the work of the monarch alone. As noted in relation to Oriental despotism, Marx had declared in 1849, the existence of state power is embodied precisely in its officials, the army, the administration and the courts. Apart from this, its physical embodiment, it is but a shadow, an idea, a name. The formula for Prussian state power in particular he summed up in the Troika, the crown by the grace of God, the bullying bureaucracy, the independent army. Engels similarly spoke of the Prussian king as representing the central power of the state, and supported by a numerous class of government officers, civil and military, besides having an army at his disposal. 39. In fact, both men seem to have judged that, under normal circumstances, officialdom controlled the monarch rather than vice versa. We have already scrutinized Marx's 184-7 assertion that the prince's hands are tied not only by personal prejudices but by a whole bureaucracy of officials, soldiers and clerics, integral parts of absolute monarchy. He would later describe how Frederick William IV's sentimental efforts to recreate medieval institutions in Prussia ran aground on the intractable needs of the bureaucratic state. The Romantic king himself was, after all, like all his predecessors, but the visible hand of a commonplace bureaucratic government which he tried in vain to embellish with the fine sentiments of bygone ages. 40. If Marx and Engels were unambiguous in asserting the rule of officialdom during the absolutist period, on the other hand they were not consistent in designating it as a class. Engels certainly did so on occasion. As in his numerous class of government officials, just cited, or when he referred more deliberately to the formation of a separate class of administrative government officials, in whose hands the chief power is concentrated, and which stands in opposition against all other classes. 41. More frequently, however, the two men referred to state officials as a caste. On one occasion specifically contrasting the two terms, Prussia's rural landadmiralty, Marx declared in 1858, are hybrid notables, half bureaucrat and half landed aristocrat, but generally their interests are more strictly the parasite state, bound up with the class and party interests of the landed aristocracy than with the caste interests of the bureaucracy. 42. Since the time of the Enlightenment the word caste had been used as a term of abuse in conjunction with the institutions of the old regime based generally on the hereditary principle. In that same loose and pejorative sense Marx and Engels must have chosen the word, for they surely understood that the absolutist bureaucracy was not a literal caste. Indeed, they showed a pervasive indifference to terminological precision in this matter, sometimes also labeling officials as an estate, stand, or even a race of their own. Draper has argued with an impressive number of examples that the masters used all these terms interchangeably and thus with no serious intent to differentiate class from caste, and so forth. 43. It seems unlikely therefore that Marx and Engels would have objected to the ruling class characterization, except perhaps to point out that, unlike other classes, the bureaucracy was not an integral part of civil society, and that European bureaucracies, unlike their Oriental counterparts, could not be said to own or control the means of production. Because property was in the hands of powerful social classes, the nobility and the bourgeoisie, rather than in the hands of the state as such, European absolutism was bound to be weaker and more ephemeral than Oriental despotism. It ruled through its military and administrative power alone, but only so long as it could play off one class against the other during their temporary equilibrium. Thus the system depended on an intricate configuration of social forces and, as Engels insisted, was not just hanging in the air. Even as Tsarist despotism was the necessary and logical product of Russian social conditions without being the instrument of any possessing class, so to return finally to the dangling contradiction of the German ideology, all absolutist states were only apparently independent of the society that produced them, while showing genuine independence from class control in a situation where no section of the population can achieve dominance over the others. Bonapartism. Of the three forms of the parasite state, Bonapartism was the one to receive the most systematic attention from Marx and Engels, particularly in the former's masterful The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852. Their conception of Bonapartism will serve nicely to round out our understanding of the differences they perceived among parasite states, and, more importantly, between parasite states and class states. The society, on the free movement of private interest, etc. He decided to recognize and protect this basis. He was no terrorist with his head in the clouds. Yet at the same time he still regarded the state as an end in itself and civil life only as a treasurer and his subordinate which must have no will of its own consideration for its essential material interests, trade and industry, whenever they conflicted with his political interests. 46. Here we recognize the parasite state easily enough, autonomous and self-interested, but not resting on any equilibrium of class forces. The proletariat is nowhere mentioned. More surprisingly perhaps, In Engels' early writings, Napoleon also figured as an independent power, mainly as the modernizing conqueror who deserved thanks for flushing out the great Augean stable of medieval institutions in Germany, thereby laying the basis for the emergence of the bourgeoisie. Indeed, in 184-7 article, Engels went so far as to proclaim that the creator of the German bourgeoisie was Napoleon II. Case we have encountered where Engels ascribed to a despot the creation of an entire social class. 47 As with Marx, there was no mention of any class equilibrium or of the proletariat at all, which would seem reasonable enough on empirical grounds, since neither Germany nor France at the beginning of the 19th century possessed a modern proletariat large enough to contend for power, but which also would seem to leave the First Empire hanging just a bit in midair. Even after the theory of Bonapartism was elaborated in 1852 to explain the rule of Napoleon III, the first Napoleon was not automatically subsumed under it, at least until the origin of the family. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx alluded in passing to the uncle's accomplishments. He created inside France the conditions under which free competition could first be developed. Beyond the French borders he everywhere swept the feudal institutions away, and he protected the state machinery he had inherited from absolutism and the First Revolution. Still, Marx continued, under all these regimes bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie which came to fruition after 1815, while under Napoleon III bureaucracy was to become an end in itself. 48 On a broader historical canvas, Marx generalized in The Civil War in France, 1871, that imperialism is, at the same time, the most prostitute and the ultimate form of the state power which nascent middle class society had commenced to elaborate as a means of its own emancipation from feudalism, and which full-grown bourgeois society had finally transformed into a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. 49. In general, the first Napoleon seems to have posed somewhat of a theoretical puzzle for Marx and Engels. He appears repeatedly in their writings neither as an instrument of class rule nor as the holder of a balance between contending classes, but rather in anal, most metaphysical fashion as history's means of preparing for the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Thus Marx's theory of Bonapartism endeavored to explain the second rather than the first Napoleon, and received its classic exposition in the 18th Brumaire, which Marx began to write in December 1851, immediately following Louis Napoleon's coup d'état, and finished the following March. Many authorities on Marx, convinced that every state must represent some social class, have tried to interpret Marx's essay to mean that the French bourgeoisie still managed to rule indirectly under Napoleon, or alternatively that his rule marked the ascendancy of the peasantry. Entry point 50. By choosing quotations carefully, a case can be made for either of these views, although with the same technique an even stronger case can be made for the ascendancy of the lumpen proletariat. To be sure, Marx insisted strongly that the Bonapartist state was not suspended in mid-air. It was related to all these classes, and to the proletariat as well. But it was not related to any of them as servant to master. Insofar as Napoleon spoke for any group beyond himself, it was that appalling civic body acquires an ubiquity, an omniscience, a capacity for accelerated mobility and an elasticity which finds a counterpart only in the helpless dependence, in the loose shapelessness of the actual body politic. It is obvious that in such a country the national assembly forfeits all real influence when it loses command of the ministerial posts. The alternative for the bourgeoisie, as Marx saw it, would have been to simplify and reduce this apparatus, and let civil society and public opinion create organs of their own, independent of the governmental power. But the early history of the Second Republic had convinced the bourgeois, i.e. that too much freedom was dangerous, its political interests compelled it to increase daily the repressive measures and therefore their sources and personnel of the state power. Hence the ironic result, that the French bourgeoisie was compelled by its class position to annihilate, on the one hand, the vital conditions of all parliamentary power, and therefore, likewise, of its own, and to render irresistible, on the other hand, the executive power hostile to it. 51. Here and elsewhere in the essay, the executive power triumphs, nota bene, as a force hostile to the bourgeoisie, even though the bourgeoisie has contributed heavily to the triumph. Early in 1851 the bourgeoisie lost round 2, when it lost control over an army that looked more and more to Napoleon to speak for its interests. Significantly, Marx presented this entire development as the victorious emergence of the army's institutional self-interest. Called upon repeatedly to rescue the bourgeoisie from its class enemies, the army was bound to become convinced of its own indispensability. Were not barrack and bivouac, saber and musket, mustache and uniform finally bound to hit upon the idea of rather saving society once and for all by proclaiming their own regime as the highest, and freeing civil society completely from the trouble of governing itself? Should not the military at last one day play state of siege, in their own interest and for their own benefit, and at the same time besiege the bourgeois purses? 52. The decisive event in this case was Napoleon's peremptory dismissal in January 1851 of the leading general sympathetic to the party of order, Nicholas Changarny. By meekly accepting this deed and so surrendering the army irrevocably to the president, the party of order declares that the bourgeoisie has forfeited its vocation to rule. The assembly now remained without the ministry, without the army, without the people, without public opinion, after its electoral law of May 31, no longer the representative of the sovereign nation, sans eyes, sans ears, sans teeth, sans everything. 53. Consonant with this theme, the subsequent coup d'état of Napoleon against the bourgeois assembly in December 1851 was repeatedly orchestrated with martial images, as the shamelessly simple domination of the saber, the Republic Cossack, in which all classes, equally impotent and equally mute, fall on their knees before the rifle. But, or again, Napoleon was raised up as a leader by a drunken soul, dearie, which he has bought with liquor and sausages, and which he must continually ply with more sausage. Or finally, the Republic had now replaced the old inscription, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité by the unambiguous words, infantry, cavalry, artillery. 54. It grows difficult to resist the conclusion that for Marx, Napoleon's coup represented the victory of the army and the state apparatus in general over the bourgeoisie. If further proofs are demanded, however, one need only consult two other writings to find evidence that clinches the argument. In Class Struggle in France, Marx had pointedly insisted that the martial law dictatorship of General Cavaignac during the bloody June days, however much it relied on the army, remained but an instrument of class rule. Cavaignac was not the dictatorship of the saber over bourgeois society, he was the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the saber. 55. Bearing this assertion in mind, one may contrast Marx's sharpest characterization of the Napoleonic state, written in 1858 after the French dictator had metamorphosed himself into an hereditary emperor and consolidated the repressive apparatus of his regime. The article was significantly titled, "The Rule of The Praetorians. If in all the bygone epochs the ruling class, the ascendancy of which corresponded to a specific development of French society, rested its ultima ratio against its adversaries upon the army, it was never the less a specific social interest that predominated. Under the SEC and empire, the interest of the army itself is to predominate. The army is no longer to maintain the rule of one part of the people over another part of the people. The army is to maintain its own rule, personated by its own dynasty, over the French people in general. It is to represent the state in antagonism to the society. Here Marx returns again to the ideas of Kreuznach in opposing the state to civil society in general, rather than in opposing class to class. Here is the parasite state in pure form which dominates the possessing class as well as masses of French society. Marx went on to suggest in this and other articles that if the army grew dissatisfied with Napoleon it would probably turn him out. 56. To be sure, Marx did not conceive the political defeat of the bourgeois to mark the end of the bourgeois era in a broader sense. The 18th Brumaire included a number of distinctions and refinements, beginning with a differentiation between the spokesmen and scribes of the bourgeoisie, its platform and its press, in short, the ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie itself. The latter, Marx went on to argue, abandoned the former in the struggle against executive authority, quietly permitting most of the ideologists to be arrested when Napoleon closed down the assembly in his coup of December 1851. By this time, for the bourgeoisie standing outside public life, its political power only troubled and upset it, as it was a disturbance of private business. The bourgeoisie confesses that its own interests dictate that it should be delivered from the danger of its own rule. That, in order to preserve its social power intact, its political power must be broken. That the individual bourgeois can continue to exploit the other classes, and to enjoy undisturbed property, family, religion, and order only, on condition that their class be condemned along with the other classes to similar political nullity, that, in order to save its purse, it must forfeit the crown, and the sword that is to safeguard it must at the same time be hung over its head as a sword of Damocles. 57. Marx's distinction between social power and political power is crucial for understanding his meaning. Napoleon still enforced a code of laws that protected bourgeois property rights and the command power of capital over labor within the factory. The cynical words Marx put into the mouths of the French capitalists express the thought nicely: the crimes are his, was their general chuckle, but the fruits are ours. Louis Napo. Leon reigns in the Tuileries, while we reign even more securely and despotically on our domains, in our factories, on the bourse, and in our counting houses. 58. Because they still reigned on their own domains, that is, retained their social power, Marx might on occasion still refer to them as the ruling class, as in the drafts of his civil war in France when he characterized the Bonapartist state as a force superior to the ruling and ruled classes, as humbling under its sway even the interests of the 54 ruling classes. By preserving the social power of the bourgeoisie, such a state remained very much a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. 59. Engels expressed the same thought when he wrote, in France, the bourgeoisie, which for 2 years only, 1849–50, had held power as a class under the Republican regime, was able to continue its social existence only by transferring its power to Louis Bonaparte and the army. 60. A last refinement appears in the 18th Brumaire's treatment of Napoleon's own motives and needs. Bonaparte would like to appear as the patriarchal benefactor of all classes. In addition to the favors he would dispense to the workers and peasants, Marx declared, Bonaparte feels it to be his mission to safeguard bourgeois order. He looks on himself, therefore, as the representative of the middle class and issues decrees in this sense. Nevertheless, he is somebody solely due to the fact that he has broken the political power of the middle class and daily breaks it anew. 61 Like the absolute monarchs of the previous epoch, Napoleon found it prudent to distribute favors to the bourgeoisie, but like them he did so not as their spokesman or puppet but in his own interests. While his interests and theirs might generally overlap, they were by no means identical. In an 1856 article Marx toyed with the idea that Louis Bonaparte, the imperial socialist, will try to seize upon French industry by converting the debentures of the Credit Mobilier into state obligations. 62 By 1858 he reached the conclusion that the French bourgeoisie, indeed the upper classes everywhere in Europe, had turned against their one-time hero. They knew him long since as a villain, but they deemed him a serviceable, pliant, obedient, grateful villain, and they now see and rue their mistake. He has been using them all the time that they supposed they were using him. 63. The enigma for the bourgeoisie was how to make the emperor serviceable and pliant once again, now that he controlled all the instrumentalities of coercion and they remained sans eyes, sans ears, sans teeth, sans everything. Only a popular revolution could eventually overthrow his despotic rule. The relation of Napoleon to the other social classes can be treated more briefly. Immediately following the oft-quoted remark that Bonapartist state power is not suspended in mid-air, Marx asserted, Bonaparte represents a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that, the small holding peasantry. But he proceeded to make clear that Napoleon represented the peasants only in the sense that they gave him their votes in the hope he would look after their interests. The isolated, almost self-sufficient nature of French peasant life precluded any political mobilization sufficient to enforce that hope in real life. The identity of their interests, Marx observed, begets no community, no national bond and no political organization among them. They are consequently incapable of enforcing their class interests in their own name, whether through a parliament or through a convention. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against the other classes and sends them rain and sunshine from above. The political influence of the small holding peasants, therefore, finds its final expression in the executive power subordinating society to itself. 64. Here Marx left off his teasing to make his serious point: the French peasantry cannot rule as a class, their votes have simply helped to create the independent power that rules over them. By its very nature, he added, small holding property forms a suitable basis for an all-powerful and innumerable bureaucracy, a thought that must have lingered in his mind as he took up the study of Asian societies a few months later. 65. Marx could not resist one final tease. Just as he made Napoleon represent the peasantry, as well as being the representative of the middle class, so finally we learn that, above all, Bonaparte looks on himself as the chief of the Society of December 10, as the representative of the lumpen proletariat. This society had been formed in 1849 to promote the political fortunes of Napoleon, 10,000 rogues who are to play the part of the people, as Nick Bottom that of the lion. Elaborating on its social position, Marx outdid himself in scorn. Alongside decayed roués with dubious means of subsistence and of dubious origin, alongside ruined and adventurous offshoots of the bourgeoisie, were vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, rogues, mountebanks, lazzaroni, pickpockets, tricksters, gamblers, maquereaux, brothel keepers, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers. Beggars, in short, the whole indefinite, disintegrated mass, thrown hither and thither, which the French term la bohème. 66. Whenever Napoleon spoke in public or traveled, elements of this society always turned up to improvise a public for him, stage public enthusi. ASM, roar vive l'empereur, insult and beat up republicans, of course under the protection of the police. Incipient political party as well as incipient Sturmabteilung, the Society of December 10 provided Napoleon with his most loyal support. As chief of the lumpenproletariat, he recognizes in this scum, offal, refuse of all classes the only class upon which he can base himself unconditionally. Even more pointedly, Marx declared, the French bourgeoisie balked at the rule of the working proletariat. It has brought the lumpenproletariat to power. With the chief of the Society of December 10 at the head. 67. Curiously, perhaps, no writer has yet cited these lines as proof that France was ruled by the lumpenproletariat. Even the main body of the working class found itself coquetted by Napoleon. His first major act after the December coup was to restore universal suffrage, albeit in a harmless form, as we will see presently. Proclaiming his sympathy for socialist ideas, he launched various palliative schemes, such as a public subscription for the building of sites, ouvrières, or workers' settlements. For Marx, this social program amounted to dissolution of the actual workers' associations, but promises of miracles of association in the future. In a manipulative way, the French dictator sought to represent every group in the nation. Bonaparte would like to appear as the patriarchal benefactor of all classes. But he cannot give to one class without taking from another. Driven by the contradictory demands of his situation, he must spring constant surprises, thus keeping the public gaze fixed on him. 68. Thus the Napoleonic state was manifestly not suspended in mid-air. Its success was intimately related to the condition of all social classes, to the panic and political withdrawal of the bourgeoisie, to the backwardness and gullibility of the peasantry, to the rascally opportunism of the lumpen proletariat, and to the temporary exhaustion of the as yet immature proletariat. But at the same time, none of these classes actually ruled or was capable of ruling. Bonapartism marked the ultimate success of the striving for independence of a self-interested state apparatus, and thus the temporary end of political class rule. Marx summed it all up most succinctly when he wrote, it was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation. 69. It was Engels rather than Marx who first extended the concept of Bonapartism to Germany. The informal division of labor worked out between them usually left German affairs in the hands of the younger man. From the beginning, Engels also showed more interest than his partner in the manipulative features of Bonapartism, especially in the cynical use of 57. Universal suffrage to gain democratic legitimacy for the regime without exposing it to the hazards of genuine popular control. In Engels' letters to Marx during December 1851 we find a running commentary exposing Napoleon's fraud in the first of these elections. What can come of the ridiculous elections. Engels asked. No press, no meetings, martial law in abundance, and on the top of it all the order to provide a DEP. UD in 14 days. With 2/3 of the country under martial law. He suggested, the authorities would invent pretexts to close down the polling places in hostile districts, ballot boxes would be stuffed, then the predictable errors in counting the ballots, all this would assure Napoleon an overwhelming victory. 70 in an 1865 polemic address to the nascent German workers' movement. Engels was concerned to expose the idiosyncratic views of its leader, Ferdinand Lassalle, in particular his indifference to political rights and parliamentary government, oddly combined with a limitless faith in universal suffrage. Pointing to the Bonapartist regime across the Rhine, and analyzing its socio-political structure very much as Marx had done, Engels added, with regard to universal and direct suffrage, one need only go to France to be convinced of the harm. Less elections it is possible to hold on this basis in a country with a large and stupid rural population, a well-organized bureaucracy and a tightly controlled press, in a country where there are absolutely no political meetings and where associations are satisfactorily suppressed by the police. Under such conditions, he concluded, it is almost impossible to vote for an opposition candidate, and universal suffrage becomes not a weapon for the proletariat but a trap. 71 One cannot help wondering what choice comments Engels would offer on the way universal suffrage is used in present-day communist countries. In an event, in April 1866, when the hitherto ultra-reactionary Prussian statesman, Otto von Bismarck, proposed universal suffrage as the basis for reorganizing German political life, Engels immediately caught the strong scent of Bonapartism coming from Berlin. He commented to Marx, "So Bismarck has made his universal suffrage coup, even though without his Lassalle. It looks as if the German bourgeois will agree to it after some token resistance, for after all Bonapartism is the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. It is becoming clearer and clearer to me that the bourgeoisie has not the stuff in it for ruling directly itself, and that therefore where no oligarchy, as here in England, can take over for good pay the management of state and society in the interest of the bourgeoisie, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It carries out the great material interests of the bourgeoisie, even against the bourgeoisie itself, allowing it no share of the real power." 72. Ill at the time, Marx did not respond to Engels' suggestion that Bonapartism was the wave of the future, but in 1871, after the Franco-Prussian War had made it possible for Bismarck to crown his imitation with the proclamation of the German Empire, Marx announced testily that Bonapartism has in fact, on the European continent at least, become the only possible state form in which the appropriating class can continue to sway it over the producing class. 73. The following year Engels summed up the chief characteristics of Bismarck's imitation in a remarkably trenchant passage that deserves full quotation. In Prussia, there exists side by side with the Landowning aristocracy, which is still powerful, a comparatively young and extremely cowardly bourgeoisie, which up to the present has not won either direct political domination, as in France, or more or less indirect domination as in England. Side by side with these two classes, however, there exists a rapidly increasing proletariat which is intellectually highly developed and which is becoming more and more organized every day. We therefore find here, alongside of the basic condition of the old absolute monarchy, an equilibrium between the landed aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, the basic condition of Modern Bonapartism, an equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But both in the old absolute monarchy and in the modern Bonapartist monarchy, the real governmental authority lies in the hands of a special caste of army officers and state officials. In Prussia, this caste is replenished partly from its own ranks, partly from the lesser primogenitary aristocracy. The independence of this caste, which appears to occupy a position outside and, so to speak, above society, gives the state the semblance of independence in relation to society. The state form which has developed with the necessary consistency in Prussia, and, following the Prussian example, in the new Reich Constitution of Germany, out of these contradictory social conditions is pseudo-constitutionalism, a form which is at once both the present-day form of the dissolution of the old absolute monarchy and the form of existence of the Bonapartist monarchy. 74. Here Engels described Bismarck's parasite state in exactly the same terms Marx had used for Napoleon's, as one in which real governmental authority is denied to any social class and rests instead in the hands of a special caste of military and civil officials. Such a state does not really stand above society in any Hegelian sense, since its existence depends on a particular and temporary equilibrium of class forces, but it does stand above the classes themselves, dominating all of civil society as an independent power ruling in its own interest. The peculiarity of the German case, as Engels pinpointed masterfully, lay in the direct transition from the absolutist parasite state to the Bonapartist one, without any intervening period of political rule by a social class. Consequently, the Bismarckian state contained elements of both a legitimate monarch rather than an adventurer turned emperor, but a similar pseudo-constitutionalism with its manipulative use of universal suffrage. In a later writing, Engels pointed to the features of the Reich Constitution that he had in mind in using the word pseudo. The Reich Chancellor and his ministers were nominated by the King of Prussia independently of any parliamentary majority. The independence of the army from parliament was retained in relation to the Reichstag. But the members of the Reichstag could console themselves for this by the uplifting thought that they had been elected by universal suffrage. Marx employed similar language when he described the Bonapartist state in Germany, his pithiest characterization occurring within a single sentence: a bureaucratically carpentered and police-guarded military despotism, embellished with parliamentary forms, alloyed with a feudal admixture, and at the same time already influenced by the bourgeoisie. 75. If Engels' attention was drawn especially to the manipulative features of the Bonapartist state, Marx's instincts drew him back again and again to what he conceived as its core, the military and bureaucratic apparatus. We could find no better way to round out his conception of Bonapartism than to turn to the justly famous passage in the 18th Brumaire, where in densely packed prose Marx described the historical emergence and eventual triumph of the state apparatus in France. This executive power, with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, with its extensive and artificial state machinery, with a host of officials numbering 500,000, besides an army of an other 500,000, this appalling parasitic body, which enmeshes the body of French society like a net and chokes all its pores, sprang up in the days of the absolute monarchy, with the decay of the feudal system, which had helped to hasten the seigneurial privileges of the landowners, and towns became transformed into so many attributes of the state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials, and the motley pattern of conflicting medieval plenary powers into the regulated plan of a state authority whose work is divided and centralized as in a factory. The first French Revolution, with its task of breaking all separate local, territorial, urban and provincial powers. In order to create the civil unity of the nation, was bound to develop what the absolute monarchy had begun, the centralization. But at the same time the extent, the attributes, and the agents of governmental power. Napoleon perfected the state machinery. The legitimatist monarchy and the July monarchy added nothing but a greater division of labor, growing in the same measure as the division of labor within bourgeois society created new groups of interests, and, therefore, new material for state administration. Every common interest was straightway severed from society, counter-posed to it as a higher, general interest, snatched from the activity of society's members themselves and made an object of government activity, whether it was a bridge, a schoolhouse, and the communal property of a village community, or the railways, the national wealth and the National University of France. Finally, in its struggle against the revolution, the parliamentary republic found itself compelled to strengthen, along with the repressive measures, the resources and centralization of governmental power. All revolutions perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The parties that contended in turn for domination regarded the possession of this huge state edifice as the principal spoils of the victor. But under the absolute monarchy, during the first revolution, under Napoleon, bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the parliamentary republic, it was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power of its own. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent. As against civil society, the state machine has consolidated its position so thoroughly that the chief of the Society of December 10 suffices for its head. 76. Interestingly, Marx seemed to find at least some historically progressive function and justification for the swelling state machinery prior to the Second Empire. First it prepared the way for bourgeois rule, then it served that class rule as a direct instrument. But it continually strove for power on its own, and when that striving met with ultimate success, under Louis Napoleon, the bureaucratic state ceased to serve any historical purpose at all for Marx. Pursuing its own interests alone, it became purely parasitic, a drag on further social development. Marx's imagery in referring to this appalling parasitic body grew unremittingly negative and hostile, a net enmeshing the body of French society, a ubiquity to parasite feeding on the vitals of France, a deadening incubus, a boa constrictor entoiling the social body, and so forth. 77. All of Marx's animus toward the parasite state came to a focus in his dramatic assertion, all revolutions perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The coming proletarian revolution, he went on to prophesy, would bring about the demolition of the state machine, such that the entire edifice will fall to the ground. 78. The intensity of his language reveals a passionate hatred of bureaucracy that pervades Marx's political writings from the time of the Zeitung to his final days. It is a sad irony that such a man should come to be identified nowadays on both sides of the East-West divide with the idea of bureaucratically administered state socialism. If the truth were known, today's strict laissez-faire conservatives might find a certain dread spirit in a man who laments that every common social endeavor, from a schoolhouse to a bridge to a university, must become an object of governmental activity, who deplores the helpless dependence of a body politic where the state enmeshes, controls, regulates, superintends, and tutors everything, or who elsewhere can quote Edmund Burke in full sympathy on the littleness, the close and abject spirit of bureaucracy, who can denounce his native Prussia contemptuously as a land where you can neither live nor die, nor marry, nor write letters, nor think, nor print, nor take to business, nor teach, nor be taught, nor get up a meeting, nor build a manufactory, nor emigrate, nor do anything without oberkeitlich Erlaubnis permission on the part of the authorities. 79. How Marx reconciled his hatred of bureaucracy with his socialism, how he imagined a highly developed and socially owned economy could be administered without bureaucrats, is a question that will be addressed at considerable length later in this volume. The experience of Bonapartism even seemed to give Marx second thoughts about the value of centralization. Having grown up in Restoration Germany where the need for central institutions was so apparent, Marx consistently equated centralizing processes with historical advance meant until Napoleon's triumph made him begin to rethink and modify 62. His views. Already in the 18th Brumaire he announced, the centralization of the state that modern society requires arises only on the ruins of the military bureaucratic government machinery which was forged in opposition to feudalism. He added that bureaucracy is only the low and brutal form of a centralization that is still afflicted with its opposite. With feudalism, a discrimination that will be of use when we examine the whole question of centralism versus decentralism in Chapter 5. 80. Most frequently, as we have witnessed, Marx and Engels used the word caste in referring to the Bonapartist officialdom. Their writings include no discussion of terminological alternatives, and it seems clear that, as in the case of absolutism, they chose the word for its pejorative connotation, rather than with any intent to be technically precise. 81. As between the military and civil officials, Marx obviously believed the former to occupy a more powerful position since he spoke of the rule of the praetorians, and even speculated that the generals might get rid of the emperor if their interests diverged. The military officials after all held the monopoly on the means of violence that, given the temporary equilibrium of class forces, ensured the parasite state's dominance over civil society. Dominance over civil society at large was the central and distinguishing characteristic of the parasite state in all its varieties. It is clear Marx never forgot how he thought about the state in 1843. Like the absolutist regime he had in mind at that time, the Oriental and Bonapartist states were composed of a caste of professional soldiers and bureaucrats, supposedly serving the general interests of society but in fact estranged from it as its alienated social power and serving their own interests through a state apparatus they regarded as their own private property. The mature Marx would add that in all its varieties the parasite state rested on a predominantly agricultural society in which the mass of the population was formed by isolated, ignorant, and nearly self-sufficient peasants, who could be bullied, duped, and milked by the powerful and remote state apparatus. In the case of Oriental despotism, the state and the peasantry were the sole elements in the social equation. European absolutism and Bonapartism involved more complex and dynamic societies with other social classes and a class conflict temporarily in stalemate. Absolutism arose out of the equilibrium of nobility and bourgeoisie, Bonapartism out of a parallel equilibrium between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Both these latter forms, because they rested on dynamic societies, were but passing phenomena, while Oriental despotism remained stable and unchanging through the ages. The parasite states as a group stood clearly apart from the class states, where the coercive machinery served as mere instrument for the overt political rule of a possessing class. Oriental despotism required no possessing class at all, unless one wanted to define it as the state bureaucracy, which in some sense collectively owned the means of production. In the Occident, where class rule was the norm, the parasite states appeared during exceptional periods as a force superior to the ruling and ruled classes alike. Even then, however, the possessing classes retained their property rights, their social power, which placed the labor of the exploited classes, and most of the surplus product, at their command. Inus. Much as the parasite state recognized and enforced these property rights, it remained an engine of class oppression even though not controlled by the possessing class. This was the sense of Engels' assertion in The Origin of the Family that the state in all typical periods is exclusively the state of the ruling class, and in all cases remains essentially a machine for keeping down the oppressed, exploited class, emphasis added. 82 The two categories of states were also seemingly independent of society in two different senses: parasite states because they were shaped by the particular society that gave them birth, class states for this same broad reason, but also more specifically because they served as coercive instruments for one part of society against another. A final reflection may be in order which is implicit in Marx and Engels' thinking, though they did not say it themselves. A state apparatus can strive for independence from the possessing class only where it is distinct from that class, where it is composed of professional soldiers and bureaucrats whose primary interests derive from career rather than property. Prior to modern times in the West, the business of running the state was likely to be a part-time activity for the possessing class itself. Typically, at least ancient slave owner citizens and medieval nobles did their own fighting and their own administering. Under these circumstances, a divergence of interest between the possessing class and the warrior class would have been quite impossible. They were one and the same body of men. It was the further subdivision of labor in modern times, in particular the professionalization of governmental functions, that opened up the possibility of such a divergence. Unlike previous possessing classes, the bourgeoisie was not disposed by tradition or inclination to do its own fighting. Maximizing profits normally meant leaving such tasks to others. 83. The career officials who began to perform governmental functions on a full-time professional basis now formed a new branch in society's general division of labor and thus acquired particular caste interests of their own, overlapping with but distinct from the interests of the possessing classes. The parasite state in the West has been largely a product of the bourgeois epoch broadly defined, the bourgeois class state. This chapter will be devoted entirely to bourgeois forms of the class state. Marx and Engels' views on ancient and medieval class states could doubtless be reconstructed, as we have done in the case of absolutism. But the two men showed little interest in these long expended political forms, and their opinions in turn have provoked little controversy. The opposite would have to be said about their concept of bourgeois class rule, which seems destined to be debated endlessly. Perhaps the reason for the disparity lies in the fact that the states of classical antiquity and feudal Europe never pretended to give their lower classes slaves or serfs equal political rights. Class privilege and class rule were embedded in the law itself, quite nakedly and without disguise. But when Marx and Engels argue that modern political forms incorporate a new class oligarchy, the case seems more difficult. Has not legal equality put an end to class privilege? Has not democracy made class rule a thing of the past? Throughout the Cold War the system of free enterprise has inevitably been linked by its defenders with democracy, and just as inevitably have its communist opponents linked capitalism with bourgeois democracy. It is a gross error, albeit a very common one on both sides. of the ideological divide, to read back this linkage into the ideas of Marx and Engels, to suppose that they also associated parliamentary democracy with the rule of the bourgeoisie. It is true that they sometimes spoke of the democratic republic as the highest or last political form of bourgeois society, and as the most consistent according to the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but they by no means regarded it as the most typical form or the form preferred by the bourgeoisie as a whole. For them the garden variety of bourgeois rule was an oligarchy of property owners under a constitutional monarchy. The demand for a democratic republic they might associate with the most radical segment of the 1. bourgeoisie, more often with the petty bourgeoisie, but it figured as a demand in which the proletariat was vitally interested as well. No doubt, they believed it possible for the bourgeoisie to rule in a democratic republic, but only so long as the victims of capitalism did not yet form a conscious majority, and such rule was therefore inherently unstable and transitory, at least in Europe. Bourgeois democracy is not a term one encounters frequently in their writings, 20th century assumptions. To the contrary, and for the simple reason that they found it a rare bird. Only in America did the two men recognize such democracy as more than a passing phenomenon, and to explain this exception it is highly interesting to find them once again invoking the idea of the parasite state. Let us start off, however, in the Old World. At the time Marx and Engels set down the familiar manifesto assertion that the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, they could not have been thinking of democratic governments, for even the most advanced European states were still oligarchies of wealth in which the mass of the population could neither vote nor hold office. Equality before the law did not extend to the rights of active citizenship. Very likely the regime they had in mind was the current July monarchy in France, where only the richest 200,000 citizens, approximately 3% of the adult male population, were entitled to vote and hold office. The contemporaneous Belgian constitution was copied almost verbatim from the French, while in Britain, the only notable differences in this regard were a somewhat broader franchise. After 1832 approximately 12% of the adult male population could vote, and a firmer parliamentary control over the executive. Tip. 2 Engels' draft of the manifesto, as we saw in Volume 1, spelled out bourgeois rule very clearly in these terms. Having become the first class in society, the bourgeoisie proclaimed itself also the first class in the political sphere. It did this by establishing the representative system, which rests upon civil equality before the law, the legal recognition of free competition, and which, in European countries was introduced in the form of constitutional monarchy. Under these constitutional monarchies those only are electors who possess a certain amount of capital, that is to say, the bourgeois. These bourgeois electors elect the deputies, and these bourgeois deputies, by means of the right to refuse taxes, elect a bourgeois government. 3. 66. 4 decades later, in The Origin of the Family, Engels still referred to the political recognition of property distinctions as the typical, if not essential, accoutrement of class rule. In most of the historical states, the rights of citizens are portioned according to their wealth, thus directly expressing the fact that the state is an organization of the possessing class for its protection against the non-possessing class. It was so already in the Athenian and Roman classification according to property. It was so in the medieval feudal state, in which the alignment of political power was in conformity with the amount of land owned. It is seen in the electoral qualifications of the modem representative states. 4. Thus Marx and Engels were not nearly as concerned as their 20th century followers to unmask bourgeois class rule hiding behind democratic forms. In their day class rule generally wore no such mask. 2. Often nowadays we have forgotten that 19th century parliamentary governments where the franchise was restricted by law were oligarchies of wealth, as naked and undisguised as the oligarchy of citizen slave owners in the classical polis or the oligarchy of titled aristocrats in medieval Europe. It may also be recalled from Volume 1 that in 1848 Marx and Engels expected the German bourgeoisie to create precisely such an oligarchy of wealth. It was against such class rule that they advanced the demand for a unitary and indivisible republic based on universal suffrage in their demands of the Communist Party in Germany. The democratic republic was conceived by them not as a vehicle of bourgeois rule but, on the contrary, as a means by which the alliance of the majority classes, workers, peasants, petty bourgeois could struggle against bourgeois rule. Initially the two men had the same hopes for the February Republic established in France. In more advanced Britain they expected the winning of democracy, in the form of the People's Charter, to produce forthwith the rule of the proletariat. 5. Everywhere in these early years, they conceived democracy as a weapon against bourgeois rule and, as we will see, developments in the second half of the century did not really change their views profoundly. Let us now look at how they portrayed bourgeois class rule in the only 3 large countries where they found it to exist during their lifetimes: Great Britain, France, the United States. At the same time we can deepen our understanding of their attitude toward democratic forms per se, which they conceived to undermine more often than sustain the rule of the bourgeoisie. Great Britain. When they addressed human history as a whole, Marx and Engels were capable of setting forth sweeping and categorical assertions about the class character of the state. The Communist Manifesto, as just quoted, found the modern state but a committee, and elsewhere declared that political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. Anti-Düring defined the state historically as an organization of the particular class, which was pro tempore the exploiting class. The origin of the family reduced the state to a machine for holding down the oppressed, exploited class. 6. Since these writings also have been traditionally the most easily accessible and widely read, they have given a widespread impression of simplistic and doctrinaire minds at work. iPhone proceeds more systematically, however, by assembling Marx and Engels' diverse comments on particular states. A very different impression emerges, as we have already seen in the previous chapter. Not only did they find some states to be free from class control, but even among those that were not they perceived many variations and subtle mixtures. Nowhere can this be observed better than in the case of Great Britain. For Marx and Engels, the modern bourgeois oligarchy in Great Britain developed, to be sure, out of the 17th century revolutions, but not in a cut and dried overthrow of aristocratic rule. Rather they depicted 1688 as a compromise between a bourgeoisie, grown wealthy from trade and banking, and a segment of the high aristocracy that was involved in commercial agriculture and that had partly embraced bourgeois values. The great puzzle of the conservative character of the English Revolution, Marx observed, is in fact explained by the lasting alliance of the bourgeoisie with the great landowners, an alliance which fundamentally distinguishes the English from the French Revolution, the latter having destroyed large landed property by dividing it up into small holdings. 7. Engels offered elaboration on the background of this distinctive alliance. Fortunately for England, the old feudal barons had killed one another during the Wars of the Roses. Their successors, though mostly scions of the old families, had been so much out of the direct line of descent that they constituted quite a new body, with habit and tendencies far more bourgeois than feudal. They fully understood the value of money, and at once began to increase their rents by turning hundreds of small farmers out and replacing them by sheep. Henry VIII, while squandering the church lands, created fresh bourgeois landlords by wholesale, the innumerable confiscations of estates, regranted to absolute or relative upstarts, and continued during the whole of the 17th century, had the same result. Consequently, ever since Henry VII, there had always been a section of the great landowners willing, from economical or political reasons, to cooperate with the leading men of the financial and industrial bourgeoisie. From the time of the Glorious Revolution, then, the bourgeoisie was a humble, but still a recognized component of the ruling classes of England. A humble component of an alliance in which the senior partners were commercially oriented aristocrats. This view fits, if not perfectly, at least far more comfortably with modern scholarship than the simple stereotype of bourgeois revolution so often associated with Marx's name. Throughout the next century the bourgeoisie gradually improved the terms of this partnership until by the 1830s their numbers and wealth, phenomenally multiplied by the Industrial Revolution, they finally became the senior partners themselves by means of the Great Reform Act of 1832, and proceeded to drive the point home with the repeal in 1846 of the Com Laws which protected British grain producers from foreign competition. The Tory party opposed these historic changes, while the Whigs embraced them. As Marx perceived it, writing in the 1850s, the Tories represent the squireocracy, they are the Junker party, if you will. 9. They profess to admire the English Constitution as the eighth wonder of the world, and present themselves as enthusiasts for the throne, the High Church, the privileges and liberties of the British subject. The fatal year, 1846, with its repeal of the Corn Laws, and the shout of distress which this repeal forced from the Tories, proved that they were enthusiasts for nothing but the rent of land, and at the same time disclosed the secret of their attachment to the political and religious institutions of Old England. These institutions are the very best institutions, with the help of which the large landed property, the landed interest, has hitherto ruled England, and even now seeks to maintain its rule. The Tory party recruits its voting support from the farmers, who either have not yet lost the habit of following their landlords as their natural superiors, or who are economically dependent upon them. 10. By contrast, the Whigs speak for that segment of the aristocracy that has allied itself with the bourgeoisie, though its role in the alliance Marx found utterly transformed by the 1850s. The Whigs, as well as the Tories, form a fraction of the large landed property of Great Britain. Nay, the oldest, richest and most arrogant portion of English landed property is the very nucleus of the Whig party. What, then, distinguishes them from the Tories? The Whigs are the aristocratic representatives of the bourgeoisie, of the industrial and commercial middle class. Under the condition that the bourgeoisie should abandon to them, to an oligarchy of aristocratic families, the monopoly of government and the exclusive possession of office, they make to the middle class, and assist it in conquering all those concessions, which in the course of social and political development have shown themselves to have become unavoidable and undeniable. find no other distinctive mark of Whigdom but the maintenance of their family oligarchy. The interests and principles which they represent besides, from time to time, do not belong to the Whigs, they are forced upon them by the development of the industrial and commercial class, the bourgeoisie. After 1688 we find them united with the bankocracy, just then rising into importance, as we find them in 1846, united with the millocracy. 11. The millocracy clearly now figured as the senior partner in this class alliance, as Marx confirmed in another article where he referred to the Whig oligarchy as the governing caste, which in England is by no means the same as the ruling class. Engels struck a similar note as late as 1892, when he observed that in England, the bourgeoisie never held undivided sway. Even the victory of 1832 left the landed aristocracy in almost exclusive possession of all the leading government offices. He explained this survival in interesting psychological terms: the English bourgeoisie are, up to the present day, so deeply penetrated by a sense of their social inferiority that they keep up, at their own expense and that of the nation, an ornamental caste of drones to represent the nation worthily at all state functions. 12. Although both Marx and Engels' characterizations suggest elements of the parasite state, neither man depicted the Whig aristocrats after 1832 as possessing any longer much will of their own. They served principally as representatives of another class, as drones to ornament the rule of the bourgeoisie. In virtually all their articles of the 1850s, Marx and Engels stressed the undemocratic character of British politics, pointing repeatedly to the open ballot, intimidation, and bribery that accounted for so much of the surviving aristocratic influence in the House of Commons, and pointing especially to the property qualifications for voters which ensured a vote-less majority, the voteless mass that stood outside the electoral system. Even after the 1832 reforms. 13. For years the two men clung to the vain hope for a Chartist revival which would press once more for full democratization. In 1852 Marx wrote of universal suffrage, as Engels had done so often before, as the very touchstone of proletarian victory in Britain. Universal suffrage is the equivalent for political power for the working class of England, where the proletariat forms the large majority of the population, where, in a long, though underground civil war, it has gained a clear consciousness of its position as a class, and where even the rural districts know no longer any peasants, but only landlords, industrial capitalists, farmers, and hired labor. ERS. The carrying of universal suffrage in England would, therefore, be a far more socialistic measure than anything which has been honored with that name on the continent. Its inevitable result, here, is the political supremacy of the working class. 14. During the middle third of the 19th century, the heyday of bourgeois rule in Britain, Marx and Engels never described the government there as a bourgeois democracy. On the contrary, they stressed its oligarchic character and conceived of democracy as the way to overturn it. Renewed suffrage agitation in the 1860s produced the Reform Act of 1867, a milestone in Britain's democratization. While still withholding universal suffrage, the Act did extend the franchise to a full third of the adult male population, and in such a way as to include more than half of the urban working class. Ironically, it was the Tories who sponsored this measure, though not out of democratic enthusiasm. Seeing that some extension was unavoidable, they hoped that by enfranchising the urban proletariat class enemy of their class enemy they could garner a harvest of grateful ballots. Initially this dangerous game worked, but the Whigs or Liberals, as they now called themselves, learned quickly, and the bourgeois class state soon outdid their rivals in the competition for plebeian votes, much to the disappointment of Marx and Engels. Yet at a deeper level, the reform of 1867 introduced a permanent element of instability into the bourgeois political order in Britain, for henceforth its security rested on the demagogic ability of the two major parties to keep working-class voters within the fold. Henceforth that order could continue only because, as Marx put it in 1880, the English working class know not how to wield their power and use their liberties, both of which they possess legally. 15. Correspondingly, for Marx and Engels, the prime need of the British proletariat, now more than ever before, was a party of its own. In an 1881 appeal entitled, "A Working Man's Party," Engels spelled out his hopes in a way that neatly reveals his assumptions concerning the British political system. There never was a more widespread feeling in England than now, that the old parties are doomed, that the old shibboleths have become meaningless. Thinking men of all classes begin to see that a new line must be struck out, and that this line can only be in the direction of democracy. But in England, where the industrial and agricultural working class forms the immense majority of the people, democracy means the dominion of the working class, neither more nor less. Let, then, that working class prepare itself for the task in store for it, the ruling of this great empire. Let them understand the responsibilities which inevitably will fall to their share. And the best way to do this is to use the power already in their hands, the actual majority they possess in every large town in the kingdom, to send to Parliament men of their own order. With the present household suffrage, 40 or 50 working men might easily be sent to St. Stephen's, where such an infusion of entirely new blood is very much wanted indeed. With such a voting bloc in Parliament, Engels went on to say, the working class could determine the outcome of most reform legislation, including further democratization that would in turn strengthen their representation there. The work people of England, he concluded, have but to will, and they are the masters to carry every reform, social and political, which their situation requires. 16. Neither Engels nor his part ever regarded the British workers' right to vote as mere du Paris, as they contemptuously labelled the French workers' right to vote under Louis Napoleon, for in Britain the franchise was linked with the freedom to organize and with a sovereign parliament. To the extent that the bourgeoisie allowed the country to be democratized, it undermined its own rule. Bourgeois democracy was a formula for self-destruction. As we will see, this was really Marx and Engels' position everywhere on the matter of bourgeois democracy. And it opened the door for the first time to the possibility of a legal and peaceful achievement of communism, which will be the subject of Chapter 10. All this is not to say Marx and Engels were oblivious to the legal restrictions and informal practices that kept bourgeois democracy less than fully democratic, and that tended to keep working-class voting strength from reaching its full potential. On the contrary, they called attention to such matters frequently, even in the last months of his life. For example, Engels complained to an American correspondent about the situation in Britain. So-called democracy here is very much restricted by indirect barriers. A periodical costs a terrible amount of money, a parliamentary candidature ditto, living the life of an MP ditto, if only on account of the enormous correspondence entailed. A checking up of the miserably kept electoral register likewise costs a lot, and so far only the two official parties can afford the expense. Anyone, therefore, who does not sign up with either of these parties has little chance of getting on the election list of candidates. In all these respects, people here are a long way behind the continent, and are beginning to notice this. Furthermore, we have no second ballots here, and a relative majority, or, as you Americans say, plurality, suffices. At the same time, everything is arranged for only two parties. A third party can at most turn the scales in favor of one of the other two until it equals them in strength. The point is, however, that Engels manifestly did not regard these obstacles to be so severe as to close the legal avenue to power. He had by this time lived long enough to greet the formation of the independent Labour Party in Britain and take pride in its first electoral successes. His confidence shines forth in the concluding sentence of this letter: "Yet here, as in your country, once the workers know what they want, the state, the land, industry, and everything else will be theirs." 17. Ironically, perhaps, neither Marx nor Engels seems to have worried about the possibility that in the end the British proletariat might, like the bourgeoisie before it, settle for a partnership, or that a parallel sense of social inferiority might induce it to accept much less than was its due. France. If Britain moved toward democratic institutions in steady incremental steps, nonetheless by the end of Marx and Engels lived some restrictions on voting rights lingered on, not to mention the monarchy and House of Lords. France, by contrast, moved toward democracy in spasms and had produced no fewer than 3 democratic republics by the end of the 19th century, all of which provides us with an unparalleled opportunity to explore what relationship Marx and Engels perceived between the democratic republic as a form and the rule of the bourgeoisie. What we will discover is, far from seeing the democratic republic as the preferred or typical form of bourgeois rule in France, the two men regarded it as something forced upon that class on each of 3 separate occasions by pressure from below. In the first 2 cases the bourgeoisie then eviscerated and scuttled the republic as soon as it could. In the last case it gradually learned to live with democratic institutions, but only after having eradicated the proletarian danger at the outset through the suppression of the Paris Commune. As soon as the workers' movement developed into a threatening power once again, odds would be 10 to 1, according to Engels, that the bourgeoisie would scuttle the Third Republic as well, or in any event try to do so. The democratic republic was the highest or last form of bourgeois rule, not because it was the one most preferred by the bourgeoisie, but because it was the one forced upon it when the strength of the masses reached a certain point. Thus, it was the form under which bourgeois rule would come to an end and the rule of the proletariat begin. To start with the First Republic, Marx and Engels always regarded the democratic Jacobin constitution of 1793 as the work of the urban lower classes, the sans-culottes, among whom modern proletarians formed but a small element. It was the more moderate but highly oligarchic constitutions of 1791 and 1795 that sprang from the wealthy bourgeoisie. In effect, for them, the bourgeoisie lost control of the revolution in 1792 and regained it only after the Thermidoric reaction of 1794, which is not to say the Jacobins had any chance of going seriously beyond the bourgeois order of things. All that these plebeian Democrats really accomplished, as Engels put it, was to lead the bourgeois revolution to victory in spite of the bourgeoisie themselves. 18. Marx explained that in 1789, the bourgeoisie was the class that really headed the movement. The proletariat and the non-bourgeois strata of the middle class had either not yet any interests separate from those of the bourgeoisie, or They did not yet constitute independent classes or class subdivisions. Therefore, where they opposed the bourgeoisie, as they did in France in 1793 and 1794, they fought only for the attainment of the aims of the bourgeoisie, even if not in the manner of the bourgeoisie. All French terrorism was nothing but a plebeian way of dealing with the enemies of the bourgeoisie, absolutism, feudalism, and philistinism. In another writing, Marx added that material conditions had not yet developed sufficiently to make possible the definitive overthrow of the bourgeoisie, and thus the Jacobin Republic could be only an episode in the service of the bourgeoisie revolution itself. The terror in France could thus by its mighty hammer blows only serve to spirit away, as it were, the ruins of feudalism from French soil. The timidly considerate bourgeoisie would not have accomplished this task in decades 19. While thus it served the bourgeois cause unwittingly, the Jacobin Republic was nonetheless created by the lower classes at a point where they opposed the bourgeoisie and sought to create a political form that would serve plebeian interests. As soon as bourgeois elements regained control in 1794, they scuttled the Jacobin Republic as quickly as possible, creating the so-called Directory, whose electoral law was adapted from the original Constitution of 1791 and prescribed property qualifications so high that only the richest 25,000 Frenchmen were able to stand as candidates for the legislature. Oligarchy, not democracy, was the preferred form of the French revolutionary bourgeoisie. In broader terms, the plebeian republic figured as a transition between absolute monarchy and the kind of constitutional monarchy through which the French bourgeoisie, by means of property qualifications, became accustomed to govern. 20. With the restoration of 1815, as Marx saw it, political power devolved upon big landed property under the restored Bourbon dynasty and under a new constitution that limited voting rights to the wealthiest 100,000 property owners. But landed property no longer implied feudal rule, since the pre-1789 legal system was not restored and since much of the land itself had fallen into the hands of bourgeois families. Thus large landed property, despite its feudal coquetry and pride of race, has been rendered thoroughly bourgeois by the development of modern society. It now figured for Marx simply as the legitimist faction of the bourgeoisie. This oligarchy was then overturned by the July Revolution of 1830 to make room for the reign of Louis Philippe, Duke of Orleans, and the rule of the wealthiest 200,000 property owners. The plutocrats of high finance, large-scale industry, large-scale trade. That is, capital, with its retinue of lawyers, professors, and smooth-tongued orators, who henceforth became for Marx the Orleanist faction of the party of order. 21. Under Louis Philippe, in fact, Marx perceived the est form of bourgeois rule. The July monarchy was nothing but a joint stock company for the exploitation of France's national wealth, the dividends of which were divided among ministers, chambers, 240,000 voters, and their adherents. In this monarchy the new aristocracy of finance sat on the throne. It dictated laws in the chambers, it distributed public offices, from cabinet portfolios to tobacco bureau posts. 22. The extremely narrow franchise still excluded whole layers of the bourgeoisie itself, some of which now embraced republicanism, though not necessarily universal suffrage, in the period leading up to the 1848 Revolution. Coalescing around the newspaper, National, this Republican faction of the bourgeoisie appeared to Marx not to be held together by great common interests and marked off by specific conditions of production. It was a clique of Republican-minded bourgeois, writers, lawyers, OFFI, Sirs and officials 23. Also opposed to the July monarchy were the petty bourgeois or democratic republicans, heirs of the Jacobin tradition, grouped around a newspaper, Reform. Finally there was the proletariat itself, which played the key role in the February Revolution and especially in its most radical achievement, the proclamation of a republic based on universal suffrage. The provisional government which emerged from the February barricades necessarily mirrored in its composition the different parties which shared in the victory, that is, the Republican faction of the bourgeoisie, the Democratic Republican petty bourgeoisie, and the Red Republican proletariat, whose representatives on the provisional government were Louis Blanc and Albert. By insisting upon a democratic republic, the proletariat had won the terrain for the fight for its revolutionary emancipation, but by no means this emancipation itself. With the achievement of universal suffrage, instead of only a few factions of the bourgeoisie, all classes of French society were suddenly hurled into the orbit of political power. 24. Thus Marx by no means regarded the initial February Revolution or the Democratic Republic it created as the work of the bourgeoisie. Far more, it was the work of the proletariat and its petty bourgeois allies, along with which one faction of the bourgeoisie played a modest role. The initial February Republic was not depicted as a fraud or a mask for bourgeois dictatorship, but as something which hurled all classes into the orbit of political power, and as the terrain on which the proletariat could eventually emancipate itself. The peasant majority of France revealed its conservative face in the National Assembly elections of May 1848, leaving the bourgeois republicans with the upper hand in this constituent body. The provisional government was now replaced by a new executive from which all socialist influence was excluded, and which then proceeded to provoke the Parisian workers into the hopeless June insurrection. Even as Marx received news of their crushing defeat, however, he urged the readers of the Neue Zeitung not to conclude that the struggle to create the democratic republic had been futile or meaningless. The republic has bared the head of the monster by knocking off the crown which shielded and concealed it. He went on to generalize, the best form of state is that in which the social contradictions are not blurred, not arbitrarily, that is merely artificially, and therefore only seemingly, kept down. The best form of state is that in which these contradictions reach a stage of open struggle, in the course of which they are resolved. 25. The best form of state, in a word, is still the democratic republic. Once the new French rulers had settled with the proletarian threat, they went on in short order to tear out all the vital organs of the February Republic. Martial law, the state of siege, was extended from Paris to other trouble spots, until eventually half the departments of France fell under its iron grip. Then the two monarchist factions of the bourgeoisie pushed aside the weak Republican faction and passed a law in March 1849 permitting them to close down any and all political clubs. This was followed in May 1850 by a crippling press law that destroyed what little remained of the right to free speech. Marx railed repeatedly against these measures, against the gross hypocrisy of a bourgeoisie that took back in its repressive legislation virtually all the individual rights it had inscribed in its constitution. We will save further discussion of this question until Chapter 6, where Marx and Engels' views on individual rights will be analyzed at length. Finally, when the institution of universal suffrage, the very heart of democracy, began to produce threatening results in the by-elections of March 1850, it too was excised without further ado. The right to vote was restricted in such a way as to exclude, according to Marx's somewhat exaggerated estimate, 2/3 of the former electorate, as the bourgeoisie reverted to its more familiar oligarchical mode of rule. Though elected to power democratically enough, the bourgeois government had thus eviscerated the February Republic within the space of 20 months, and the Republican shell itself survived only because no monarchist alternative could be found. The two dominant factions of the bourgeoisie, Legitimist and Orleanist, could not agree which dynasty to restore, and so continued to tolerate the Republican form that was preferred by only the weakest bourgeois faction. Only under this form, Marx declared, could the two great divisions of the French bourgeoisie unite, and thus put the rule of their class instead of the regime of a privileged faction of it on the order of the day. In this sense only, the eviscerated and oligarchic republic could be said to have become the preferred form of government for the united bourgeoisie. It was the form that divided them least. 26. It was this mockery of a republic that Marx labeled variously as a bourgeois republic, a tricolor republic, or a parliamentary republic, but never as a democratic republic, and never, nota bene, as a bourgeois democracy. Surely no ground remained for regarding it as democratic. This was also the only republic Marx ever declared to be a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Contrary to widespread impressions, Marx did not regard all class government as inherently dictatorial. He distinguished between governments that ruled under some system of laws and those which ruled extra-legally or with contempt for the law. On this basis he held all provisional governments created by revolution necessarily to be dictatorships, regardless of form, as we saw in Volume 1. In the case at hand, the bourgeois government itself had declared a commissioned dictatorship to deal with the June insurgents by means of the state of siege, that is, outside the framework of ordinary law, and such states of siege, extended all around the country, became the characteristic feature of its rule. Marx really only threw back in its face what this government had proclaimed itself to be. 27. Neither Marx nor Engels ever called the American Republic a dictatorship or any British government except the Palmerston Cabinet of 1855 to 1858, of which Marx said, Palmerston's administration was not that of an ordinary cabinet. It was a dictatorship. Here is a classic exception that proves the rule. Ordinary British governments were not dictatorial, but Palmerston's high-handed personal rule, especially his penal dissolution of the House of Commons in March 1857, earned him the label. Marx and Engels used the same label often enough in regard to Louis Napoleon and Bismarck, for parallel reasons, and also to describe the capitalists' rule within the factory, as we will see presently, but they did not use it for all governments indiscriminately. One never hears, for example, of feudal dictatorship or Athenian dictatorship. 28. At all events, the martial law republic soon degenerated even further into the personal despotism of the new Napoleon. As we observed in Chapter 2, Marx summed up this process by reference to the needs of our bourgeoisie, which was compelled by its class position to annihilate, on the one hand, the vital conditions of all parliamentary power, and therefore, likewise, of its own, and to render irresistible, on the other hand, the executive power hostile to it. Once again, as in 1793, the democratic republic had proved to be but a passing phase for Europe generally. Marx now drew the notable conclusion that the republic signifies in general only the political form of the revolutionizing of bourgeois society and not its conservative form of life. 29. It could not be a conservative life form, precisely because of its democratic features, because within its political forms lay the following fundamental contradiction. the classes whose social slavery the Constitution is to perpetuate. Proletariat, peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, it puts in possession of political power through universal suffrage. And from the class whose old social power it sanctions, the bourgeoisie, it withdraws the political guarantees of this power. It forces the political rule of the bourgeoisie into democratic conditions, which at every moment help the hostile classes to victory and jeopardize the very foundations of bourgeois society. AO. Far from guaranteeing bourgeois rule, then, the democratic republic puts the masses in possession of political power, if they know how to use it, of course. As they begin to learn, the bourgeoisie simultaneously learns how dangerous democratic forms really are. It senses what Odilon Barrot, one of the bourgeois leaders of the Second Republic, recognized in despair: legality is the death of us. Soon enough legality, or in any event, democratic legality, disappears. The example of the Second French Republic thus seemed to confirm the lessons of the first and fix the pattern within which Marx thereafter thought about the republican form of government in Europe. The Third Republic, created after 2 decades of Bonapartist rule, seemed at first but a third confirmation of the same lessons, as it mindlessly repeated or appeared to repeat the history of its predecessors. As Napoleon's Pretorian rule collapsed ignominiously on the battlefield of Sedan, it was the forces of the petty bourgeoisie and proletariat in radical Paris that once again proclaimed a democratic republic in September 1870. But once again the peasant masses elected a conservative majority to the National Assembly. Once again the bourgeois executive, chosen by this assembly, provoked the Paris radicals into a showdown in which the short-lived Paris Commune was suppressed with a bitter fury that even exceeded the butchery of 1848. Once again the National Assembly then failed to restore a monarchy only because the various factions of the bourgeoisie could not agree which dynasty to restore. Small wonder, then, that Marx did not take this Third Republic very seriously. It was bound to end up eventually like its predecessors, as he insisted in the first draft of his civil war in France: the other republic can be nothing but the anonymous terrorism of all monarchical fractions, of the combined Legitimists, Orleanists, and Bonapartists to land in an empire. Quelconque as its final goal, the anonymous terror of class rule which, having done its dirty work, will always burst into an empire. Such a republic, he added in the second draft, in his still unpolished English, can only be an inter-reign 31. Marx did not, it would seem, live long enough to revise his first impressions of the Third Republic seriously. Thus from his writings about France, and from those of Engels prior to his partner's death, we may sum up their opinions about the relation between the democratic republic and the various social classes of European society. They might call it the most consistent form of bourgeois rule, insofar as it represented the most consistent application of the principles of freedom and equality, which had been worked out by the bourgeoisie in its struggle against feudalism and absolutism. On its banner it must inscribe human rights, in place of the old system of social position based on birth. Therefore, for consistency's sake, it must demand universal and direct suffrage, freedom of the press, association, and assembly. 32. Nonetheless, only the most consistent spokesmen of the bourgeoisie, notably among its scribes and orators, pressed these demands with any conviction. The bulk of the bourgeoisie preferred open class oligarchy through property qualifications under a constitutional monarchy. The call for a pure democratic republic was more frequently to be found among spokesmen of the petty bourgeoisie, who sensed that in less developed capitalist countries with lingering peasant majorities universal suffrage would give power to the little people, people like themselves. Simultaneously, however, it was a demand in which the proletariat itself was vitally concerned, because the rapidly expanding numbers of the working class would soon make it the majority class in all industrialized countries. Everywhere a democratic republic could be expected to be established eventually, either by the pressure of the petty bourgeoisie and proletariat combined or, if late enough, by the pressure of the proletariat alone, but in either case over the resistance of the high bourgeoisie. In this sense Marx and Engels could speak of the democratic republic as the highest or last form of state in bourgeois society, not because it was the most preferred by the bourgeoisie, but because it would eventually be forced upon that class by pressure from below. At the end of his life Engels remembered, "For 40 years Marx and I have repeated to satiety that for us the democratic republic is the only political form in which the struggle between the working class and the capitalist class can first take on a universal character and then be completed through the decisive victory of the proletariat." 33. With these understandings we might come briefly to Marx's last major political writing, The Paradoxical Critique of the Gotha Programme, 1875, which has been quoted by some to prove Marx a friend of the democratic republic and by others to prove him an enemy of democracy. Marx first reproached the drafters of this German socialist program because their political demands did not go beyond the democratic demands put forth by their rivals, the petty bourgeois Pale Democrats. Its political demands contain nothing beyond the old democratic litany familiar to all: university sal suffrage, direct legislation, popular rights, a people's militia, etc. They are a mere echo of the bourgeois People's Party. 34. He meant that the Workers' Party ought to distinguish itself from the Pale Democrats even within the sphere of purely political demands. The Paris Commune had just demonstrated how much further the Workers' Republic could go, for example, in the democratization of executive power, a subject we will come to in Chapter 5. Marx scorned the old democratic litany, not because he rejected democratic institutions, but as usual in order to point out the inadequacy of non-socialist democracy. A hesitancy to deal with executive power flawed the political section of the draft program, as Marx saw it, from beginning to end. Of the various reforms demanded, he commented, all those pretty little jaws rest on the recognition of the so-called sovereignty of the people, and hence are appropriate only in a democratic republic. The program drafters had not demanded a republic or, indeed, any democratization of the vast executive powers wielded by Bismarck in the name of the hereditary emperor. Marx regretted that the party did not have the courage to call for a democratic republic, but since that was legally impossible, he thought it wiser not to demand things which have meaning only in a democratic republic from a state which is nothing but a police-guarded military despotism. He concluded with a backhanded compliment to the Pale Democrats. Even vulgar democracy, which sees the millennium in the democratic republic and has no suspicion that it is precisely in this last form of state of bourgeois society that the class struggle has to be fought out to a conclusion, even it towers mountains above this kind of democratism which keeps within the limits of what is permitted by the police and not permitted by logic. 35. The democratic republic, though not the final goal of the workers' movement, was nonetheless an important intermediate goal. In Germany particularly, that republic was not likely to be established by the bourgeoisie. It would be imposed upon that class by mass revolution and would mark the beginning of the end of bourgeois society. Assuming the workers began their rule in such a provisionally established democratic republic, Marx could also call it a proletarian dictatorship, that is, a democratically organized but extra-legal revolutionary government of the proletariat. This is why the critique of the Gotha program could call for a democratic republic and the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat practically in the same breath. Under the circumstances Marx envisaged, they would be one and the same thing. Exactly the same assumptions applied to Engels' otherwise enigmatic assertion in his critique of the Erfurt program 16 years later that the German workers can only come to power under the form of a democratic republic. That is, indeed, the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 36. These interpretations may be put to a final test by examining what Engels wrote about France in the period following Marx's death. The Third Republic became a bourgeois democracy properly so called, and one that did not prove transitory. For history was not destined to repeat itself a third time. The assorted monarchists continued to stalemate one another while the tenuously established democratic institutions of the Third Republic gradually took root. Perhaps it was because the radicalism of Paris had been so thoroughly crushed in 1871 that the forces of order seemed to find democracy less dangerous this time, such that universal suffrage and parliamentary government survived to become permanent institutions of the Third Republic. The traditional political freedoms likewise survived, albeit frequently impaired for radical workers by the sporadic harassment of their organizations during the early decades. Already in 1877 we find Engels expressing in private correspondence the hope that finally the conflict over the form of state, grown pointless in France, should cease and the Republic should appear for what it is. The classical form of bourgeois rule. We even find Marx wishing that this bourgeois republic wins out or else the old game will begin all over again. 37. By 1884 Engels would lump the Third Republic together with the American Republic as a relatively stable form of bourgeois rule, though its dangers for the ruling class had not been forgotten. He wrote to Edward Bernstein, "The consistent form of bourgeois rule is precisely the democratic republic, which has become too dangerous, however, because of the already attained development of the proletariat, but which, as France and America demonstrate, is still possible for simple bourgeois rule. Liberal constitutional monarchy is an adequate form of bourgeois rule, 1. In the beginning, when the bourgeoisie has not yet settled things with the absolute monarchy, and, 2. In the end, when the proletariat makes the democratic republic too dangerous. And nevertheless the democratic republic still remains the last form of bourgeois rule, the one in which it goes to pieces." 38. The second phase of constitutional monarchy seems to be a reference to Bonapartism. The Second Empire in France was formerly a constitutional one, likewise the Bismarckian Empire. This is confirmed in another contemporaneous letter to Bernstein. In the class struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie, Bonapartist monarchy plays a role similar to that of the old absolutist monarchy in the struggle between feudalism and bourgeoisie. But just as this struggle could not be fought out under the old absolutist monarchy but only under the constitutional, England, France, 1789-92 and 1815-30, so the one between bourgeoisie and proletariat only in the Republic. If therefore favorable conditions and a revolutionary tradition have helped to overthrow Bonaparte and to the bourgeois republic, then the French have the advantage over us, stuck in a mishmash of semi-feudalism and Bonapartism, of possessing already the form in which the struggle must be fought out, and which we must first conquer for ourselves. They are politically a whole stage ahead of us. 39. Thus Bonapartism still appeared to the aging Engels to be the normal, penultimate form precociously superseded by the French for special reasons before the final democratic republic in which bourgeois rule goes to pieces. France had joined America as an exception. But how did the French bourgeoisie manage to retain its power for so many years in spite of democratic institutions? Engels provided the most general answer to this question in another 1884 writing, His Origin of the Family. He began with the observation quoted earlier, that in most historical states rights had been apportioned according to wealth. Most recently in the electoral qualifications in modern parliamentary states. But such arrangements were not essential to bourgeois rule. The highest form of the state, the democratic republic, which in our modern social conditions becomes more and more an unavoidable necessity and is the form of state in which alone the last decisive battle between proletariat and bourgeoisie can be fought out. The democratic republic no longer officially recognizes differences of property. Wealth here employs its power indirectly, but all the more surely. It does this in two ways, by plain corruption of OFFI chales, of which America is the classic example, and by an alliance between the government and the stock exchange, which is effected all the more easily the higher the state debt mounts. And lastly, the possessing class rules directly by means of universal suffrage. As long as the oppressed class in our case, therefore, the proletariat, is not yet ripe for its self-liberation, so long will it in its majority recognize the existing order of society as the only possible one and remain politically the tail of the capitalist class, its extreme left wing. But in the measure in which it matures toward its self-emancipation, in the same measure it constitutes itself as its own party and votes for its own representatives, not those of the capitalists. Universal suffrage is thus the gauge of the maturity of the working class. 40. Whatever the influence of corruption, to be dealt with in the next session, whatever the influence creditors might exert over their debtors. Clearly for Engels the democratic republic could serve bourgeois needs only so long as majorities could be won for capitalist parties, that is, only so long as the proletariat was not yet ripe for its self-liberation. And Engels never doubted for a moment that the proletariat would soon attain its maturity, whatever harassments the workers' movement might have to endure, whatever subtler forms of opinion manipulation the bourgeoisie might devise to retain its moral sway over the masses, the self-education and organization of the proletariat would move relentlessly forward. Engels noted in 1892 that, although the French bourgeoisie had now managed to keep possession of the helm for 20 years, they are already showing lively signs of decadence. A durable reign of the bourgeoisie has been possible only in countries like America, where feudalism was unknown, and society at the very beginning started from a bourgeois basis. And even in France and America, the successors of the bourgeoisie, the working people, are already knocking at the door. 41. In the long run neither petty legal obstacles nor opinion manipulation could hold back the maturation of the working people. Bourgeois democracy still remained a formula for self-destruction. Would the workers, then, simply inherit the Third Republic by voting themselves into power? The question of peaceful revolution will be treated in Chapter 10 below. For now, suffice it to say that, for Engels, nothing in the forms of such government would prevent a peaceful and legal assumption of power, and in 1891 he expressly included France on a list of countries where the peaceful possibility existed. But it was no more than a possibility, since it hinged on the willingness of the old RUL ing class to step down after electoral defeat, and the traditions of the French upper classes did not offer much hope in this respect. Thus it was 10-1, Engels wrote Paul Lafargue in 1892, that universal suffrage, intelligently used by the workers, will drive the rulers to overthrow legality, but such a development would not thwart the workers' victory. For it would put them in the most favorable position to make the revolution. On the other hand, there was the opposite chance, the 1-10 chance that the same democratic republic which had served as a vehicle for bourgeois rule would then serve for proletarian rule. This is suggested in another letter to Lafargue in 1894. A republic, in relation to the proletariat, differs from a monarchy only in that it is the ready-made political form for the future rule of the proletariat. You have the advantage of us in that it is already in being. We, for our part, shall have to waste 24 hours creating it. But a republic, like any other form of government, is determined by what composes it. So long as it is the form of bourgeois rule, it is quite as hostile to us as any monarchy whatsoever, save in the forms of that hostility. 42. Thus the forms of the Third Republic seemed to Engels ready-made for future proletarian rule. While Marx and Engels sometimes spoke of the need to smash the bureaucratic and military apparatus of the existing state, they never spoke of smashing democratic institutions of representation and self-government, even bourgeois ones. They never even suggested that representation in the workers' republic must be based on organizations like the Russian Soviets, as opposed to the traditional geographic constituencies of the bourgeois parliamentary tradition. On the other hand, though the forms of the bourgeois republic might be ready-made, Marx and Engels did not at all imagine that the leadership of the labor movement would simply move into the ministerial posts and other high offices of state to govern as a professional cadre in the manner of their bourgeois predecessors. Their expectations in this regard will emerge more fully in Chapter 5. The United States. If we venture across the Atlantic now, the most striking political difference obviously would be the existence of a stable democratic republic throughout the lifetimes of Marx and Engels. If in fact they conceived bourgeois democracy to be a rare bird and not the characteristic form of rule in capitalist society, then the American Republic would have to be treated as an exception, requiring some special explanation for its existence and stability. Sure enough, from the earliest writings to the last, we find constant allusions to, and explanations for, America's political exceptionalism. To start with, Marx and Engels did not regard the American Republic as the creation of the high bourgeoisie. They rather spoke of small and middle land ownership of the farmers as being the basis of the whole political constitution. Engels added that the United States was founded by petits bourgeois and peasants who ran away from European feudalism. 43. We have already seen how a pure democratic republic for Marx and Engels was the most suitable political form to meet the needs of the petty as opposed to the high bourgeoisie, so it would not be surprising to find such a republic constructed by the farmers and artisans who established themselves in the New World. This is not to say the two men overlooked extremes of wealth and poverty. In 1847 Marx found them to appear all the more harshly in the absence of formal political inequalities. Subsequent comments, particularly after the period of the Civil War, would give increasing stress to the process of social polarization, but until the 1880s both men regarded the class struggle in America as relatively undeveloped. 44. This figured prominently in Marx's first major explanation of American exceptionalism, Ism in the 18th Brumaire. 86. The Republic signifies in general only the political form of the revolutionizing of bourgeois society and not its conservative form of life. As, for example, in the United States of North America, where, though classes already exist, they have not yet become fixed, but continually change and interchange their component elements in constant flux, where the modern means of production, instead of coinciding with a stagnant surplus population, rather compensate for the relative deficiency of heads and hands, and where, finally, the feverish, youthful movement of material production, which has to make a new world its own, has left neither time nor opportunity for abolishing the old spirit world. 45. Engels struck some of the same chords in a contemporaneous article picking apart the anarchist slogan, abolition of the state. In bourgeois countries the abolition of the state means that the power of the state is reduced to the level found in North America. There, the class contradictions are but incompletely developed, every clash between the classes is concealed by the outflow of the surplus proletarian population to the West, intervention by the power of the state, reduced to a minimum in the East, does not exist at all in the West. 46. Because of these various special circumstances, the emerging American bourgeoisie required but little organized coercion to maintain its property and its social domination. The democratic republic served it well enough. In later years Engels gave particular stress to the absence of a feudal past in his explanations of American exceptionalism. An 1886 letter to Florence Kelly Wisniewski greeted the emergence of open class struggle in the United States and commented on the relative tardiness of its appearance. America after all is the ideal of all bourgeois, a country rich, vast, expanding, with purely bourgeois institutions unleavened by feudal remnants of monarchical traditions, and without a permanent and hereditary proletariat. Here everyone could become, if not a capitalist, at all events an independent man, producing or trading, with his own means, for his own account. And because there were not, as yet, classes with opposing interests, our and your bourgeois thought that America stood above class antagonisms and struggles. That delusion has now broken down. 47. In another letter he commented on how firmly rooted are bourgeois prejudices even in the working class in such a young country, which has never known feudalism and has grown up on a bourgeois basis from the beginning. These elaborations help flesh out Engels' rather bare-boned conclusion quoted earlier that a durable reign of the bourgeoisie has been possible only in countries like America, where feudalism was unknown, and society at the very beginning started from a bourgeois basis. 48. Engels seemed particularly impressed that bourgeois rule in the United States required so little coercive force against the lower classes, at least until late in the century. His 1850 reference to the minimum of intervention by the power of the state in the East and its complete absence in the West was a theme to which he returned in The Origin of the Family. Here he identified the existence of a public force, army, police, prisons, etc., as the distinguishing essence of any state, but then felt compelled to add, it may be very insignificant, practically negligible, in cities with still undeveloped class antagonisms and living in remote areas, as at times and in places in the United States of America. 49. But if the public force was practically negligible throughout most of the American experience, that meant that the state of Engels' original conception was practically negligible, that the machinery of class domination remained peripheral in America until toward the end of the 19th century. Not only was bourgeois rule in America distinguished by minimal coercion, but also by the absence of property qualifications for voting such as typified bourgeois rule in Europe. With the obvious and gross exception of chattel slavery, Marx and Engels found surprisingly little to criticize when they wrote about American political forms as forms. Indeed, one is struck by how often they held up the American Republic as an example for backward Europe. From Volume 1 the reader may recall how the young Marx pointed to America's press laws as guarantees of free speech in contrast to Prussia's ruthless censorship, or how Engels praised its independent judiciary and jury system in order to expose Prussia's backwardness. 5 degrees during the American Civil War, Marx wrote tirelessly to mobilize European opinion for the Northern cause. He grandly declared the war to be a conflict between the highest form of popular self-government till now realized and the most shameless form of man's enslaving recorded in the annals of history. He went out of his way to emphasize how the planter elite had used secession as an excuse to overthrow the internal constitutions of the slave states, to subjugate completely the part of the white population that had still maintained some independence under the democratic constitution and protection of the Union. 51. In sharp contrast to this democratic constitution, the Confederate Constitution was a usurpation, he wrote to Engels, for no where did they let the people en masse vote on its ratification. Thus, secession not only confirmed the enslavement of the entire black population, but amounted to the strengthening and the sharpening of the hold of the oligarchy of 300,000 Southern slave lords over 5 million whites. 52. The slave owners' revolt and the oligarchy of 300,000 slave holders became the standard epithets with which Marx excoriated the Southern cause. As late as 1875, in his critique of the Gotha program, Marx still held up the American political model as he objected to the draft demand for elementary education by the state, defining by a general law the expenditures on elementary schools, the qualifications of the teaching staff, the branches of instruction, etc., and, as is done in the United States, supervising the fulfillment of these legal specifications by state inspectors, is a very different thing from appointing the state as educator of the people. Government and church should rather be equally excluded from any influence on the school. Particularly, indeed, in the Prusso-German Empire, the state has need, on the contrary, of a very stern education by the people. 5.3. In parallel fashion, when it was his turn to criticize the Erfurt program in 1891, Engels wanted to see the demands include complete self-administration on the American model of each local community. The American model had demonstrated, he noted approvingly, that such administration could be accomplished without a bureaucracy. 54. From 1843. Then, until 1891 there is almost uniform praise for the political forms of American democracy. Significantly, each time Marx or Engels spoke of specific countries where the workers' revolution might come peacefully and legally, the United States was consistently included. Perhaps all this praise must be taken with a grain of salt since it was aimed at a European audience. Could it be that Marx and Engels accentuated the American positive as a foil for the European negative? Suspicions are certainly aroused in the case of their Civil War writings when we find Marx publicly extolling the Union as the highest form of popular self-government till now realized in 1861, but privately complaining to Engels in 1862 about its sluggish war effort, only to be expected from a bourgeois republic, where fraud has long reigned supreme. Engels agreed wholeheartedly, finding it mortifying that a lousy oligarchy Garchy with only half the number of inhabitants proves itself just as strong as the unwieldy, great, helpless democracy, from which he drew the lesson that even in America the bourgeois republic exposes itself in thoroughgoing fashion, so that in future it can never again be preached on its own merits, but solely as a means and a form of transition to the social revolution. 55. The theme of fraud and corruption sounded here would rise fortissimo as the leitmotif of all Marx and Engels' subsequent comments on American politics. In an 1879 interview, Marx declared that American workers must form their own party because they can no longer trust politicians. Rings and cliques have seized upon the legislature, and politics has been made a trade. 56. Engels also referred to the republic of capitalist business men, in which politics are a business deal like any other. In an 1892 letter he offered some elements of an explanation by pointing to the inevitable divergence of interests within each class in so vast a country. Wholly different groups and interests are represented in each of the two big parties, depending on the locality, and almost each particular section of the possessing class has its representatives in each of the two parties to a very large degree, though today big industry forms the core of the Republicans on the whole, just as the big land owners of the South form that of the Democrats. The apparent haphazardness of this jumbling together is what provides the splendid soil for the corruption and the plundering of the government that flourish there so beautifully. Under such circumstances, when any great public issue such as the tariff arises, the leadership soon passes out of the hands of the people directly interested into those of professional politicians, the wire pullers of the traditional political parties, whose interest is, not a settlement of the case, but its being kept open forever. 57. Here one begins to make out the features of the parasite state once again. This time it is not haughty bulletin bureaucrats or praetorian generals but corrupt professional politicians who exercise alienated social power, professional politicians who have made politics a trade, a business deal like any other, whose interests have 90. Thus diverged from those of their electors, and who now appear as an alien force standing over society and exploiting it for their own gain. In 1891, not long after a trip to the United States that may have confirmed his impressions, Engels set down an absolutely classic indictment of American politics, in which the power of the state appears solely and purely as parasite, not at all as class oppression. Society had created its own organs to look after its common interests, originally through simple division of labor. But these organs, at whose head was the state power, had in the course of time, in pursuance of their own special interests, transformed themselves from the servants of society into the masters of society. This can be seen, for example, not only in the hereditary monarchy, but equally so in the democratic republic. Nowhere do politicians form a more separate and powerful section of the nation than precisely in North America. There, each of the two major parties which alternately succeed each other in power is itself in turn controlled by people who make a business of politics, who speculate on seats in legislative assemblies of the Union as well as of the separate states, or who make a living by carrying on agitation for their party and on its victory are rewarded with positions. It is well known how the Americans have been trying for 30 years to shake off this yoke, which has become intolerable, and how in spite of it all they continue to sink ever deeper in this swamp of corruption. It is precisely in America that we see best how there takes place this process of the state power making itself independent in relation to society, whose mere instrument it was originally intended to be. Here there exists no dynasty, no nobility, no standing army, beyond the few men keeping watch on the Indians, no bureaucracy with permanent posts or the right to pensions. And nevertheless we find here two great gangs of political speculators, who alternately take possession of the state power and exploit it by the most corrupt means and for the most corrupt ends, and the nation is powerless against these two great cartels of politicians, who are ostensibly its servants, but in reality dominate and plunder it. 58. No army and no bureaucracy, but nonetheless two great gangs of political speculators who constitute a parasite on the body politic, and who plunder it not so much in the interest of the bourgeoisie as in their own direct interest. It is doubtful that Engels meant to imply a parasite state. In the same degree as the Bonapartist one, America remained for him a republic of capitalist businessmen, but one in which the tendency toward parasitism was highly developed. Wherever political leadership had become professionalized, whether elective or not, this striving for independence which we analyzed in the last two chapters, the process of the state power making itself independent as Engels called it here, was bound to assert itself with growing force. 59. How very interesting it is to find that Engels' last major statement on America should employ the same conceptual dichotomy as Marx's first one in 1843, the antagonism between state power and society. Marx's initial view of America, presented in Volume 1, did not call it an shin to corruption, to be sure, but neither did it suggest class rule of any sort. Rather, it depicted the democratic republic as man's species life in opposition to his material life. All the presuppositions of this egoistic life remain in civil society outside the state. Moreover, the democratic state seemed incapable of overcoming the egoism of civil society. It always ended up by recognizing, re-establishing, and necessarily allowing itself to be dominated by its sixth degree from the notion of a democratic republic. Mired in the egoism of civil society and dominated by it, little imagination is required to foresee the extension of egoism into the level of political leadership. Public corruption was the all too predictable result of a society which glorified egoism in private life. Politics was bound to become a business deal like any other. Throughout their lives, then, Marx and Engels found it easier to explain the American state in terms of social parasitism than class despotism. Without highly developed institutions of repression, without legally entrenched political privileges for the capitalist class, it remains something of an anomaly among class states. Its political forms might even be admired as forms, so long as one remembered how they were continually undermined by the egoism of its civil society, by the values of a society resting on private property and a capitalist division of labor, including those values which sanction the domination of the capitalist over his workers within the factory. Capitalist rule within the factory. It would be a gross disservice to Marx and Engels to discuss the various forms of bourgeois rule without giving attention to the form they considered primordial, even though that form is not considered political in the conventional sense of the word. We noted in the foregoing chapter Marx and Engels' distinction between the political power and the social power of the bourgeoisie, and how the former might even be given over to a Napoleon the better to safeguard the latter. 61. Whatever form of state might exist in bourgeois society, whether a classic oligarchy of property owners under a constitutional monarchy, or a Bonapartist despotism dominating the ruling and ruled classes alike, or a democratic republic under bourgeois leadership, under all these forms the social power of the bourgeoisie remained intact. That social power included first and foremost most the command power of capital over labor in the workplace. And such command power was, as Marx and Engels perceived it, utterly political in the broader sense of the word, having to do with the authority and domination of man over man. The relationship of domination, Marx wrote in the Grundrisse, involves the appropriation of another's will. And it was precisely the workman's will, not just his labor but his labor power, that the capitalist purchased for a given period. 62. The work man who sold his labor power was obliged to place himself under the command of the capitalist for perhaps 12 or 14 hours a day, and to do so again and again throughout his working life. Whatever the form of state, this authority of the capitalist within the factory was bound to affect the worker's life most directly and most pervasively. To view the relationship of the capitalist and worker as essentially political is one of the central and distinctive features of Marx and Engels' philosophy, and finds expression in all their major writings. As early as the Paris manuscripts of 1844, Marx depicted this relationship as one of master to servant, or Herr to Knecht, thus involving Herrschaft, rule or domination, and Knechtschaft, bondage or servitude. Capital, he declared, is thus the governing power over labor and its products. 63. The same theme was taken up by Engels in his first book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, with a wealth of empirical detail drawn from his Manchester experiences. Within the FAC Tory, Engels asserted, the despotic will of the manufacturer reigns supreme. He issues his arbitrary edicts and modifies them as he sees fit. He explained further, the slavery which the middle classes have imposed on the workers can be seen most clearly in the factory system. There, in law and in fact, the operative loses all his rights. He must arrive at the FAC Tory by 5:30 in the morning. He is fined if he arrives a few minutes late. If he is 10 minutes late, he is locked out until after breakfast and loses a quarter of a day's pay, although he has only actually missed 2 hours work out of 12. He is forced to eat, drink and sleep to a fixed routine. He is allowed only the minimum time to satisfy the most urgent demands of nature. The manufacturer's private tyranny cannot be challenged through public law. However absurd his rules may be, the worker can get no redress from the courts. The magistrate says to him, "M'derall, you are your own master. You need not have entered into such a contract if you didn't wish to." On the other hand, employers often manage to have the courts imprison workers for breach of contract, where deductions from wages and the threat of dismissal did not provide sufficient sanction to compel their obedience. 64. By the time of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels had introduced a military metaphor to characterize the relationship in question. Modern industry has converted the little workshop of the patriarchal master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. Masses of laborers, crowded into the factory, are organized like soldiers. As privates of the industrial army, they are placed under the command of the perfect hierarchy of officers and sergeants. Not only are they slaves of the bourgeois class, and of the bourgeois state, they are daily and hourly enslaved by the machine, by the overlooker, and, above all, by the individual bourgeois manufacturer himself. The more openly this despotism proclaims gain to be its end and aim, the more petty, the more hateful and the more embittering it is. 65. The military metaphor reappeared in Capital, where the command function of the capitalist within the factory was likened to that of a general on the field of battle. Alternatively, Marx asserted that the power to direct the labor of great masses of people a power once used by Asiatic and Egyptian kings, Etruscan theocrats, etc., to construct the pyramids and other gigantic structures of antiquity. This power has in modern society been transferred to the capitalist. Marx's principal work abounds with references to the despotism of capital, the autocracy of capital, and, most interestingly, the dictatorship of capital. If by dictatorship he meant the exercise of power unrestrained by law, Marx could scarcely have found a better example than the power exercised by the 19th century capitalist within the factory. 66. Reviewing Engels' evidence from Manchester textile mills, Marx. 94. Pointed in particular to the elaborate factory codes specifying exact punishments in the form of fines deducted from wages for all manner of discipline infractions involving work standards, punctuality, mealtime, pauses, and so on. With heavy sarcasm Marx contrasted these political arrangements in the private entrepreneurial realm with those favored by the bourgeoisie in the public sphere. The factory code in which capital formulates, like a private legis later, and at his own goodwill, his autocracy over his work people, unaccompanied by that division of responsibility, in other matters, so much approved of by the bourgeoisie, and unaccompanied by the still more approved representative system. This code is but the capitalistic caricature of that social regulation of the labor process, which becomes requisite in cooperation on a great scale. The place of the slave driver's lash is taken by the overlooker's book of penalties. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages, and the law-giving talent of the FAC. Tory Lycurgus so arranges matters, that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. It was not unknown for a worker to finish the week owing his employer more in fines than he had earned in wages. And of course even the slave driver's lash was common enough where child labor predominated. The much vaunted liberal political conceptions of the bourgeoisie clearly did not extend inside the factory gate. Once the workers entered this private kingdom, they have then ceased to belong to themselves, they have become the wage slaves of the private dictator. 67. The phrase wage slavery was thus more than simple metaphor or propaganda for Marx and Engels. Capitalism was understood as a disguised system of effective slavery. The disguise it wore had to do with the free contract alluded to by Engels' smug magistrate. On the surface, Marx allowed sarcastically, the contract between capitalist and worker was indeed a very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Free. DOM, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, say of labor, power, are constrained only by their own free will. They contract as free agents, and the agreement they come to, is but the form in which they give legal expression to their common will. Equality. Because each enters into relation with the other, as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And Bentham, because each looks only to himself. 68. Unlike earlier systems involving forced labor, both the buyer and the seller of labor power appear free and equal in the eyes of the law, each pursuing his own interests. The deceptive character of the free contract is exposed when one understands its implicit presupposition, the existence of a class of property less people who have no other means of keeping themselves alive, and the existence of such a class as a major segment of society is not some eternally given condition of human existence. Nature does not produce on the one side owners of money or commodities, and on the other men possessing nothing but their own Labor power. This relation has no natural basis, neither is its social basis one that is common to all historical periods. It is clearly the result of a past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older forms of social production. Peasants had to be separated from their land by the emergence of large-scale capitalist agriculture, craftsmen separated from their tools and workshops by the emergence of the factory and its power-driven machinery, shopkeepers separated from their tiny stores by the emergence of large-scale distributive enterprises, and so forth. It took a long time to transform the broadly distributed property of traditional society into the modern capitalist forms which leave a substantial and ever-growing portion of the population without the means to produce their own tenants. It takes centuries ere the free laborer, thanks to the development of capitalistic production, agrees, i.e., is compelled by social conditions, to sell the whole of his active life, his very capacity for work, for the price of the necessaries of life, his birthright for a mess of pot. Page 69. Once separated from the property accorded him in traditional society, the uprooted person finds he can stay alive only by selling his single remaining possession, his labor power, to the capitalist. It is neither a matter of free choice nor a bargain struck between equals, as Engels argued poignantly on the basis of his early Manchester experience. The worker is helpless, left to himself he cannot survive a single day. The middle classes have secured a monopoly of all the necessities of life. What the worker needs he can secure only from the middle classes, whose monopoly is protected by the authority of the state. In law and in fact the worker is the slave of the middle classes, who hold the power of life and death over him. The middle classes offer food and shelter to the worker, but only in return for an equivalent, i.e. for his labor. They even disguise the true state of affairs by making it appear that the worker is acting of his own free will, as a truly free agent and as a responsible adult, when he makes his bargain with the middle classes. A fine freedom indeed, when the worker has no choice but to accept the terms offered by the middle classes or go hungry and naked like the wild beasts. A fine equivalent, when it is the bourgeoisie alone which decides the terms of the bargain. 70. Marx refined this argument in his popular 1849 writing, Wage Labor and Capital, where he described the relationship between the two as the slavery of the worker, the domination of the capitalist, but where he nonetheless distinguished the free labor system from chattel slavery and serfdom. The slave, together with his labor power, is sold once and for all to his owner. The serf belongs to the land and turns over to the owner of the land the fruits thereof. The free laborer, on the other hand, sells himself and, indeed, sells himself piecemeal. The worker belongs neither to an owner nor to the land, but 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his daily life belong to him who buys them. The worker leaves the capitalist to whom he hires himself whenever he likes, and the capitalist discharges him whenever he thinks fit, as soon as he no longer gets any profit out of him, or not the anticipated profit. But the worker, whose sole source of livelihood is the sale of his labor power, cannot leave the whole class of purchasers, that is, the capitalist class, without renouncing his existence. He belongs not to this or that capitalist but to the capitalist class. 71. Thus, unlike the chattel slave who belongs to a particular master, or the serf who belongs to a particular estate, the wage laborer belongs to the capitalist class as a class, since he can only stay alive by placing himself again and again under the domination of one or another capitalist. His much touted freedom reduces itself to the hollow choice of which particular master to serve. In the Grundriss, Marx offered some additional thoughts on why the free contract appears to be a matter of freedom and equality. Both sides confront each other as persons. Formally, their relation has the equality and freedom of exchange as such. As far as concerns the legal relation, the fact that this form is a mere semblance, and a deceptive semblance, appears as an external matter. What the free worker sells is always nothing more than a specific, particular measure of force expenditure, labor. Capacity as a totality is greater than every particular expenditure. He sells the particular expenditure of force to a particular capitalist, whom he confronts as an independent individual. It is clear that this is not his relation to the existence of capital as capital, i.e. to the capitalist class. Nevertheless, in this way everything touching on the individual, real person leaves him a wide field of choice, of arbitrary will, and hence of formal freedom. 72. Formal freedom and equality characterize the relationship only when perceived as a contract between two individuals for a limited term, but when perceived on a broader canvas as a quasi-permanent relationship between the worker and the entire capitalist class, then freedom and equality prove to be inequality and unfreedom. For in reality it is not individuals who are set free by free competition, it is, rather, capital which is set free. He went on to draw the conclusion, this kind of individual freedom is therefore at the same time the most complete suspension of all individual freedom, and the most complete subjugation of individuality under social conditions which assume the form of objective powers. 73. The question of individual freedom under capitalism will be explored further in Chapter 6. What we have learned here about Marx and Engels' view of free contract, however, suffices to show why they regarded capitalist society as a system of domination down to its very core, quite regardless of the diverse political forms under which it might appear. Thus, the capitalist class typically preferred to exercise state power as an open oligarchy of property owners. Under pressure from below it might tolerate a democratic republic, especially where it was confident of maintaining majority support. Where the class struggle grew threatening, it was likely to abandon state power to a Bonapartist-style dictator. So long as these states all protected the rights of private property, however, they 98. All preserved the fundamental command power of the capitalist in the workplace, and therewith the day-in day-out private domination of the capitalist class over the life activity of the working class. In this respect, all these states were equally mechanisms of class oppression, even the otherwise admirable democratic republic. The Paris Commune. Revolutionary strategy. Marx and Engels' mature years coincided with the golden age of European bourgeois culture from the 1850s to the 1890s. With the exception of Bismarck's brief wars, international violence remained slight and far from home. Internal social violence was also minimal in an epoch of generally rising living standards, all of which seemed to find its microcosmic reflection in the outward quiet and stability of Marx and Engels' own lives in London and Manchester. There was only one interruption in this idyll of Victorian placidity, the Paris Commune of 1871. That popular uprising and its bloody suppression engaged their passions as nothing had since the glorious spring of 1848, momentarily rekindling the revolutionary ardor and hopes of their youth. It was indisputably the most important new influence on Marx and Engels' mature political thought, and what they wrote on the Paris Commune has justifiably attracted a great deal of commentary, scholarly and otherwise, from the exegetic literature. Alone, however, one could scarcely help concluding that the masters' writings on the subject must be full of ambiguity if not contradiction, paradox if not outright duplicity. Postponing some of these riddles for examination in Chapter 5, we will concern ourselves here with those relating to revolutionary strategy. Did Marx and Engels basically applaud the communards and their undertaking, regretting only that their actions were not bolder still? Or did they oppose the whole effort as reckless adventurism foredoomed to failure? Even at so fundamental a level, rival interpretations stand 180 degrees apart. One and each school can produce impressive quotations to document its case, so long as the opposing set of quotations is ignored. Only by taking all the pertinent texts into account and arranging them in chronological order can one be fair to the evidence, which 1. shows that the two men changed their minds twice about the case at issue. In the present chapter, then, we must reconstruct Marx and Engels' changing strategy assessments during these most dramatic revolutionary events of their mature lives, and at the same time review these complicated events themselves, which will figure so prominently in our subsequent concerns. Pre-March cautiousness. Despite industrialization, the French working class remained very much a minority at the end of the Second Empire in 1870. Concentrated in Paris and a half-dozen other urban centers, it was still surrounded by the enormous peasant mass that constituted the majority of the French population. Only by making allies of these peasants, it will be argued, only by reconstituting the alliance of the majority classes described as strategy 2 in the preceding volume, did Marx and Engels conceive the French workers could come to power successfully. The lessons Marx had drawn from the bloody June days of 1848 remained just as appropriate. The French proletariat, at the moment of a revolution, possesses in Paris real power and influence which spur it on to an effort beyond its means, hence to premature actions and inevitable repressions. The workers could not successfully smash the bourgeois order until a process of revolutionary development had aroused the mass of the nation, the peasants and petty bourgeois, standing between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, against this order, against the rule of capital, and had forced them to attach themselves to the proletarians as their protagonists too. This process of development included first and foremost the economic pressures toward concentration of ownership which could be expected increasingly to drive the peasants into bankruptcy, separating them from their small plots of land. Because Napoleon was raised to power and partly sustained by peasant support, as Marx added in the 18th Brumaire, his regime would not survive the ruination of the small holding system. The entire state edifice erected on this small holding will fall to the ground, and the proletarian revolution will obtain that chorus without which its solo becomes a swan song in all peasant countries. This need to forge an alliance of the majority classes, to avoid another swan song a la 1848, provides the key for understanding Marx and Engels' otherwise puzzling shifts of position on the Paris Commune. 3. The actual ruination of the French peasants proceeded, if at all, much more slowly than Marx and Engels had anticipated, and the two men searched relentlessly for other signs of change, some external event perhaps, that would if not bring the workers to power at least destroy the Napoleonic tyranny they hated so fiercely. The very shakiness of his regime had propelled the French emperor into a series of risky foreign adventures, some of which were successful enough to add luster to his Name. So it was that in July 1870 he launched his last foreign adventure. A war against Prussia. This war, which Bismarck had invited and provoked in the hope it would advance German unification, was initiated by Napoleon in the hope it would thwart that process, and also bring territorial conquests to the empire along its northeastern frontier. Predictably enough, Marx and Engels immediately proclaimed themselves in favor of a Prussian victory. The death knell of the Second Empire has already been sounded, Marx announced grandly in the address he drafted for the General Council of the International Working Men's Association. Marx was now at the height of his influence as a leader of this London-based Federation of Workers' Associations, which had branches in most European countries and in the United States. Through it he and Engels might hope to have some modest influence on working-class attitudes toward the war and on the actions of the French workers in particular, if Napoleon's regime indeed collapsed. Marx added a warning that the German workers should not allow the present war to lose its strictly defensive character, allow it to become a war of conquest against France. 4. While the two nations were mustering their forces during August, Marx and Engels had a chance to review the French domestic scene and speculate on what kind of government might succeed Napoleon's peasant backwardness. They seemed to agree, precluded any immediate prospects for the class alliance strategy. Marx noted in the first address that when only 2 months earlier, the French workers had attempted to use Napoleon's latest plebiscite as a vote of no confidence in the regime, the balance was turned by the heavy ignorance of the rural districts, producing a large pro-government majority. Moreover, Napoleon had followed up the plebiscite with a wave of arrests that left the French branch of the IWA disoriented and leaderless. The entire 20-year period of Bonapartist rule, Engels lamented to Marx on August 8, has produced enormous demoralization. One is hardly justified in reckoning on revolutionary heroism. 5. Under the circumstances, once Napoleon suffered defeat, a return to ordinary bourgeois rule appeared inevitable, perhaps through an immediate restoration of the Orleans dynasty, but more likely through an interim bourgeois republic. Engels again, I believe the 102 Orleanists without the army are not strong enough to be able to risk an immediate restoration, since they have the only dynasty still possible. Perhaps they will themselves give preference to a republican interreg number, especially since such a republic could then be saddled with the responsibility for accepting the Prussian peace terms. There was at least a silver lining in that the French workers, whatever sort of government may succeed this one, are certain to have a freer field than under Bonapartism. 6. By mid-August the military balance seemed so heavily tipped against France that Engels categorically ruled out the possibility of a Jacobin-style levy en masse spawned by some radical revolution in Paris. Such a government could only make itself ridiculous in a parody of the Convention. 7. When Blanqui and his followers attempted to carry out precisely such a revolution on August 14, their unmitigated fiasco was treated by Marx and Engels with the disdain of total silence. On September 2 the Prussian armies won their decisive victory at Sedan, capturing Napoleon himself and setting in motion a rapid train of events. Paris responded to the news with mass demonstrations and a bloodless revolution on September 4 in which, faithful to Engels' predictions, a republic was declared and a government of national defense was formed that included Orleanists in all the key positions. When the new leadership immediately sued for peace, Bismarck showed his own hand by demanding the French provinces of Alsace and Lorraine, the provinces Cyanal government refused to sacrifice a centimeter of French soil, and the war now began again, with the Prussian armies advancing menacingly toward Paris. These events raised the political temperature in the capital to boiling point, as Blanquists were joined by neo-Jacobins and even some figures in the IWA, all scheming to bring about a second revolution and a levy en masse to save the capital and the nation from the insolent invader. Parody or not, Parisian radicals seemed determined to repeat the glorious deeds of 1792 to 1793. Marx and Engels, who had not always themselves been immune from that seductive vision, nonetheless now combated it from every side. Marx prepared his second address on the war, issued by the General Council on September 9, which denounced the Prussian claims on Alsace-Lorraine, and called upon the French workers to perform their duties as citizens, and which also exposed the provisional government as an Orleanist bridge to monarchical restoration, but simultaneously cautioned the French workers not to overthrow that government. Any attempt at upsetting the new government in the present crisis, when the enemy is almost knocking at the doors of Paris, would be a desperate folly. The French workmen must perform their duties as citizens, but, at the same time, they must not allow themselves to be deluded by the national souvenirs of 1792, as the French peasants allowed themselves to be deluded by the national souvenirs of the First Empire. They have not to recapitulate the past, but to build up the future. Let them calmly and resolutely improve the opportunities of republican liberty, for the work of their own class organization. It will gift them with fresh Herculean powers for the regeneration of France, and our common task the emancipation of labor. Upon their energies and wisdom hinges the fate of the Republic. 8. Republican liberty should be used, then, to build up the organized strength of the working class, but not to overthrow the provisional government. Privately, Marx acted with even greater dispatch. Already on September 6 he had Auguste Serraillier, a leading French member of the General Council, sent on an urgent mission to Paris to arrange matters with the French branch. This is especially necessary, Marx explained to Engels, because today the entire French branch is getting ready to commit stupidities in the name of the International. They want to overthrow the provisional government, establish a Commune de Paris. 9. After reading Serraillier's first report from Paris, Marx found his fears confirmed, and alluded gloomily to a new June insurrection, in other words an other swan song, if the Prussians did not subdue the capital swiftly enough. 10. Thus in September 1870 Marx regarded the desire to establish a Paris Commune as a pure stupidity. There is no reason, as we will see, to suppose that he had a different view 6 months later. Simultaneously, in Manchester, Engels discussed the situation with E.U. Jean Dupont, another French member of the General Council, and agreed that the French branch should hold back until peace has been concluded, and make use of the freedoms unavoidably given by the Republic toward the organization of the party in France. The latter then dispatched a letter to his comrades in France. The role of the workers, or rather, their duty, is to let the bourgeois vermin make peace with the Prussians. For the shame of doing so will adhere to them always, not to indulge in outbreaks which would only consolidate their power, but to take advantage of the liberty which circumstances will provide to organize all the forces of the working class. 2. Engels was convinced the war was over. In a letter to Marx on September 12 he put forward the cold military appraisal that France's active power of resistance is broken where this war is concerned, and that with it the prospects of repelling the invasion by A revolution fall to the ground tool further. Bismarck will soon be in a position to make peace, either by taking Paris or because the European situation obliges him to put an end to the war. However the peace may turn out, it must be concluded before the workers can do anything at all. If they were victorious now in the service of national defense, they would be needlessly crushed by the German armies and thrown back another 20 years. They themselves can lose nothing by waiting. The possible changes of frontier are in any case only provisional and will be reversed again. To fight for the bourgeoisie against the Prussians would be madness. After the peace, opportunities for the workers' movement would be more favorable than ever before, Engels added, although even then, as he had suggested in a letter of September 7, they will still have as their first need time to organize. 1-2. For once, however, Engels' military expertise served him ill. French resistance did not collapse. To be sure, the Prussians surrounded Paris on September 19 and began a siege that was to last 4 months. During this period the most radical, or at all events the most vigorous member of the provisional government, Leon Gambetta, escaped the capital by balloon to set up headquarters at Tours, later Bordeaux, where he proceeded to raise fresh armies and send them repeatedly, though unsuccessfully, against the Prussian juggernaut. His vigor contrasted markedly with the defeatist mood of the remaining members of the provisional government in Paris, led by Louis Trochu, a conservative old Orleanist general. These latter seemed to prefer Bismarck's mercy to the risks that would attend calling forth the armed manhood of the capital to break the encirclement. In the view of Paris radicals, at least, Trochu's fears of a second revolution, more than real military exhaustion or starvation, led to the capitulation of the Paris government on January 28, 1871. During this 4-month period the vision of 1792 to 1793 electrified the entire French left, and Marx and Engels, proved wrong by events, seemed carried along by its force as well, at least in a certain way. They were still not tempted by simple émutisme, of course. They heaped unremitting scorn upon Mikhail Bakunin's momentary seizure of power in Lyons on September 28, in which the anarchist leader and his friends took over the city hall and solemnly abolished the state by decree, until soldiers showed up to arrest them about an hour later. 13. But the example of Lyons before Bakunin's arrival there clearly won Marx's favor. Following the Battle of Sedan, he wrote Edward Beasley, at first everything went well at Lyons. Under the pressure of the international section, the Republic was proclaimed before Paris had taken that step. A revolutionary government was at once established, La Commune, composed partly of workmen belonging to the International, partly of radical middle-class Republicans. The Bonapartist and clerical intriguers were intimidated. Energetic means were taken to arm the whole people. The middle class began, if not really to sympathize with, at least to quietly undergo, the new order of things. The accession of Lyons was at once felt at Marseilles and Toulouse, where the international sections are strong. T. Communes were established in these latter cities as well, essentially local coalition governments of workers joined with radical bourgeois and petty bourgeois republicans, bringing together at least the urban components of Marx's desired alliance of the majority classes. The three provincial communes did not attempt to overthrow Gambetta, but on the contrary, gave vigorous support to his national defense efforts. Marx and Engels seemed to take the same stand themselves, as they tirelessly worked to Organised demonstrations in London aimed at pressuring the British government to recognise the French Republic and intervene to enforce a peace without annexations. 15 Marx also transmitted a piece of Prussian military intelligence to Gambetta by way of Paul Lafargue, his son-in-law, then staying in Bordeaux. Engels drew up his own plans for the defense of France, at one point being tempted to go there in person and offer his services to Gambetta. 16 None of these activities suggests a desire to see Gambetta overthrown. What Marx and Engels seem to have hoped for, the evidence is very meager, was an opening to the left that would have squeezed out the likes of Trotsky without overthrowing the provisional government in toto, and would have established at the national level a collaboration of workers and radical middle-class Republicans like Gambetta. 17 Thus not only did Marx extol Lyons, Marseilles, and Toulouse as examples, but among the several efforts at political change in Paris he showed enthusiasm only for the October 31 attempt through a mass demonstration to force Trotsky and company to abdicate their usurped power into the 106 hands of a commune to be freely elected by Paris. 18 Such a development, had it not been repulsed, might have altered the course of history, Marx judged retrospectively. The victorious establishment at Paris of the Commune in the beginning of November 1870, then already initiated in the great cities of the and sure to be imitated all over France, would not only have taken the defense out of the hands of traitors, it would have altogether changed the character of the war. It would have become the war of Republican France, hissing the flag of the social revolution of the 19th century. It would have electrified the producing masses in the Old and the New World. 19. A freely elected commune in November 1870 could scarcely have resulted in anything but a coalition of workers with radical bourgeois and petty bourgeois Republicans, as in the provincial cities. But such an opening to the left would have created the best obtainable post-war situation. If Gambetta's principal partners stood on his right, the Republic would surely be only transitory; if they were on his left, the Republic would be secure and the alliance of the majority classes could take root, spread to the countryside as well. In October, Marx expressed to Beazley the fear that the middle class on the whole prefers Prussian conquest to the victory of a republic with socialist tendencies. 20. His most sanguine hope appears to have been for such a republic with socialist tendencies, not for the proletarian revolution per se. In this specific form the vision of 1792 to 1793 temporarily reasserted itself. The next phase began with the capitulation of Trotsky in an armistice with the Prussians on January 28, 1871. After a week of wrangling with his Paris colleagues, Gambetta, who wanted to continue the war, resigned in disgust. Bismarck insisted that the peace terms be accepted by an elected National Assembly, which was duly chosen on the basis of universal suffrage on February 8. The issue put to the voters was peace or war, with the political right favoring acceptance of Bismarck's terms and the left favoring continuation of the war. The mass of the population, particularly in rural areas, expressed its desire for peace by electing conservative spokesmen. Thus when the new National Assembly first met on February 13 in Bordeaux, only one-third of the deputies counted themselves as Republicans at all, while fully two-thirds were monarchists, albeit divided among the three possible dynastic houses Bourbon, Orleans, Bonaparte. To form its executive, the Assembly chose an old Orleanist, Adolphe. The Paris Commune, revolutionary strategy. Thiers, who proceeded to hammer out the remaining peace terms with Bismarck. The National Assembly completed its mission by ratifying these terms on February 28. Meanwhile, the radical, pro-war masses of the capital smoldered with resentment at the series of capitulations. And instead of soothing their siege-frayed nerves, the THIRD government seemed to aggravate tensions. Deliberately, by ending the moratorium on debts, in effect during the siege, by cutting the pay of National Guardsmen, and by suppressing one radical newspaper after another in Paris. After accepting the peace treaty, the National Assembly added immeasurably to these tensions by deciding not to disband but instead to continue governing the country from Versailles. In this single stroke, the monarchist majority usurped the right to govern France indefinitely and prudently decapitalized the turbulent city of Paris. The final blow followed swiftly. Thiers sought to arrest radical leaders and disarm the National Guard in Paris, to extract its fangs by quietly hauling away some 200 cannon that had been purchased for it by public subscription during the siege. In the early morning hours of March 18, 1871, Thiers soldiers were caught in the attempt, and during the popular furor that ensued, several persons on both sides were killed, including 2 generals of the regular army. In this open defiance of Thiers' authority, in the bloodshed of March 18, was now born the Commune de Paris. Surviving documents that would reveal Marx and Engels' views during this crucial period are virtually non-existent. We know that, initially, they shared Gambetta's stand that the war should be continued. On February 4, Marx wrote his son-in-law that, if Bismarck's terms were hard enough, even the bourgeoisie will finally understand that it has more to lose by capitulating than by fighting. He continued, if France holds out, uses the armistice to reorganize its armed forces, if it finally comprehends that to lead a revolutionary war, revolutionary measures and revolutionary energy are required, then it can still be saved. 21. But this last ember of hope for a repetition of 1792 to 1793 must have flickered out with the news of Gambetta's resignation and then the overwhelming popular mandate for peace. Marx learned of these developments in Lafargue's return letter, which stressed the pro-peace, conservative mood of the countryside and predicted an Orleanist restoration, much as Engels had done the previous September. In fact, Lafargue drew the same conclusions as had been drawn by Marx and Engels in September, expressing the hope that the revolutionaries are intelligent enough not to compromise themselves and not to frighten away the Republican Party. 108. And that they will make use of the freer conditions to organize and prepare themselves. LLL. The minutes of the IWA General Council during February and March reveal interest in the immediate past rather than the immediate future, as its members debated in several tedious sessions what role Great Britain should have played in the war. Marx did comment on February 14 that France was paralyzed, both internationally and domestically, so long as Prussia occupied a third of the country, and the two men offered no advice whatever when Sarah Illier returned on February 28 to report on his 5-month stay in Paris, a report that also focused on the past and emphasized the disorder and wrangling within the IWA sections there. Indeed, Engels' very last comment on France before the uprising was a passing remark on March 14 that in France our sections were disorganized. 23. These minutes certainly seem to confirm Marx and Engels' oft repeated assertion that the General Council had nothing to do with the creation of the Paris Commune, did not lift a finger to produce it, as Engels wrote in a private letter to Friedrich Zarga. 24. There is no evidence, then, and no reason whatsoever, to suppose that Marx and Engels desired an uprising in Paris while France lay paralyzed. the realities of power were again basically what they had been back in September, when the two men had assumed wrongly that the war was over. The radical workers of Paris, only just released from 4 months of siege, not to mention 20 years of Bonapartist oppression, had scarcely time to organize themselves, much less win over a skeptical peasant and following in the countryside, which alone could give them the strength to defy Thiers. And the Prussian armies remained in their positions circling the capital, ready to smash any radical, and hence anti-Prussian rebellion, if the forces of Thiers should prove insufficient. The prospects were anything but rosy, and we may well imagine Marx and Engels, privately between themselves, repeating their judgments of September: a desperate folly, stupidities, madness. The defensive is the death of every armed rising. If we now turn to the period of the Paris Commune itself, March 18 to May 28, 1871, our fund of evidence becomes thankfully more full. The piece de resistance, of course, is Marx's classic Civil War in France, written in late May as the International's public vindication of the communards just then being slaughtered by the thousands. We also have 2 earlier drafts of this document, the first one being much longer, and therefore especially valuable as a supplement, together with Marx's excerpt notebooks where he gathered newspaper reports on the events in France. Marx and Engels' remarks in the weekly meetings of the IWA General Council are preserved in its minutes and include the earliest indication of support for the communards, only 3 days after the rising. On March 21, 25, last but not least, we have some highly provocative correspondence. Among the surviving letters 2 are particularly controversial, in that they seem to reveal a Marx carried away by the passions of the moment, advocating a Blanquist strategy of minority revolution and minority dictatorship over France. Following the violence of March 18, predictably enough, Blanquist leaders in Paris proposed that they themselves form a collective dictatorship of the insurrection. They called for an immediate march on Versailles to disperse the democratically elected National Assembly, after which the Paris dictators would govern the entire country in the name of the social revolution. 26 In actuality, the initial violence and subsequent withdrawal of Thiers forces to Versailles left de facto authority in the hands of the Paris National Guard leaders, its Central Committee, who were reluctant to assume responsibility for a march on Versailles. Rather, they scheduled citywide elections for March 22 and turned over their authority to the communal assembly thus chosen. On April 6, Marx commented on these developments in a pessimistic letter to Wilhelm Liebknecht. It seems the Parisians are succumbing. It is their own fault, but a fault which in fact was due to their too great honnêteté. The Central Committee and later the Commune gave that mischievous gnome Thiers time to concentrate hostile forces. 1. Because they foolishly did not want to start the civil war as if Thiers had not already started it by his attempt at the forcible disarming of Paris, as if the National Assembly, summoned only to decide the question of war or peace with the Prussians, had not immediately declared war on the Republic. 2. In order not to be saddled with the appearance of usurping power, they lost precious moments. The point was, to advance immediately on Versailles after the defeat, place Vendôme of the reaction in Paris, through the election of the Commune, whose organization etc. cost yet more time. 27. LL0. A week later he repeated the same points to his friend, Ludwig Kugel. Man, also betraying the extent of his own emotional engagement. What elasticity, what historical initiative, what a capacity for sacrifice in these Parisians. After 6 months of starvation and ruin, they rise, beneath Prussian bayonets, as if there had never been a war between France and Germany and the enemy were not still at the gates of Paris. History has no similar example of similar greatness. The present rising in Paris, even if it is crushed by the wolves, swine and vile curs of the old society, is the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection in Paris. 28. This spontaneous private tribute should be required reading for those who think Marx never sympathized with the communards at all but only used their sacrifice to manufacture a legend. Do not these letters, to return to the main issue, reveal an essentially Blanquist program for dispersing the democratically elected government at Versailles and establishing the dictatorship of Paris, or more exactly, of the Central Committee of the Paris National Guard, over the entire nation? Was Marx not suffering, in the words of Bertram Wolfe, an and relapse, after 2 decades of comparative realism, into the romantic utopian mood of 1848, when a little handful of communists could hope to take the heavens by storm? 29. Closer analysis of the evidence suggests rather an adaptation to the given circumstances of our familiar strategy to revolutionary rule by the alliance of the majority classes. Let us begin with the National Assembly. Although it professed to be horrified at the illegal actions of Paris, the Assembly's own rule did not and could not rest on legality, since it was called into being by an entirely extra-legal body, the Provisional Government of National Defense, acting at the behest of a foreign conqueror. The reporter for the London Daily News set straight the legality issue in words that Marx copied down gleefully, no doubt in his notebook. Let them not talk nonsense about the shamefulness of illegality in a country where every party except one, the high and dry legitimists, who are in a desperate minority, have planted their standards in illegality, and through illegality have risen to power. 30. If not from legality, at least the National Assembly could claim legitimacy from its election by universal suffrage. It represented the will of the nation democratically expressed. But the will of the nation had been solicited solely on the question of war and peace, not on the question of France's future government, organized in great haste, when the country had not known a free election in 20 years and 1/3 of its territory lay under Prussian occupation. The election call was received in many localities only on the eve of the event. At most the voting could be regarded as a plebiscite on war and peace, and the assembly it created, as Marx insisted, had but a single aim, clearly set down by the agreement, whose precise stipulation he transcribed verbatim, to decide if the war should be continued, or else sue for peace, and, in the latter case, to establish the conditions for such a peace and assure the evacuation of French territory as promptly as possible. 31. Even Thiers himself, for reasons of his own, had initially denied on several occasions that the Assembly had any constituent function, that it had any right to determine France's future form of government. 32. Once the peace terms were ratified on February 28, then, the National Assembly early should have dissolved itself, perhaps with a call to the nation to elect another body whose express mission would be the drafting of a constitution. But it chose instead to govern indefinitely, until 1876 as it turned out, and Marx could scarcely disagree with the editorial sentiments he copied from the Liberal Daily News. From the moment when it had ratified the terms of peace, the continuance of its own powers became an unconstitutional usurpation. This was likewise the official position of the Paris Commune on the matter. 33. As for Adolphe Thiers, he had been given the title Chief of the Executive Tip power, chef du pouvoir exécutif, by an assembly whose competence was restricted to the issue of war and peace. He proceeded to form a responsible cabinet, as a prime minister might do. Did he also have the right to command the armies and the entire executive apparatus of the country, as if he were a duly chosen chief of state? Marx clearly thought not. Thiers commenced his regime by an usurpation. By the National Assembly he was appointed chief of the Ministry of the Assembly. He appointed himself chief of the executive of France 34. In any event, Thiers' rightful authority seemingly should have lapsed with that of the Assembly on February 28. Were not Marx and the Communards in any case simply splitting hairs? Would not a second National Assembly, duly elected to draw up a constitution, have had the same political coloration as the original one? There is considerable reason to suppose it would not, that the political center of gravity in 1871 lay somewhere between the Paris Commune and the monarchist assembly. The only contemporaneous indicators of public opinion on a nationwide basis were the municipal council elections held under Thiers' rule on April 30, while the Paris Commune was 112, still maintaining its precarious existence. Of 700,000 councillors chosen in the 35,000 municipalities of France, only 7,800, or 1%, were monarchists of any stripe compared with their two-thirds majority at Versailles. 35. The subsequent electoral history of the Third Republic fortifies this impression. By-elections in July 1871 to fill vacancies in the National Assembly returned only a dozen monarchists and nearly 100 Republicans, and when this assembly finally dissolved itself in 1876, the Chamber of Deputies that replaced it had a clear Republican major. Ity 36. The overwhelming vote for peace in February 1871, then, had not been a simple vote for restoration, a state of affairs which must have been appreciated at Versailles if one notes, as Marx was bound to, the zeal with which the Versaillais hermetically sealed off communication between Paris and the rest of France, immediately passed legislation which strangled self-government in all towns of more than 20,000 inhabitants, adopted a new law restricting freedom of the press, and acted what Marx characterized as a newfangled, draconic code of deportation for political offenses. 37. The National Assembly did not behave like a government confident of its own popular support, or one under which democracy would long survive. If Versailles' patent to govern was more than dubious, was it not at least better than any that could be claimed for the Central Committee of the Paris National Guard, which Marx chastised in his April letters for not having marched to disperse the National Assembly? Did not Marx climb aboard the Blanquist bandwagon by urging the postponement of communal elections, which inevitably would have left the Central Committee in possession of dictatorial power? One must recognize, first of all, that the Central Committee was no self-appointed Blanquist vanguard. During the siege the formerly middle-class National Guard had been opened up and expanded to include virtually the entire adult male population of the city, roughly 300,000 members compared with 328,000 Parisian voters in the February elections. Thus it comprised, as Marx put it, all the armed manhood of Paris 38. Hitherto, the smallest local National Guard units had elected their own officers, a practice which was now extended up the command hierarchy until, on March 15, a Central Committee was formed out of the elected commanders of all but 7 of Paris' 20 arrondissements. Marx, aware of these developments from the Figaro of March 19, reproduced them in his developing manuscript. The National Guard reorganized itself and entrusted its supreme control to a central committee elected by all the companies, battalions, and batteries of the capital, save some fragments of the old Bonapartist formations. Thus he concluded that the Central Committee, which directed the defense of Montmartre and emerged on the dawn of the March 18 as the leader of the revolution, was neither an expedient of the moment, nor the offspring of secret conspiracy 39. Neither were there any followers of Marx among these men. To urge that these freshly chosen leaders put off communal elections until after a quick expedition against Versailles, as Marx did in his April letters, is scarcely the same as the traditional Blanquist recipe for postponement of elections until after a radical transformation of the whole nation by a self-appointed committee in Paris. A great deal would depend, of course, on what the Central Committee might do after an expedition to Versailles that successfully toppled the usurpatory THIRD government. In no surviving writing did Marx or Engels conjecture that far ahead. No doubt they were aware of the Blanquist formula, but they were also aware of other, seemingly more wide-spread opinions. Immediately after the rupture of March 18, according to the Daily News correspondent, whose words Marx transcribed in his notebook, the general opinion among the groups in Montmartre and Belleville is that the National Assembly must be immediately dissolved, and another elected to sit in Paris. An appeal to the provinces accompanied the Central Committee's call for communal elections. Let the provinces hasten to imitate the example of the capital by organizing themselves in a republican way and get in contact with the capital as soon as possible, by means of delegates. The communal assembly elected on March 22 behaved on a few occasions as if it were a national government, as in the abolition of conscription, but the bulk of its actions and pronouncements bore a decidedly municipal stamp. Its official program of March 28 called for the radical decentralization of France, leaving only a central administration composed of elected delegates from autonomous local communes. Paris has renounced her apparent omnipotence, declared the Journal Officiel on April. She has not renounced that moral power, that intellectual influence, which so often has made her victorious in France and Europe in her propaganda. We know from his book transcriptions that Marx was aware of all these things, as he was of the Commune's offer in May to dissolve itself and face fresh elections after a 2-month campaign period if the National Assembly would do the same. 40. It is true that, while scoring a polemical point toward the end of his civil war, Marx claimed the Commune was the truly national government. He meant this in a particular sense we will examine presently. 41. Otherwise there is no positive evidence whatever to suggest he desired a minority dictatorship of Paris over France. Such an enterprise could only produce another swan song. Scarcely a year earlier, Engels had commented to his partner, after reading a recently published Blanquist tract, comical, the idea that the dictatorship of Paris over France, on which the first revolution foundered, might without further ado be replayed again today and with a different result. 42. The reason Marx and Engels as well called for an early assault on Versailles was essentially a military one. In the days immediately following March 18, the THIRD government was still militarily quite feeble and could easily have been overwhelmed by the 300,000 National Guards men of Paris. 43. The other alternative, the more passive course essentially taken by the communards, was merely to defend their own perimeters, in the hope that the THIRD government would leave them alone, and that the rest of France would eventually follow their example. This gave Thiers as much time as he wanted to collect his military forces and proceed refusing all appeals for compromise and mediation to smash the communards with a ferocity that had no equal in all of French history. Perhaps 25,000, the precise number cannot even be established, were killed, mostly helpless prisoners, while 13,000 more were sentenced afterward, many to a slower death in the prison colony of New Caledonia. 44. The defense-mindedness of the Commune, so characteristic of workers' uprisings in general, struck Engels even years later as its biggest failing, and reminded him of his own experiences in the South German insurrections of 1849. From those experiences, the reader may recall, Engels had formulated his two basic rules for insurrection. Firstly, never play with insurrection unless you are fully prepared to face the consequences of your play. Secondly, the insurrectionary career once entered upon, act with the greatest determination, and on the offensive. The defensive is the death of every armed rising, it is lost before it measures itself with its enemies. 45. Marx and Engels had not called forth the Paris Commune, indeed, there is every reason to believe they regretted its untimely appearance as a misfortune. Once it was an accomplished fact, however, whatever small chance of survival it had lay in an offensive strategy that would have overwhelmed the Thiers government immediately. This is why Marx and Engels' manifest caution of September could be followed by such impassioned appeals for action in April. They had not played with insurrection, but once initiated by others they called for the offensive. For such a strategy to have been successful, two other conditions would have to be assumed: first, that the Prussians would not have intervened, since their armies still surrounded the capital and would have tipped the military balance against the communards. Realizing their vulnerability in this respect, the communards went out of their way to assure the Prussians that they accepted the peace terms and had no intention of resuming the war. Marx was aware of these efforts, as well as of Bismarck's public statement on his return from the peace negotiations. The National Assembly would have preferred to see Prussia occupy Paris, disarm the National Guard, and keep the Canaille in check, but as the Prussian government had resolved not to sacrifice a single additional man, it could not render the service. 46. Perhaps Marx took hope from these developments as he wrote his April letters, although he allowed in a second letter to Kugelmann that the presence of the Prussians in France and their position right before Paris was a decisive, unfavorable accident of history. In retrospect, of course, it seems extremely unlikely that Bismarck would have stood by quietly while the Canaille sallied forth from Paris in numbers sufficient to overpower the National Assembly. 47. The other condition for any lasting success would have been a more or less immediate rallying of the bulk of the population to the political alternative proposed by the communards. The workers had to win over their chorus. Hitherto, for Marx, the alliance of the majority classes had involved two partners for the proletariat: the urban petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, and he included both groups in his would-be reconstitution of that alliance in the civil war in France. As to the former, it seemed an accomplished fact, at least in Paris. For the first time in history the petty and moyenne middle class has openly rallied round the workmen's revolution, Marx declared. It forms with them the bulk of the National Guard, it sits with them in the Commune, it mediates for them in the Union Republicanale. He proceeded to list the several measures taken by the Commune expressly for the benefit of this class. Many non-Marxist historians argue, in fact, that the Paris Commune was really more petty bourgeois than proletarian, both in composition and attitude. 48. The Union Republicaine, in any event, took the most active part in efforts to reconcile Versailles and Paris, and later under Gambetta's resumed leadership would play an important role in the politics of the Third Republic. Evidence of petty bourgeois sympathy in the provinces could be found in the proclamation of communes in half a dozen cities and towns following March 18, in the numerous provincial delegations that implored the Versailles government to seek a compromise settlement with Paris, and at least to some extent in the results of the April 30 municipal elections. 49. The more serious task, the crucial test, in fact, of Marx's class alliance strategy would have been to win over the conservative peasant major ity of France that had voted for Louis Napoleon in 1848, had confirmed his dictatorship in 1851, and had returned the heavy monarchist major ity to the National Assembly in 1871. Marx denied, first of all, that the country gentry and provincial aristocrats gathered in that assembly really represented peasant interests. They had been hurriedly chosen to liquidate a lost war, no more. The French peasant could not really desire the rule of those oppressors he had cast off in the Great Revolution and to whom he had been obliged to pay 1 billion francs indemnity after 1815. 50. But would he prefer the rule of the workers? The first and most extensive draft of the Civil War, written in April while Marx still had glimmers of hope for the Commune, allowed that historically there had also existed a deep antagonism between the townish and rural producers, between the industrial proletariat and the peasantry. Industrial labor was organized on a grand scale, with centralized means of production. The labor of the traditional peasant remained insulated, his means of production parceled and dispersed. On these economical differences rests superconstructed a whole world of different social and political views. Yet peasant proprietorship has long since entered its period of decay. In tourist payments on his inevitable heavy mortgage, combined with state taxes, judicial fees, and clerical exactions, have made his ownership merely nominal, leaving to the peasant the delusion of proprietorship and expropriating him from the fruits of his own labor. 51. And now the National Assembly would like to saddle him with the burden of Bismarck's indemnity as well. What can the Commune offer him instead? The Commune will abolish conscription, the party of order will fasten the blood tax on the peasant. The party of order will fasten upon him the tax collector for the payment of a parasitical and costly state machinery. The Commune will give him cheap government. The party of order will continue grind him down by the townish usurer. The Commune will free him of the incubus of the mortgages lasting upon his plot of land. The Commune will replace the parasitical judiciary body eating the heart of his income, the notary, the huissier, etc. Communal agents doing their work at workmen's salaries. The party of order will keep him under the rule of the gendarme. The Commune will restore him to independent social and political life. The Commune will enlighten him by the rule of the schoolmaster. The party of order force upon him the stultification by the rule of the priest. But the French peasant is above all a man of reckoning. He will find it exceedingly reasonable that the payment of the clergy will no longer exacted from him by the tax collector, but will be left to the spontaneous action of his religious instinct. A few pages later Marx developed the theme still further. 52. The Commune is the only power that can give him immediate great loans even in its present economical conditions. It is the only form of government that can secure to him the transformation of his present economical conditions, rescue him from expropriation by the landlord on the one hand, save him from grinding, trudging and misery on the pretext of proprietorship on the other. that can convert his nominal proprietorship of the land into real praetorship of the fruits of his labor, that can combine for him the profits of modern agronomy, dictated by social wants and everyday now encroaching upon him as a hostile agency, without annihilating his position as a really independent producer. Being immediately benefited by the communal republic, he would soon confide in it. 53. Marx's meaning emerged more clearly some 3 years later in his notes on Bakunin's statism and anarchy, where he discussed the prospects of workers' revolutions in countries having a peasant majority. Either the peasants prevent and doom to failure every workers' revolution, as they have done in France up to now, or the proletariat, functioning as the government, must take steps that will immediately improve his position and thus win him over to the revolution. These steps moreover further the transition from private to communal ownership of land in such a way, that the peasant comes to it of his own accord on economic grounds. But one must not affront the peasant, for instance by proclaiming the abolition of the right of inheritance or the abolition of his property. Still less should one strengthen small ownership by enlarging the plots, by simply transferring the large estates to the peasants, as Bakunin advocated in his revolutionary campaign. 5.4. Here we find a clearly expressed opposition to simple redistribution, but also to any program of immediate or forced collectivization. In general, we know that Marx and Engels favored the immediate nationalization only of large estates. These large-scale productive units, reorganized as agricultural cooperatives, would provide the model that would then attract the small peasants, of their own accord, into associated production with one another. Marx also reiterated here the swan-song theme, that minority proletarian revolutions which do not engage peasant support are doomed to failure. To have any chance of success, he insisted, the workers must mutatis mutandis be able immediately to do at least as much for the peasants as the French bourgeoisie during its revolution did for the French peasants of the time. 55. Marx seemed convinced during the early weeks of the Commune that such a class alliance could be created. What separates the peasant from the proletarian is, therefore, no longer his real interest, but his delusive prejudice. And to overcome this prejudice was simply a matter of communication, 3 months of free communication of communal Paris with the provinces would bring about a general rising of the peasants. A hope that duplicates in its own way the Communards' request for a 2-month campaign period leading to fresh National Assembly elections. 56. The Thiers government itself, as we have seen, feared such communication sufficiently to seal off all contact between Paris and the rest of France. Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, played an active role in trying to mobilize provincial support in the Bordeaux area, venturing at one point into Paris itself in order to obtain from the Commune de Pleins pouvoirs to organize the revolutionary army in Bordeaux, but apparently without success. 57. Marx took hope from the municipal elections of April 30, discussed earlier, as he wrote to the Communard leaders Leo Frankel and Louis Eugene Varlin, the provinces are beginning to ferment. Unfortunately the action there is only local and pacific. 58. As things turned out, of course, it never got beyond the local and pacific stage. France, as Engels put it many years later, left Paris in the lurch. 59. The workers' solo had once again become their swan song. During their brief surge of optimism for the Paris Commune, then, Marx and Engels' strategy was but an adaptation to the given facts of their familiar 1848 strategy involving the alliance of the majority classes. Strategy 2. The vocabulary of Marx's first draft in particular betrays such assumptions. The aim of the communards was termed a social republic, which disowns the capital and landowner class and is instead the representative of all classes of society not living upon foreign labor. A first draft Germanism meaning other people's labor. 60 Hence a victorious social republic in 1871 would not have been a workers' state. Pure and simple, but the instrument of the three familiar partners: workers, petty bourgeois, and peasants. To be sure, one finds a clear identification of the proletariat as the senior partner in the alliance, despite the much vaster numbers of the peasantry. The communal constitution, established nationwide, according to Marx, would have brought the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns of their districts, and these secured to them, in the working men, the natural trustees of their interests. 61. All this is reminiscent of the independent and leading role Marx and Engels assigned to the French and German proletariat in the struggles of 1849 to 1850, and raises again the question whether peasant discontents were not really to be manipulated and exploited in the interest of minority proletarian rule. In Marx and Engels' thinking, traditional peasants, however numerous, were incapable as a class of seizing and holding on to the reins of power in a modern nation-state, whether because of their lower cultural level or simply their extreme geographical dispersion. Wherever the peasantry had appeared on the historical stage as solo actor, typically in Jacques Rise, their revolts had always been crushed only in alliance with another social force, as with the bourgeoisie in the classical case of 1789, could peasants achieve real success, both for themselves and for the cause of historical progress generally. The French peasants had supported the bourgeois revolution with pitchforks, then votes, and then army bayonets, not because they were manipulated or swindled, but because it was their revolution too, in their own real and perceived interest, even though they did not often fill the high positions of state. So it would be again in Marx and Engels' conception of a model popular revolution, where the majority of peasants would find in proletarian leaders the natural trustees of their interests, not because they were gullible or misguided but precisely because they recognized where their own real and immediate interests lay. There may well be some lingering Hegelian metaphysics behind this assumption that universal suffrage would be the compass needle that finally points to this class which is called upon to rule. 62 Marx and Engels do not appear to have considered what the workers should do next if the peasant majority, to cite a familiar situation in 20th century revolutions, insisted on dividing the great estates and thereafter showed little interest in maximizing a surplus. Be that as it may, there is nothing in Marx and Engels' writings on the Paris Commune to suggest that they favored forced collectivization, disfranchisement of reactionary elements, over-representation of the cities, or anything other than the fully democratic political forms of the Commune that they praised so highly and that we will examine in the following chapter. Compromise as an alternative. Those writers who depict Marx as uniformly enthusiastic about the Paris Commune have always had difficulty with the master's very last words on the subject in 1881. The Dutch socialist, F. Domelen Hughes, had written Marx asking for his views on the measures a socialist government should take on coming to power. Marx responded that the question could not be answered a priori, since conditions would vary. Then he proceeded: one thing you can at any rate be sure of, a socialist government does not come into power in a country unless conditions are so developed that it can immediately take the necessary measures for intimidating the mass of the bourgeoisie sufficiently to gain time. The first desideratum for permanent action Perhaps you will refer me to the Paris Commune, but apart from the fact that this was merely the rising of a city under exceptional conditions, the majority of the Commune was in no wise socialist. Nor could it be. With a modicum of common sense, however, it could have reached a compromise with Versailles useful to the whole mass of the people. The only thing that could be reached at the time, the appropriation of the Bank of France alone, would have been enough to put an end with terror to the swagger of the Versailles people, etc. etc. 63. Instead of marching to overthrow Versailles, Marx here recommends a compromise with Versailles, and moreover declares a compromise the only thing that could be reached at the time. The whole mood of this letter is reminiscent of Marx and Engels' extreme caution just after the Battle of Sedan, when they worked against a rising in Paris, and thus reinforces the idea that they regarded the Commune as untimely, as having little chance of success. Its best chance, moreover, came during the first week or so, when a march on Versailles was still militarily promising. One of Marx's acquaintances in Vienna, Heinrich Oberwinder, recalled in his memoirs that a few days after the outbreak of the march rising in Paris, Marx wrote Vienna that the course it had taken precluded all prospects of success. 64. The letter itself has not survived, but this account tallies well with the emphasis both Marx and Engels placed on immediate offensive action. It will be remembered that Marx's April 6 letter to Liebknecht began, "It seems the Parisians are succumbing," and he proceeded to blame their lack of offensive action. Once this early opportunity had slipped away, about the best the Communards could do militarily was to defend themselves against the predictable assault. Defeat might still be transformed into victory if there were a mass uprising of the provinces against the Thiers government, but, given the Hermetic seal, this was scarcely the basket in which to place all one's eggs. It would not be surprising to find Marx and Engels contemplating the possibility of a compromise settlement that might at least avert a bloodbath and save the strength of the Paris working class for another day. Beginning in mid-April, Marx's newspaper excerpts show considerable interest in mediation efforts, and his treatment of these efforts in the Civil War even in the first April draft is sympathetic. 65. If he were confident of revolutionary success, it seems more likely he would have denounced mediation as faint-hearted and treasonous, at least in the early drafts. Marx's specific advice to the Communards, or mainly the lack of it, also suggests that he saw little hope of success after the first week or so. On March 30, Leo Frankel wrote London of his election to the Communes Commission on Labor and Exchange and, full of optimism, asked what advice Marx could offer. "Your advice on the social reforms to be carried out will be extremely valuable to our commission." 66. Marx appears to have ignored the request completely. The IW General Council, to be sure, had dispatched Sarah Hillier to Paris again at the end of March, and he played an active role in the Commune, but his letters do not suggest that he served as a conduit for Marx's advice or had much further contact with London at all. 67. Marx later declared that he kept in touch with the Communards verbally by means of a German merchant named Elo, who traveled regularly between London and Paris, but Frankel's second letter to Marx, dated April 25, makes it clear the former still had not received any advice. He repeated his request. 68. The two letters Marx did send to Frankel and Varlin during the weeks of the Commune's existence contain not a word on the question of social reform, only advice on how the Commune could sell certain securities on the London Exchange, the counsel to fortify the northern slope of Montmartre, and the recommendation to hide certain documents compromising the Versailles leaders. 69 Not very much direction from the grand chef of the International, whom the bourgeois press imagined to be pulling all the strings. From his London headquarters. And yet the very absence of advice on longer-range issues like social reform suggests Marx's underlying pessimism about the Commune's prospects. In fact, the advice to hide the incriminating documents makes a strong case for the view that Marx wanted to hold open an option for compromise. Would it not be useful, he wrote, to put the documents which compromise the Versailles blackguards in a safe place? A precaution of this kind could not do any harm. 70. The documents in question had fallen into the hands of the communards when they took over the city and, in Marx's opinion, provided juridical proofs that prominent Versailles leaders including Trochu, Jules Favre, Ernest Picard, and Jules Ferry were guilty of diverse forgeries, embezzlements, and acts of high treason. During the Franco-Prussian War, proof sufficient for the ordinary courts to send them into long years of penal servitude. 71 To recommend their removal of these documents for safekeeping would make no sense if Marx anticipated the victory of the Commune. On the other hand, they might constitute a valuable bargaining chip in any negotiated compromise with Versailles. Exactly in this sense Marx explained his motives to Edward Beazley on June 12. I demanded that they should at once send to London all the documents compromising the members of the National Defence, so that by this means the savagery of the enemies of the Commune could, to some extent, be held in check. 72. Marx's 1881 letter to Nieuwenhuis, quoted at the beginning of this sec, alludes to appropriation of the assets of the Bank of France in very much the same way, as a kind of bargaining chip that would have ended the swagger of the Versailles people and perhaps made possible a promise useful to the whole mass of the people. Most of the mediation proposals that had been advanced included provision for a broad measure of municipal autonomy for Paris and for the provincial cities and towns as well. Engels spoke retrospectively in the same vein. The hardest thing to understand is certainly the holy awe with which they remained standing respectfully outside the gates of the Bank of France. This was also a serious political mistake. The bank in the hands of the Commune, this would have been worth more than 10,000 hostages. It would have meant the pressure of the whole of the French bourgeoisie on the Versailles government in favor of peace with the Commune. 73. In another writing he went even further, suggesting that the decision not to confiscate the Bank of France was partly responsible for the downfall of the Commune. 74. Clearly Engels was no longer thinking of any revolutionary victory over Thiers. Like Marx, he was contemplating a compromise peace, one which might even have left the communal government intact with some degree of municipal autonomy. As things actually worked out, of course, Paris fell under the rule of the central government and would not be given even the right to elect its own mayor for more than a century, until 1976. It is understandable that these retrospective comments should tend to emphasize the alternative of compromise, because after the smoke had cleared away it was obvious that neither of the two conditions for revolutionary success had obtained. On the one hand, Bismarck had not stood by quietly but had given considerable indirect support to the Thiers government, most notoriously through the early release of 20,000 prisoners of war. How much more would he have given if Versailles were under storm by the canaille? On the other hand, the peasant masses had stood by quietly as passive spectators to the slaughter of the communards. In fact, they remained basically quiet and d1.e during the rest of Marx and Engels' lives, which must have made the two men realize how unrealistic their April hopes had been. Engels' own last words On the Commune in 1895 equal the pessimism of Marx's Nuenhuis letter. Once again it was proved how impossible even then, this rule of the working class still was. France left Paris in the lurch, looked on while it bled profusely from the bullets of McMahon 75. If one examines Marx and Engels' diverse comments pertaining to a revolutionary strategy for the Paris Commune in their proper historical context, within the frame of their own chronological development, then they do not appear grossly contradictory. During the Gambetta period of national resistance to Prussia, the two men were tempted by the vision of 1792 to 1793, or a modified version thereof. But otherwise, when Prussian victory and military occupation were imminent, September 1870, or real, February-March 1871, they showed no enthusiasm whatever at the prospect of a proletarian rising in Paris. Once that rising was an AC accomplished fact, however, its best chance of growing into a national revolution, albeit not a very good one, lay in an immediate offensive to overthrow the usurpatory Thiers government, combined with a simultaneous effort to win over the countryside. Having missed this opportunity, its only remaining option was a compromise that might at least have prevented the bloodbath and preserved municipal self-government for 124 Paris and the provincial cities. In such a negotiated settlement the Parisians might have used two important bargaining chips: the incriminating documents and the hostage assets of the Bank of France. These changing estimates and recommendations all fit within the general strategy for a democratic revolution by the majority classes. The Paris Commune. Workers' state. In the preceding chapter we looked at the Paris Commune to see how it might illuminate Marx and Engels' views on revolutionary strategy. But that is only one facet of the Commune's importance in the political thought of the two men. Since Marx called it essentially a working class government, albeit short-lived and only local, since Engels retrospectively even labeled it a dictatorship of the proletariat, the Paris Commune acquires enormous significance for understanding Marx and Engels' conception of what the post-revolutionary workers' state would look like. Their abundant commentary on the political structures of the Commune compensates somewhat for the bare-boned generalities we find in most of their other writings. By analyzing this commentary we can get around their usual reluctance to draw blueprints of the future and will be able to flesh out the generalities with considerable detail. As in the case of Gentile society, we need not even be too concerned whether they saw the Commune through rose-colored glasses. The more they may have idealized it, the better they must have revealed their own desires, and it is these desires we want to study, rather than the exact degree of correspondence between their factual descriptions and historical reality. Yet, alas, the task is not so easy after all, for, quite apart from historical accuracy, what Marx and Engels said about the workings of the Paris Commune appears, prima facie, no less contradictory and subject to suspicion than what they said about its revolutionary strategy. Can we accept as sincere, for example, Marx's public praise of the communards for smashing the state when we know well that, unlike the anarchists, he did not want to see the state dismantled immediately? How are we to understand his praise of the Commune as a democracy, knowing his reputation as an opponent of the separation of powers? And must we not 126 disregard completely his praise of the decentralist aspirations of the communards, knowing his lifelong advocacy of centralization? These are some of the knotty questions we must tackle if the Commune is also to illuminate our understanding of Marx and Engels' conception of the Revolutionary state. To smash or to use. Marx and Engels' enthusiasm for the Paris Commune could sound posy. Tivoli anarchists sometimes when they depicted it, as Marx did in the first draft of his civil war in France, as a revolution against all forms of the state, it was a revolution against the state itself, of this supernaturalist abortion of society. And yet Marx's standard position against anarchism, as he would put it just 2 years later for example, was to support the workers when, in order to crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, instead of laying down arms and abolishing the state they are giving it a revolutionary and transient form. One Engels' comments seem equally perplexing. In his 1875 remarks on the Gotha program, he could declare that the commune was no longer a state in the proper sense of the word, but go on in the very next breath to assert the workers' need for the state as a transitional institution which is used in the struggle, in the revolution, to hold down one's adversaries by force too. Or finally, in his well-known introduction to the anniversary edition of the Civil War in 1891, Engels again lauded the communards for not managing with the old state machine, for their efforts to do away with all the old repressive machinery, but then in conclusion he invites us to look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3. Should the state be smashed at once or first used to hold down the class adversary? Are Marx and Engels guilty of duplicity here, or are they just confused? For the reader who has followed the development of the two theories' argument up to this point, the response to these questions will be evident. Marx and Engels are using the word state in two different senses, apparently without being aware of doing so. The state as parasite was smashed immediately when the communards came to power, but the state as organized coercive force lingered on in the form of the Nation Guard. Let us examine the relevant passages on the Commune more closely now in order to appreciate exactly in what ways the state disappeared immediately, as Marx and Engels perceived it, and in what ways it remained in existence. In the 18th Brumaire, it will be recalled, Marx had expressed his alarm and revulsion at the growth of the appalling parasitic body, the military and bureaucratic apparatus of the French state, which had its origin in the days of absolute monarchy and which reached its zenith of development under Louis Napoleon when it broke completely free of class control and ruled the nation on its own account as a military despotism. During the long course of its emergence, he noted, all revolutions perfected this machine instead of breaking it. But the next revolution, he went on to prophesy, would bring about the demolition of the state machine, such that the entire edifice will fall to the ground. For this prediction came back to Marx in April 1871 as he learned about the achievements of the communards, for he wrote to Kugelmann, if you look at the last chapter of my 18th Brumaire, you will find that I declare that the next attempt of the French Revolution will be no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it, and this is the precondition for every real people's revolution on the continent. And this is what our heroic Parisian party comrades are attempting. 5. The idea of smashing the state would develop into one of the major themes of the Civil War in France, where Marx commenced his description of communal institutions by asserting, but the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. It was at this point that Marx, in his first draft, had used the sharper formulation quoted at the outset. This was, therefore, a revolution not against this or that, legitimate, constitutional, republican, or imperialist form of state power. It was a Revolution against the state itself, of this supernaturalist abortion of society, a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. 6. Here the very vocabulary of 1843 to 1844 betrays what kind of state Marx had in mind: the state as a supernaturalist alienation of social life, the state become divorced from civil society, the state with interests of its own to defend. It is this parasite state the communards would undertake to demolish. The Civil War next proceeded to review the historical growth of the parasite state, quite in the manner of the 18th Brumaire, including a list of 5 ubiquitous organs of centralized state power that were to be transformed by the commune: standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature. As a consequence of the war and the siege, military power in Paris had devolved almost entirely from regular units of the standing army to the militia-type forces of the National Guard. This fact was now to be transformed into an institution. The first decree of the Commune, therefore, was the suppression of the standing 128th Army, and the substitution for it of the armed people. 7. The first draft expands upon this crucial point, first by quoting from the decree itself, to the effect that the capital will now have a national militia that defends the citizens against the power, the government, instead of a permanent army that defends the government against the citizens. Then Marx enumerated its benefits. The people had only to organize this militia on a national scale, to have done away with the standing armies, the first economical condition sine qua for all social improvements, discarding at once this source of taxes and state debt, and this constant danger to govern meant usurpation of class rule. At the same time the safest guarantee against foreign aggression, and making in fact the costly military apparatus impossible in all other states, the emancipation of the peasant from the blood tax and the most fertile source of all state taxation and state debts. 8. First and foremost, then, the smashing of the state machine involved getting rid of the standing army, getting rid of full-time soldiers who stood apart from the general population and could be used to beat it into submission, getting rid of the staggering expense of maintaining such an enormous parasitic force. What was smashed, however, was professionalism in the armed forces. And not armed force per se. The full-time army as parasite disappeared. But the part-time National Guard remained as the coercive instrument of the workers' state. Here in sharpest focus one can perceive Marx and Engels' double usage: the parasite state is to be smashed immediately. The state as instrument of class coercion is to remain until the need for it fades away. It is not merely that the revolutionary government discharges an unreliable army and forms a reliable one. Rather, the bearing of arms itself ceases to be the full-time profession of a special body of men and becomes a part-time activity of the entire male population. Thus the National Guard was in fact all the armed manhood of Paris, called up for temporary duty. Marx lauded its democratic organization, election of officers, as well as its subordination to the civilian authority of the Commune, instead of glorifying military leaders as previous governments typically did. The Commune dismissed and arrested its generals whenever they were suspected of neglecting their duties. 9. He and Engels also praised the fighting qualities of the guardsmen, although of course they lamented that defense-mindedness that prevented them from following up the popular victory of March 18 with an assault on Versailles. Had such a campaign been undertaken successfully, the next task would have been to organize this militia on a national scale, as Marx put it, but certainly not to dissolve it, as the anarchists seemed to desire, in their rejection of all authority. Thus Engels was led to his classic ut Terence on the subject in his essay on authority, 1873. The anti-authoritarians demand that the authoritarian political state be abolished at one stroke, even before the social conditions that gave birth to it have been destroyed. They demand that the first act of the social revolution shall be the abolition of authority. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? It is in this special sense that the state, although smashed, as parasite standing army, can nevertheless continue to exist, as workers' militia. And although this militia exists in order to hold down one's adversaries by force, it is nevertheless no longer a state in the proper sense of the word, that is, no longer a professional body separated from the mass of the people. The paradox resolves itself as soon as the double meaning of the word state is unmasked. After the standing army, the Civil War turned to the police and the bureaucracy. Here Marx sketched the transformation undertaken by the communards in a passage that is justly famous. The commune was formed of the municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in the various wards of the town, responsible and revocable at short terms. The majority of its members were naturally working men, or acknowledged representatives of the working class. The commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. Instead of continuing to be the agent of the central government, the Po. 130. Lice was at once stripped of its political attributes, and turned into the responsible and at all times revocable agent of the commune. So were the officials of all other branches of the administration. From the members of the commune downwards, the public service had to be done at workmen's wages. The vested interests and the representation allowances of the high dignitaries of state appeared along with the high dignitaries themselves. Public function ceased to be the private property of the tools of the central government. 11. The 90-odd councillors who formed the communal assembly or the commune in the narrow sense Marx employs here did their administrative work through 10 commissions, for finance, public works, justice, etc., elected from among their own numbers and responsible to the whole assembly, just as each councillor was in turn responsible to his popular electorate in the ward, by whom he could be recalled at any time. The intent was to make all administrative posts elective and responsible, which would have the effect, as Marx elaborated in his first draft, of doing away with the state hierarchy altogether and replacing the cautious masters of the people into always removable servants, a mock responsibility by a real responsibility, as they act continuously under public supervision. The whole sham of state mysteries and state pretensions was done away by a commune, mostly consisting of simple working men, filling all the posts hitherto divided between government, police, and prefecture, doing their work publicly, simply, under the most difficult and complicated circumstances, and doing it, as Milton did his Paradise Lost, for a few pounds, acting in bright daylight, with no pretensions to infallibility, making in one order the public functions military, administrative, political, real workmen's junctions, instead of the hidden attributes of a trained caste. 12. As in the military sphere, smashing the state machinery consisted entirely of deprofessionalization. The functions of a trained caste of ca. Rear bureaucrats were now divided among ordinary citizens, elected and recallable at any time. Government by bureaucracy gave way to the authentic self-administration of the people. And the new system offered lower taxes as a natural byproduct. The commune made that catch word of bourgeois revolutions, cheap government, a reality, by destroying the two greatest sources of expenditure, the standing army and state functionarism. 13. Another ubiquitous organ of the old regime had been the established church, which had received its major financial support from the state, and had largely controlled the system of public education. Marx reported, having once got rid of the standing army and the police, the physical force elements of the old government, the commune was anxious to break the spiritual force of repression, the parson power, by the disestablishment and disendowment of all churches as proprietary bodies. The priests were sent back to the recesses of private life, there to feed upon the alms of the faithful in imitation of their predecessors, the apostles. The whole of the educational institutions were opened to the people gratuitously, and at the same time cleared of all interference of church and state. 14. Notice that what Marx applauded here, despite his incidental taunting of the clergy, was simply the separation of church and state, rather than any effort to suppress religious belief or observance by force. The whole issue of freedom of conscience will be dealt with in the next chapter. Finally, there remained the judiciary, where Marx observed, the judicial functionaries were to be divested of that sham independence, which had but served to mask their abject subserviency to all succeeding governments, to which, in turn, they had taken, and broken, the oaths of allegiance. Like the rest of public servants, magistrates, and judges were to be elective, responsible, and revocable. 15. The career of an elderly judge in 1871 might have extended through two monarchies, a republic, an empire, and now a new republic, to all of which in success Zion, like the proverbial vicar of Bray, he would have sworn and then broken an oath of allegiance. Such career judges were now to follow the career bureaucrats and soldiers, and be replaced by non-professional elected judges. Another state mystery would thus be exploded, another trained caste broken up. Such were the political institutions set up by the communards for the government of Paris, and which they hoped would be imitated throughout the rest of France. Marx described their proposed plan for a national organization of communes. The commune was to be the political form of even the smallest country hamlet. The rural communes of every district were to administer their common affairs by an assembly of delegates in the central town, and these district assemblies were again to send deputies to the national delegation in Paris, each delegate to be at any time revocable and bound by the mandat imperative, formal instructions, of his constituents. The few but important functions which still would remain for a central government were not to be suppressed, as has been intentionally misstated, but were to be discharged by communal, and therefore strictly responsible agents. 16. Thus a national legislature and executive presumably would have been constituted on the same radically democratic principles, each post being filled by a delegate who would have been bound to the instructions of his constituents, by whom he could also be recalled at any time. The important question whether Marx in fact approved such a high degree of decentralization will be treated later in the chapter. Now, for our purposes, it would be most interesting to ask in what Ways this workers' democracy was conceived by Marx to differ from bourgeois conceptions of democracy. Before seeking answers, however, we must recognize that this was not the contrast Marx himself sought to present in his Civil War. Rather, he was contrasting the commune with the perfected parasite state. Between his review of the triumph of centralized state power under Louis Bonaparte and his account of how the communards proceeded to smash its 5 ubiquitous organs, we find the following connecting sentence: the direct antithesis of the empire was the commune, italics added. Thus Marx was not trying to contrast communal democracy with the bourgeois democracy of Thiers and the National Assembly. He never recognized that usurpative government as having democratic intentions of any sort. The Third Republic had only been proclaimed, even that as a consequence of Paris working men's revolution of the 4th of September, it was not yet constituted, and given the conservative monarchist majority in the National Assembly, Marx had every reason to believe it never would be constituted as a democracy. In the meantime, Thiers and the National Assembly ruled through the state apparatus they found already in place, which Marx saw as an effort to restore and perpetuate that old governmental power bequeathed to them by the empire. At all events, it was this old apparatus the communards were praised for smashing, and not, it must be recognized, any institutions of bourgeois democracy. 17. Bearing this in mind, we may return to our original query. There appear to be 3 principal ways in which proletarian democracy, as Marx conceived it, would differ from bourgeois democracy. 1. A much wider use of elections. 2. A radical deprofessionalization of public life, and 3. A different relationship between legislative and executive power. The third is the least important and will be treated in the next section, where the separation of powers issue will come under general scrutiny. In any bourgeois democratic republic, one might expect all legislators to be elected, but only the chief executive officers, president, governors, mayors, etc. In European democracies, one would add to this a set of cabinet ministers chosen by and held responsible to the lower chamber of the parliament. Beneath such elected leaders, one would expect lesser posts in the civil bureaucracy, and needless to say, all posts in the military to be filled by hierarchical appointment. Judicial positions as well would be staffed by appointees more typically than by elected magistrates. By way of contrast, Marx emphasized that nothing could be more foreign to the spirit of the commune than to supersede universal suffrage by hierarchic investiture. 18. Not only were judges to be elected, but, most of all, administrators at all levels. Marx had always made executive power his prime concern, and set forth its radical democratization as the foremost political objective of any popular movement. Thus, in the first draft, he declared that the communards had adapted universal suffrage to its real purposes when they used it to choose their own functionaries of administration and initiation. 19. Such functionaries, and indeed all the elected public servants of the commune, would also work under much closer control by their electors, because of the additional safeguards encountered but infrequently in bourgeois democracies of mandat paradage, the right of recall, and open executive proceedings with subsequently published transcripts. Marx had no patience with any institutional devices, checks, or balances whose purpose was to curtail popular influence. He favored a maximum of mass participation in and control over all branches of government. Freedom, he would write 4 years later, perhaps thinking of the Paris Commune, consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and today, too, the forms of state are more or less free. To the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 20. Just as bourgeois democracy could be judged much freer, by this yardstick, than Bonapartist despotism, so the commune could be judged much freer than bourgeois democracy. The second crucial way in which Marx and Engels conceived that proletarian democracy would be different from its bourgeois counterpart is not simply a matter of forms. A stable bourgeois democracy, America being the only example in 1871, was likely to be run by professionals almost to the same degree as the Bonapartist state, if one includes as professionals not only the career bureaucrats, judges, and soldiers, but also the professional politicians who made a career of holding elective office. In his 1891 introduction to the Civil War, Engels drew attention, as we saw in Chapter 3, to the two great gangs of political speculators, who alternately take possession of the state power in the United States and who dominate and plunder the nation for their own benefit in quite the same manner as the career officials of the Bonapartist parasite state. Marx and Engels had no desire to see the leaders of the labor movement move into the high positions of state and also govern in the same manner, developing interests as a leadership cadre that would separate them from the masses. What would prevent such a thing from happening? Engels responded against this transformation of the state and the organs of the state from servants of society into masters of society, an inevitable transformation. In all previous states the commune made use of two infallible means. In the first place, it filled all posts, administrative, judicial and educational, by election on the basis of universal suffrage of all concerned, subject to the right of recall at any time by the same electors. And, in the second place, all officials, high or low, were paid only the wages received by other workers. The highest salary paid by the commune to anyone was 6,000 francs. In this way an effective barrier to place hunting and careerism was set up. 21. We will scrutinize these safeguards at greater length in Chapter 7, for now they serve to document Marx and Engels' desire to be rid of professional politicians, whom they detested as parasites no less than career soldiers and bureaucrats. They wanted all public offices in the proletarian state, from top to bottom, to be real workmen's functions rather than the spoils of a trained caste. Non-professional service, either short-term or part-time, is the implicit answer to place hunting and careerism. Deprofessionalization, in a word, would separate working-class rule as much from any bourgeois state as from Bonapartism. Combined with radical democratization, that is, the extension of the elective principle into all spheres, this radical deprofessionalization was conceived as the remedy to the parasitic tendency which had existed in all previous forms of the state. It was the essence of what Marx and Engels meant by smashing the state machinery. Separation of powers. Compared with such radical changes, what Marx and Engels advocated in regard to the separation of powers seems much less significant, but it requires a separate section because their presumed opposition to any separation of powers is sometimes cited as evidence of a totalitarian mentality. It is easy enough to quote Marx's famous line that the commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. One may even add a few quotations from 1848, expressing contempt for the worm-eaten theory of division of powers, or reproduce Marx's 1851 rejection of that old constitutional folly, when he declared categorically, the condition of a free government is not the division, but the unity of power. 22. Within the necessary historical context, however, the evidence will show that Marx and Engels ways supported the independence of the judiciary, and that they favored a subordination of executive to legislative power, mainly in a sense that Europeans nowadays find perfectly normal. Only in the degree of subordination desired will we discover a difference here between their conception of proletarian democracy and the traditions of European liberal democracy. It cannot be emphasized too strongly that Marx and Engels operated within a monarchical tradition, and that their political ideas, indeed, took shape as a reaction to the specifically absolutist tradition of the Prussian monarchy. Their first sovereign, Frederick William III, not only commanded his army without interference but appointed and controlled the cabinet ministers who ran his civil administration. Without the benefit of any written constitution or parliament, he also exercised full legislative power, acting on the advice of his chosen cabinet ministers. He also appointed all royal judges, and their subsequent independence from his interference was but imperfectly protected. What could be more understandable than that the opponents of such a royal absolutism would have a profound aversion to independent executive power? Such a profound aversion, it will be argued, lies at the root of whatever Marx and Engels had to say on the separation of powers issue. Let us begin with judicial power, where it is easy enough to reconstruct Marx and Engels' views. Among opponents of Prussian absolutism in the 1840s, three main lines of judicial reform suggested themselves. First, to secure greater independence for judges and judicial processes without any necessarily challenging the royal power of appointment. Next, to democratize judicial power by the extension of the jury system, used only in the Rhine province, and ultimately by the election of all judges, and finally, to expand judicial competence sufficiently so as to offer a check, to exert some restraint upon the omnipotence of the executive. In Volume 1 we saw how Marx and Engels had identified themselves with all three prongs of this offensive both before and after they became communists. In his very debut as a journalist, Marx lamented the fact that in Prussian criminal proceedings, judge, prosecutor, and defense lawyer are one person. He also found it logically necessary that the independent judge belongs neither to me nor to the government. 23. Engels likewise insisted that in all states where the separation of powers has been really instituted, judicial and executive powers are quite without any connection. Citing France, England, and America as examples, he went on to one of his favorite themes, the advantages and guarantees offered by the jury system, insisting that judicial power is the direct property of the nation, which exercises it through its jurors. 24. Conversion to communism did not seem to affect the young men's views on these subjects. In fact, Marx's plans for his never-realized book on the modern state exhibit unusually strong interest in the separation of powers. One chapter was to treat the principle of separation, while succeeding chapters dealt with each of the three branches, including one on judicial power and law. In 1846 we still find Engels praising the desire in Germany to introduce the jury, in order to get rid of a separate class of judges, forming a state in the state too. 5. The events of 1848 obliged Marx and Engels to consider problems of judicial power during a democratic revolution against an established authoritarian regime. Marx lashed out at the hypocrisy of those ably independent Prussian judges who nonetheless accommodated themselves to every illegal action of the crown, offering no resistance to such tyrannical acts and therefore providing no check on executive power. Both men called for the temporary suspension of the irremovability principle, as the French revolutionaries had done in 1792 and again in 1848. so as to remove or pension off the most servile of the judicial income. Bence point 26. Neither man specified any means for choosing replacements. It is plausible to assume they would have preferred election, but would have been happy enough to see the Prussian assembly do the job if it would only bestir itself. They repeatedly urged this assembly to assume responsibility for the exercise of power in all spheres during the revolutionary provisorium between the collapse of the old regime and the drawing up of a new constitution. Such a provisorium, Engels argued, even empowers it, if need be, to transform itself into a court of justice and to judge without laws. Here was an allusion to the theory and practice of constituent assemblies in the Great French Revolution, but Engels did not recommend such a union of legislative and judicial power as a permanent feature of government. 27. We will return to the problem of constituent assemblies presently. During the 1850s, while reporting for the New York Daily Tribune, Marx had occasion to touch on the independence of the judiciary again. He lamented that the Prussian counter-revolution had done away with guarantees even existing at the worst times of the absolute monarchy. With the independence, for instance, of the judges of the executive government. 28. By contrast, he pointed to the 1831 Constitution of Hesse-Kassel as being, except for its electoral provisions, the most liberal fundamental law ever proclaimed in Europe. Surely this was high praise from a man who normally took ruthless delight in picking apart the flaws and shams of bourgeois constitutions. Why did he find this document praiseworthy? There is no other constitution which restrains the powers of the executive within limits so narrow, makes the administration more dependent on the legislature, and confides such a supreme control to the judicial benches. He continued. The prince is divested of the right of grace. He enjoys neither the privilege of pensioning or removing the members of the administration against their will, there being always open to them an appeal to the courts of law. The latter are invested with the right of final decision in all questions of bureaucratic discipline. In this way, the members of the bureaucracy were emancipated from the crown. On the other hand, the courts of law, empowered to decide definitively upon all the acts of the executive, were rendered omnipotent. While praising this power to rule on the constitutionality of all executive acts, Marx also had kind words for an 1848 reform of the same constitution, which placed the nomination of the members of the Supreme Court into the hands of the legislature, thus eliminating the executive power of appointment. 29. Scattered remarks in latter years followed the same pattern. With respect to the draft Gotha program, Engels complained that it lacked the first condition of all freedom, that all officials should be responsible for all their official acts to every citizen before the ordinary courts and according to common law. Neither Marx nor Engels, on the other hand, took exception to the program's demand for admin power, usually during periods of revolution, and it is not surprising to find kings and their ministers appealing to the principle of separation of powers in an effort to defend their authoritarian prerogatives. Conversely, in such revolutionary periods, elected representatives were likely to find themselves insisting, like Abbé Sieyès in the classic case of the French Nation Assembly of 1789, that they incorporate the national will, that sovereignty resides in their assembled ranks, and that the crown has no right to block their actions. Whatever their views on the separation of powers in an ideal constitution, they were obliged to defend temporary legislative dominance for the purpose of drafting a constitution. Constituent assemblies, according to Sieyès' argument, stand outside and above the normal operations of government. Momentarily they must exercise supreme power. 34. When Marx and Engels scorned the worm-eaten doctrine of the separation of powers during the German revolutions of 1848, they were defending the rights of constituent assemblies in the same fashion as CIs, not advancing some new totalitarian democratic recipe for government. Thus when a Prussian minister appealed to the doctrine to prevent the Berlin Assembly from interfering in his work, Engels fired back the following testy questions. Is there in Prussia legally and factually a separation of powers in the sense that you interpret it, i.e. in the constitutional sense? Is not the existing separation of powers the limited, trimmed one which corresponds to the absolute, the bureaucratic monarchy? How then can one use constitutional phrases for it before it has been reformed constitutionally? The constitutional separation of powers does not yet exist at all in Prussia, hence there can also be no infringement upon it. 35. Marx in his turn defended the sovereignty of the Berlin Assembly in words that might have been copied from CIs. It was elected by the people for the purpose of independently enacting a constitution appropriate to the conditions of life which had come into conflict with the old political organization and laws. It was therefore from the very beginning a sovereign, constituent assembly. The fact that it all the same stooped to entertain the point of view of the agreement was mere formal courtesy towards the crown, mere ceremony. The king made the concessions which the revolution compelled him to make. Neither more nor less. The crown, Marx went on to argue, strangely demands the respect for the separation of powers before any constitution has been drawn up to establish it, while at the same time recognizing no limit to its own power. The representatives of the people are expected to play the role of a constitutional chamber confronting an absolute monarchy. 36. But the assembly should not trouble itself with royal pretensions. The Prussian crown is within its rights in confronting the assembly as an absolute crown. But the assembly is in the wrong because it does not confront the crown as an absolute assembly. It must claim and exercise sovereignty even if force is required to overcome royal opposition. Clashes between a constituent assembly and a recalcitrant monarch are not to be grouped with legislative-executive wrangles under an established constitution. They are conflicts between two powers, both of which claim sovereignty in a revolutionary provisorium. Only force can resolve such a conflict. 37. In the Prussian case it was the monarch who eventually dispersed the assembly at bayonet point. Thereafter Frederick William promulgated his own constitution, which granted the most meager powers to a parliament elected through a mockery of universal suffrage. Once established, European parliaments might continue to contest royal power in any number of areas, but their decisive victory would come with recognition of the principle of ministerial responsibility, that is, the continual accountability of cabinet ministers to a parliamentary majority which has the power to dismiss them through a vote of no confidence. With the establishment of ministerial responsibility, kings lost their traditional right to appoint and dismiss cabinet ministers at their own pleasure, and thus lost control over the day-to-day policies and actions of the executive branch. By wresting such control from the hands of the monarch, however, parliaments did not establish a separation of powers in the American sense. On the contrary, they created an effective and permanent subordination of executive to legislative power. Such subordination has been a characteristic feature of European democracies ever since. 38. Nowadays Marx and Engels' putative disciples generally dismiss such bourgeois governmental systems with the phrase parliamentary cretinism. It must be understood, however, that the masters originally devised that phrase to express contempt for the opposite, for the absence of parliamentary rule. The first legislatures so stigmatized were the German and Prussian National Assemblies of 1848, whose only efforts to limit the real power of the German princes lay in the paragraphs of the constitutions which they wrote but lacked the courage to impose. As Engels recalled in 1884. Finally, we exposed the parliamentary cretinism, as Marx called it, of the various so-called national assemblies. These gentlemen had allowed all means of power to slip out of their hands, in part, had voluntarily surrendered them again to the governments. In Berlin, as in Frankfurt, alongside newly strengthened, reactionary governments there stood powerless assemblies, which nevertheless imagined that their impotent resolutions would shake the world in its foundations. This cretinous self-deception prevailed even among the extreme lefts. AO. Thus parliamentary cretinism originally referred to the self-deception of powerless assemblies that their decisions really mattered so long as they neglected to assert effective control over the governments, that is, over the princes and their ministers, their armies, and their bureaucracies. The other legislature stigmatized as cretinous was the French Legislative National Assembly in 1851, after it had abandoned any effort to control the army or the ministers of the chief executive, Louis Bonaparte. In a country like France, Marx wrote, the legislature forfeits all real influence when it loses command of the ministerial posts. Thereafter, the Assembly took that peculiar malady which since 1848 has raged all over the continent, parliamentary cretinism, which holds those infected by it fast in an imaginary world and robs them of all sense, all all understanding of the rude external world. It took this parliamentary cretinism for those who had destroyed all the conditions of parliamentary power with their own hands, still to regard their parliamentary victories as victories. 40. It is noteworthy that Marx did not apply this epithet to the Assembly during the period when it controlled the government, rather labeling this the period of the parliamentary republic. Even more noteworthy is his restriction of the malady to continental Europe. Neither Marx nor Engels ever called the British Parliament cretinous, for by their own standard it was a legislature that, ever since the 17th century, had 142 really governed. After his first inspection of the British Constitution in 1844, Engels reached the conclusion, in reality the House of Commons makes the laws and administers them through the ministers, who are but a committee of the House. A separate royal executive power no longer existed. The power of the Crown is the power of the ministers, in other words, of the representatives of the majority of the House of Commons. All that was required to transform Britain into a pure democracy was the implementation of the People's Charter. Over and over again Engels and his partner returned to the idea that universal suffrage in Britain would enable the workers to elect a majority to the House of Commons. That victory was not expected to result in an asylum for parliamentary cretins but in the rule of the proletariat. 41. Engels still had Britain in mind when he lampooned the royally decreed Prussian constitution in 1849. In the profane constitutional states, the chamber rules through its committee, the government, and the king's only right is that of saying yes and amen, and of giving his signature. But in the Royal Prussian constitutional monarchy, by the grace of God, the act opposite holds good. The crown rules through its ministers, and woe to the chambers if they venture to do anything but say yes and amen to the effusions of divine grace. 4.2. Marx similarly deplored the lack of parliamentary control over cabinet ministers in Prussia, despite Article 44 of the Constitution which declared them responsible. In the paragraph itself, it is not said to whom the ministers are responsible. In practice, on every occasion when the chambers went the length of threatening the ministers with a vote of non-confidence, the latter declared roundly that they were quite welcome to it, ministers being responsible, indeed, but to their royal master only. The question of ministerial responsibility possesses in Prussia, as it did in the France of Louis Philippe, an exceptional importance, because it means, in fact, the responsibility of the bureaucracy. The ministers are the chiefs of that omnipotent, all-intermeddling parasite body, and to them alone, according to Article 106 of the Constitution, have the subaltern members of the administration to look, without taking upon themselves to inquire into the legality of their ordinances, or incurring any responsibility by executing them. Thus, the power of the bureaucracy, and by the bureaucracy, of the executive, has been maintained intact. 43. When in the early 1860s Bismarck tried to undercut even the minimal budgetary powers of the Prussian legislature, Engels defended the importance of the issue against the indifference of the Lassalleans. Both the bourgeoisie and the workers can only function as a really organized political force through parliamentary representation, and this parliamentary representation is only of value if they can have their say and make decisions. The question must arise whether it lies in the workers' interests for this parliament to be robbed of all political power, this parliament which they themselves hope to enter by gaining universal and direct suffrage and in which they hope to form a majority one day? Hardly. 44. In these criticisms of the Prussian constitution one can perceive Marx and Engels' admiration for those political systems where ministerial responsibility was really practiced, where parliament rules through its committee, the government. Much the same sort of admiration reveals itself in Marx's praise of the Hessian Constitution of 1831, the most liberal fundamental law ever proclaimed in Europe, which we noted earlier in connection with the judiciary. No other constitution, he asserted in this 1859 article, makes the administration more dependent on the legislature, since the latter possesses the right of stopping all taxes, imposts, and duties, on every conflict with the executive. Then he proceeded. The law on ministerial responsibility, so far from being an unmeaning phrase, enables the representatives to remove, through the state tribunal, every minister declared guilty of having even misinterpreted any resolution of the legislature. The representative chamber selects out of its members a permanent committee, forming a sort of Areopagus, watching and controlling the government, and impeaching the officials for violation of the Constitution, no exception being granted on behalf of orders received by subalterns from their superiors in rank. 4-5. This form of ministerial responsibility, which held ministers legally responsible for the constitutionality of their acts before judicial tribunals, experiment with an independent and elected head of state, and that had produced the presidency of Louis Bonaparte in December 1848. Marx drew attention to the dangers he perceived. While the votes of France are split up among 750 members of the National Assembly, they are here, on the contrary, concentrated on a single individual. While each separate representative of the people represents only this or that party, this or that town, this or that bridgehead. He is the elect of the nation, and the act of his election is the trump that the sovereign people plays once every 4 years. The elected National Assembly stands in a metaphysical relation, but the elected president in a personal relation, to the nation. As against the assembly, he possesses a sort of divine right. He is president by the grace of the people. 49. Within 4 years President Bonaparte had himself proclaimed Napoleon III, hereditary emperor of the French. Perhaps with this in mind Marx moved in 1866 to abolish the office of president within the International Working Men's Association. He also likened Lassalle to Bonaparte as a would-be workers' dictator when the latter created a powerful presidency for himself in the General German Workers' Association. 50. The more stable American presidency never excited so much animus in the two men. Marx even had kind words for Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, but here too Engels seemed to agree with the Texan socialist, who wrote him in 1893 in assuming the office one day would be abolished. 51. To divide executive tasks among responsible committees rather than concentrating them in the hands of one person seemed only natural to Marx and Engels as an anti-authoritarian safeguard. It had been done that way in Periclean Athens. The practice was enshrined in the Constitution of 1793, and it reappeared spontaneously in the institutions of the Paris Commune of 1871. Secondly, within a proletarian legislature, Marx and Engels seemed to expect that executive tasks would be assigned, not just to a handful of individuals chosen to be ministers, but to most or all the members, each of whom would serve on one committee or another according to his competences. Thus in the Paris Commune, 10 commissions, 9 functional and 1 executive, were elected by the communal assembly, each having a membership of from 5 to 8 persons, such that 61 of the 92 original members of the communal assembly were chosen for one or another administrative task. 52. It was because 2/3 of its members had such functions that Marx could call the commune a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. Few deputies could remain pure parliamentarians, free of responsibility for carrying out the legislative decisions of the group. In approving such practices, Marx was pursuing the goal of maximum democratization of executive power and went well beyond the conventional bourgeois notion of responsible ministries. Far more radical, however, was Marx and Engels' already discussed desire to see all administrative offices made elective and responsible, not only at the top but at all levels and in all departments. This was combined, as we have also seen, with the second expectation that all such functions would be deprofessionalized, would become real workmen's functions, such that ordinary conscientious persons could take them up for a term and then pass them on, no individual keeping them long enough to acquire a vested career interest. It is really these last two expectations, rather than the first two, that set Marx and Engels apart from garden variety 19th century liberal Democrats. And in a larger perspective, it is these same two expectations, far more than any special attitude toward the separation of powers per se, that makes them profoundly radical when compared to their contemporaries, or, for that matter, when compared to present-day social democrats or communists. What they had in mind was not just to smash the existing bureaucracy of capitalist society, but to eradicate the bureaucratic principle itself from all social institutions. With respect to legislative power per se, most of what needs to be said has already emerged in one context or another: elections based on universal suffrage and secret ballot, bound deputies recallable at any time by their constituents, public legislative proceedings. Only 2 points need to be added. Marx appeared to endorse the Communard scheme for a national organization of communes in which each rural commune would send a delegate to a district assembly, which in turn would choose a delegate to send to Paris. This has led many of his disciples to assume he favored an indirect and pyramidal system of national representation. Yet, Monty Johnstone has pointed out that nowhere else in Marx or Engels' writings can one find any support for indirect schemes of representation. On the contrary, the two men seem to have accepted as normal the direct representation of geographic constituencies which they encountered in all the advanced parliamentary states. 53. Second, mention should be made of Marx and Engels' suspicion of bicameral legislatures. In their eyes, the upper chamber was always included as an oligarchic check upon the more popular lower chamber, and indeed in most 19th century European legislatures the members of the upper chamber sat either by hereditary right, example the English House of Lords, or by governmental appointment, example the German Federal Council. Marx's preferred Hessian Constitution of 1831, as he expressly noted, prescribed a unicameral legislature, as did the hallowed Constitution of 1793. It is interesting to note, however, that he spoke with favor of the procedural requirement in Britain and France that bills be considered by the legislature on 3 separate occasions before a final vote could be taken to make them law. This was conceived as a safeguard against over-hasty or rash decision making. 54. In short, where institutional checks and safeguards served legitimate purposes, as here or in the independence of the judiciary, Marx and Engels could see their merits, where they served only to frustrate or confine the popular will, or to make the processes of government complex and mysterious, they denounced them time and again. Since these latter motives were far more in evidence than the former in 19th century European constitutions, and since the governing classes appealed to the separation of powers principle most frequently in order to thwart mass influence on government, it is understandable that Marx and Engels should be suspicious of the doctrine. The machinery of government can not be too simple, Marx declared, it is always the craft of knaves to make it complicated and mysterious. 55. Centralism versus decentralism. Of all the suspicions about the civil war in France, perhaps the most widespread concerns the praise Marx reserved for the decentralist program of the Paris Commune, its April 1871 proposal to organize the national political life of France in a loose federation of highly autonomous communes. Had not Marx been a lifelong advocate of centralization? Had he not always ridiculed the Proudhonist conceptions that lay behind this April proposal? Scarcely 5 years earlier, in a letter to Engels, he had scoffed at such Proudhonized sternism. Everything to be dissolved into little groups or communes which will in their turn form an association but no state. 56. Could he really have changed his mind so dramatically? It seems highly improbable. And yet there is considerable evidence in Marx and Engels' mature thought to suggest, if not a complete volte-face, at least a certain disenchantment with centralization as a university sally benign process and a certain re-emphasis of the value of local self. 148. Administration. These tendencies, it will be argued, may have made it possible for Marx to sympathize sincerely with the decentralist program of the Commune, though surely not with the absolute local autonomy desired by strict Proudhonists. Marx and Engels' early advocacy of centralization is too well known to require elaborate documentation, but perhaps it does merit a few words of historical explanation, particularly since it is so often adduced as their evidence of authoritarian values or dictatorial ambitions. A moment's reflection will show how necessary it is to resist the facile equation that centralism equals authoritarianism, and decentralism equals democracy. Under the Confederation of 1815, power in Germany was highly decentralized, yet no one would argue that at any level it was organized democratically. Contemporaneously, in Great Britain power had been highly concentrated in a single parliament, yet surely it was organized more democratically than in Germany. France was still more centralized than Britain, and yet, during the momentary flowering of the Second Republic, also considerably more democratic because of universal suffrage. The same contrast can be found in 19th-century American experience, was the formally decentralized government of the Confederacy more, or less, democratic than that of the Union? Although there is no clear consistency on the issue, the forces of order in 19th century Europe were probably to be found more frequently in the decentralist than in the centralist camp. The converse would hold for the forces of progress. This was true in any event for Germany when Marx and Engels acquired their political education, before the March days of 1848. The desire for national unification was primordially a centralizing aspiration. And the liberals and Democrats who championed this cause, however much they might squabble about the degree of centralization desirable, all wanted more of it than existed under the Confederation of 1815. Conversely, the defenders of the existing decentralized order were located predominantly in the conservative establishments of the separate states. Among the princes, their courts, armies, and bureaucracies. It is not surprising, therefore, to find that both Marx and Engels were centralizers from the beginning, even before they became communists. In September 1842, the 20-year-old Engels wrote a rather muddled article on the issue of centralization and freedom, which is nonetheless worthy of note because he saw no necessary incompatibility between the two. No state can do without centralization, the federal state no more than the developed central state. Under this centralization, communal administration, everything that affects individual citizens or corporations, can quite well be left free. Because centralization is concentrated in a single center, because everything here forms a single unity, its activity must necessarily be general, its competence and powers embracing everything that is of general valid but leaving free everything that concerns only this or that particular individual. From this follows the right of the central power of the state to promulgate laws, to control the administration, to appoint state officials, etc. From this follows at the same time the principle that judicial power must by no means be connected with the center but must be in the hands of the people. Courts of law with juries, and that, as already said, communal affairs, etc., do not come within the competence of the center, and so on. The central nature of the state does not, by the way, stipulate that some one person must be the central point, as in an absolute monarchy. The main thing is not the person in the center, but the center itself. 57. Two sentiments in this passage were to become permanent features of Marx and Engels' centralism. Firstly, that the concentration of power in a single center need not mean placing it in the hands of a single person, but only that it be in the hands of a single assembly, like for instance the British Parliament, and secondly, that such a centralization need not and should not destroy local self-administration, individual freedom, or the independence of the judiciary. Marx and Engels' centralism thus had a natural origin in their man experience and probably would have existed even if the two men had never heard of the Jacobin regime of 1793. No doubt the lessons they drew from the Jacobin example reconfirmed their own centralism, and yet, especially after they became communists, Marx and Engels always stressed the socio-economic need for centralization more than any directly political need to concentrate force against opponents. This historic link between centralization and socio-economic modernization is a familiar theme in the manifesto. Engels spelled it out even more plainly in an other 1847 writing. Swiss federalism, he argued, represents a backward-looking craft agrarian localism that everywhere is doomed. Through its industry, its commerce, and its political institutions, the bourgeoisie is already working everywhere to drag the small, self-contained localities which live only for themselves out of their ISO 150 Laschen, to bring them into contact with one another, to merge their interests, expand their local horizons, to destroy their local habits, strivings and ways of thinking, and to build up a great nation with common interests, customs, and ideas out of the many hitherto mutually independent localities and provinces. The bourgeoisie is already carrying out considerable centralization. The proletariat, far from suffering any disadvantage from this, will as a result rather be in a position to unite, to feel itself a class, to adopt in democracy a proper political point of view, and finally to conquer the bourgeoisie. The democratic proletariat not only needs the kind of centralization begun by the bourgeoisie but will have to extend it very much further. It will not only have to centralize every country separately but will have to centralize all civilized countries together as soon as possible. 58. Here again Engels did not present centralization as antagonistic to democracy but, on the contrary, as a necessary precondition for modern democracy at a national ultimately international level. This same conviction that the proletariat requires a cosmopolitan, not localist, outlook lies behind the often quoted and often misunderstood lines of the March Circular of 1850. Throughout the revolutionary period in Germany, Marx and Engels were concerned lest the workers be misled by the seductive backward-looking particularism of so many South German artisans and petty bourgeois, which expressed itself in admiration of Switzerland and in the call for a decentralized federal republic in Germany. In the next revolution, the circular declared, the same petty bourgeois Democrats could be expected to renew their agitation for the utmost possible autonomy and independence for the communities and provinces. The workers, in opposition to this plan, must not only strive for a single and indivisible German republic, but also within this republic for the most determined centralization of power in the hands of the state authority. They must not allow themselves to be misguided by the democratic talk of freedom for the communities, of self-government, etc. In a country like Germany, where there are still so many remnants of the Middle Ages to be abolished, where there is so much local and provincial obstinacy to be broken, it must under no circumstances be permitted that every village, every town, and every province should put a new obstacle in the path of revolutionary activity, which can proceed with full force only from the center. As in France in 1793, so today in Germany, it is the task of the really revolutionary party to carry through the strictest centralization. 59. Certainly this stands as the most extreme centralist pronouncement as associated with Marx and Engels. Even so, one must recognize that its strong words were directed against a particular kind of localist democracy and not against democratic principles in general. The state authority in whose hands the circular wanted power centralized could hardly be anything but the freshly elected National Assembly referred to elsewhere. In the document, Germany did not yet have a central administration that could be taken over intact by some self-appointed revolutionary committee. It did not even have a single great population center like Paris. If it were only that Marx and Engels expected local minorities to give way to a national majority in certain matters, few eyebrows would be raised. What is disturbing is the lack of any specified limit on the most determined centralization of power, as well as the general shrill tone of the text. This tone undoubtedly reflected Marx and Engels' sharp disillusionment in 1849 to 1850 with the petty bourgeoisie as an alliance partner, and may also reflect the influence of August Willich and the radical artisans of the Communist League. These matters have been discussed in Volume 1, where it was argued that the March Circular, a secret unsigned pronouncement of the League's Central Committee, does not necessarily represent the personal views of Marx and Engels in their purity. 60. It is surely significant that Engels added a footnote to this paragraph when it was published in 1885, which, without repudiating the centralist views outright, softened and modified them almost into oblivion. We will examine this footnote presently, but first it will be useful to inspect some earlier evidences of, and probable reasons for, Marx and Engels' softening on the centralization issue. The first probable reason for the change has to do with the fate of Ireland in the process of British centralization, the second with the increasingly oppressive and bureaucratic character of French centralization. The second is probably more important and leads directly to the Civil War in France. Therefore let us tend to the Irish issue first. In the 1840s Marx and Engels seem to have regarded Ireland's incorporation into the United Kingdom as an accomplished and irreversible fact, part of the historically necessary process of forming great centralized nation-states on a capitalist basis, before which the ethnic sensibilities of the Irish had concentration of power in the hands of a single representative parliament. France seemed to move in this direction throughout the first half of the 19th century, but then came the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. At that point the administrative and military apparatus of the French state, inherited from the absolutist kings, then polished, rationalized, and further centralized by the bourgeoisie to serve its own needs, now broke free of class control and shattered parliamentary supremacy to pursue its own institutional and caste interests, together with those of the adventurer who had inspired the revolt. 64. This was not the sort of centralization Marx and Engels had in mind. Even in the 18th Brumaire itself, Marx began to discriminate between different kinds of centralization and to lament that the historically necessary kind accomplished by the French Revolution breaking all separate local, territorial, urban and provincial powers in order to create the civil unity of the nation had been accompanied by bulletin bureaucratic centralization as well, which augmented the extent, the attributes and the agents of governmental power. Bourgeois rule had thus helped to nurture the appalling parasitic body and now choked French society like a boa constrictor, but the proletarian revolution could do without such a military bureaucratic apparatus. The centralization of the state that modern society requires arises only on the ruins of the military bureaucratic government machinery which was forged in opposition to feudalism. The demolition of the state machine will not endanger centralization. Bureaucracy is only the low and brutal form of a centralization that is still afflicted with its opposite, with feudalism. 65. Here in 1852 was a clear repudiation of centralization in its bureaucratic, and particularly in its Bonapartist, form, Yet this was the form that, especially with the advent of Bismarck, seemed the wave of the future. For bourgeois Europe, should centralization be encouraged after all? How could the beneficial and necessary work of centralization be achieved without encouraging its twin bureaucratization? If there was an answer, it had to lie in some kind of non-professional self-administration of localities and departments, right up to the national level. This line of thinking must have disposed Marx to look more sympathetically upon the decentralist schemes of the communards, which he might otherwise have dismissed out of hand. 20 years of Bonapartism had left their mark. Already in his preparations for the civil war in France, Marx showed a special interest in the decentralization issue, copying down comments on the subject by Montesquieu and Leibniz, as well as the relevant paragraphs of the Jacobin Constitution of 1793. In the first draft he contrasted the backward-looking decentralism of the provincial aristocrats gathered at Versailles with the forward-looking decentralism of the communards, and quite obviously read his own desires into the intentions of the latter. What they really want is to go back to what preceded the centralized state machinery, and put into its place the provincial and local domanial influence of the chateaux. They want a reactionary decentralization of France. What Paris wants is to supplant that centralization which has done its service against feudally, but has become the mere unity of an artificial body, resting on gens d'armes, red and black armies, repressing the life of real society, lasting as an incubus upon it. To supplant this unitarian France which exists besides the French society by the political union of French society itself through the communal organization. What Paris wants is to break up that factitious unitarian system, so far as it is the antagonist of the real living union of France and a mere means of class rule. 66. Thus in broad historical terms centralization has already done its service against feudally, and in fact has become an incubus upon the life of French society. The communards have, that is, Marx has, no desire to break up the underlying accomplished unity of the nation, but only to smash the incubus claiming to represent that unity. They seek to dismantle this centralized apparatus only so far as it is the antagonist of the real living union of France and a mere means of class rule. To this exact extent Marx could sympathize sincerely and even enthusiastically with the decentralism of the Paris Commune, for it corresponded to his own desire to debureaucratize and deprofessionalize political life. In the final version of the Civil War, Marx further clarified what he took to be the desire of the communards, but which are still more evidently his own desires. They did not wish, he asserted, to go back to the medieval communes which existed before the basic legal, economic, and cultural unity of the nation had been forged, for that unity, if originally brought about by political force, has now become a powerful coefficient of social production. Neither did they conceive of municipal liberty as a check upon the remote and authoritarian central power of the crown, as had the framers of the Constitution of 1791. For the central authority proposed by the communards would not be some alien power but a body of deputies from the communes themselves, chosen from all over the country, each delegate to be at any time revocable and bound by the mandate imperative, formal instructions, of his constituents. Then came the passage cited earlier in this chapter. The few but important functions which still would remain for a central government were not to be suppressed, as has been intentionally misstated, but were to be discharged by communal, and therefore strictly responsible agents. The unity of the nation was not to be broken, but, on the contrary, to be organized by the communal constitution and to become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity, independent of, and superior to, the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. 67. Few but important is obviously the key phrase here and was perhaps deliberately chosen for its vagueness. In fact, the April program of the Communards was itself equally vague, being the product of a promise between Prudentist decentralizers and neo-Jacobin and Blanquist elements not exactly friendly to the idea. It spoke of a great central administration that would act as the delegation of the federated communes, but while the powers of separate communes were itemized at length, no specific central powers were discussed at all. 68. Surely at the very least Marx would have wanted a centralized direction of the economy, as suggested in his remark a few pages later that united cooperative societies were to regulate national production upon a common plan, thus taking it under their own control. 69. Perhaps Marx also believed that, had the Commune survived and the rest of France followed its example, the Proudhonists would have found themselves compelled to preserve far more central administrative power than they had planned, compelled by the irony of world history, as Engels remarked on a similar issue, to do the opposite of what the doctrines of their school prescribed. 70. Neither here nor elsewhere did Marx attempt to delineate exactly which functions would devolve upon which levels of the administration, or specify any overall degree of centralization to be achieved, or suggest how the inevitable conflicts and jurisdictional disputes among the various levels would be resolved. This fuzziness makes it possible for Marx's critics to place the passage reproduced above next to the March Circular, and charge dissimulation. As we have seen, however, there is good reason to suppose that by 1871 Marx had indeed backed off somewhat from the uncritical centralism of his early years and re-emphasized the idea of local self-administration as the antidote to bureaucratic rule. Even in his P.R.I. VAT 1874 notes on Bakunin, where he had no reason to hide his true feelings, he responded to the anarchists' barbed question whether all 40 million Germans would be members of the government by saying, certainly, for the thing begins with the self-government of the community. 71. For additional evidence of a softening on the centralization issue, and important details about it, we may come to the late writings of Engels. Beginning with the promised 1885 footnote to the March Circular. This was the only footnote Engels felt a need to add when he published the document for the first time in that year, and it was appended to the anti-decentralization paragraph quoted earlier. It must be recalled today that this passage is based on a misunderstanding. At that time, thanks to the Bonapartist and liberal falsy fears of history, it was considered as established that the French centralized machine of administration had been introduced by the Great Revolution, and in particular that it had been used by the Convention as an indispensable and decisive weapon for defeating the Royalist and Federalist reaction and the external enemy. It is now, however, a well-known fact that throughout the Revolution up to the 18th Brumaire the whole administration of the departments, arrondissements and communes consisted of authorities elected by the respective constituents themselves, and that these authorities acted with complete freedom within the general state laws. That precisely this provincial and local self-government, similar to the American, became the most powerful lever of the Revolution. And indeed to such an extent that Napoleon, immediately after his coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire, hastened to replace it by the still existing administration of the prefects, which, therefore, was a pure instrument of reaction from the beginning, but no more than Local and provincial self-government is in contradiction to political, national centralization, is it necessarily bound up with that narrow-minded cantonal or communal self-seeking which strikes us as so repulsive in Switzerland, and which all the South German federal republicans wanted to make the rule in Germany in 1849. 72. Engels' historical account hardly told the whole truth about Jacobin government, but his desire to dissociate himself from the ruthless centralism advocated by the March Circular was plain enough. He seemed to foresee a desirable political, national centralization for legislative purposes, to establish general state laws, within which elected provincial and local authorities could then operate with complete freedom. This is a far cry from the original warning against being misguided by the democratic talk of freedom for the communities, of self-government, etc., although Engels' distaste for federalism as practiced in Switzerland obviously remained undiminished. Early the following year Engels read a newly published book, Hoe ons Land geregeerd wordt, by the Dutch socialist Ferdinand Domela Nieuwe Wenhuis, and wrote a congratulatory letter to the author saying how much he had learned from the book about the administration of Holland. He continued, Holland along with England and Switzerland is the only West European country not to go through the absolute monarchy of the 16th to 18th centuries, and has many advantages because of it, namely a survival of local and provincial self-government, without a genuine bureaucracy in the French or Prussian sense. That is a great advantage for the development of national character and also for later on, with but a few changes the working people can create here a free self-administration that must be our best implement when it comes to transforming the mode of production. In Germany and France all this is lacking and must be undertaken again from the beginning. 73. Now local self-administration has even become our best implement for transforming the mode of production, just as it was the most powerful lever of the revolution in France. More interesting still are the fairly detailed and specific thoughts Engels expressed on the issue in his 1891 critique of the Erfurt program. The draft demands, he observed, omitted any mention of Germany's curious federal structure, a lopsided construction in which Prussia was twice as large as all the other 24 states combined, a mock federation. As Engels jibed between Prussia and Reichsgriechisch-Lobenstein, in which the one has as many square miles as the other has square inches. With regard to the socialist restructuring of Germany, he argued, on the one hand, Kleinstaaterei must be eliminated. Society can scarcely be revolutionized while Bavaria and Württemberg hold onto their special reserved rights, and the 158th map of Thuringia, for example, presents its present woeful aspect. On the other hand, Prussia must cease to exist, must be dissolved into self-administering provinces so that a specific Prussianism ceases to weigh Germany down. What should take its place? In my view, the proletariat can only use the form of a unitary and indivisible republic. In the gigantic territory of the United States, a federal republic is still, on the whole, a necessity, although it is already becoming a hindrance in the Eastern states. It would be a step forward in England, where the two islands are peopled by 4 nations and in spite of a single parliament, 3 different systems of laws still today exist side by side. In Little Switzerland, it has long been a hindrance, tolerable only because Switzerland is content to be a purely passive element in the European state system. For Germany, federalism of the Swiss type would be an enormous step backward. 2 points distinguish such a federal state from a unitary state: that each member state, each canton, has its own separate civil and criminal legislation and Chale system, and then that alongside the popular chamber there is also a chamber representing the states in which every canton, large or small, votes as such. Happily, we have already gotten beyond the first of these and will not be so childish as to reintroduce it. The second we possess in our federal council and could very well do without, especially since our so-called federal state is already well on the road to becoming a unitary state. It is not our task to reverse the revolution carried out from above in 1866 and 1870, but to give it a necessary supplement and improvement through a movement from below. 74. Here we find a fairly sophisticated attitude toward federalism, regarded as necessary in the United States, even as a desirable progress in Britain, while at the same time a misfortune for Switzerland and Germany. Engels seemed in particular to favor the centralization of legal systems, consequently of legislatures, but spoke in the same breath of self-administering provinces in Prussia, thus again of self-administration under a uniform system of law. In his next paragraph Engels went on to make the same linkage Marx had made in the Civil War between decentralized administration and debureaucratization. So, then, a unitary republic, but not in the sense of the present French Republic, which is nothing but the empire established in 1798 minus the emperor. From 1792 to 1798 in France there was complete self-administration on the American model of each local community and each department, and this is what we must have as well. How self-administration is to be organized, and how we can manage without a bureaucracy, has been demonstrated to us by America and the First French Republic, as it is even today by Australia, Canada, and the other English colonies. A provincial and local self-administration of this type is far freer, for example, than Swiss federalism, where the canton is very independent, to be sure, in relation to the central government, but also in relation to the districts, Bezirk, and communities. The cantonal governments ap. Point the district officials and prefects, a feature which is unknown in English-speaking countries, and which we must also ever so lightly deny ourselves in the future, along with the Prussian land rate and Regierungsrat. Engels concluded his thoughts by formulating a demand he would like to see added to the program: complete self-administration for the provinces, counties, and communities through officials elected by universal suffrage. Abolition of all local and provincial authorities appointed by the state. 75. The proposed demand may serve as an apt final summary of a lifetime's opposition to bureaucratic rule. While Marx and Engels, especially in their early years, favored centralization as a basically progressive tendency in modern society, they never had meant to encourage its twin bureaucratization. Marx's earliest political passion, as we have seen, was a hatred of bureaucracy, and his antidote always remained the same: non-professional, popular self-administration. What changed, perhaps, under the impact of Bonapartism, was a greater appreciation of the extent to which centralization irresistibly encouraged bureaucratization in bourgeois society. One cannot help recalling Marx's poignant lament in the 18th Brumaire that every common project had been snatched from the activity of society's members themselves and made the object of government activity, whether it was a bridge, a school house, or the railways. 76. If the low and brutal form of centralization indeed undermined such popular self-reliance and encouraged the growth of France's oppressive military bureaucratic apparatus, then it is not so surprising after all to find Marx and Engels sympathizing in 1871 with some of the decentralist values expressed by the communards, or giving increasing emphasis thereafter to the idea of self-administration at the various levels of government. 160. All the issues examined in this chapter, from smashing the state apparatus, to the separation of powers, to decentralization, have turned out to be wound closely around a central thread, namely, the desire to debureaucratize or, more broadly, deprofessionalize public life, to create a democracy without professionals. This is the really crucial and distinguishing characteristic of the workers' state as conceived by Marx and Engels. This is what excited them so about the Paris Commune, rather than any socio-economic reform. Marx's critics have delighted in pointing out that in the latter sphere the only specific measure he could find to praise was abolition of the night work of journeyman bakers, but Marx himself acknowledged in hindsight that the Commune was in no wise socialist, nor could it be 77. It was not the socio-economic but the political transformation carried out by the communards that rekindled Marx's youthful enthusiasm. Most later writers have simply failed to notice what Marx himself said plainly enough. Against the multiplicity of possible interpretations of the Commune, he wrote, its true secret was this: it was essentially a working-class government, the political format last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. Or again, it supplied the Republic with the basis of really democratic institutions. Or again, the great social measure of the Commune was its own working existence, its own organization. The first draft had put it 78 for Victorian respectability, the rule of the masses spelled anarchy, violence, and spoliation. The old world writhed in convulsions of rage, Marx asserted, when it beheld that plain working men for the first time dared to infringe upon the governmental privilege of their natural superiors, and, under circumstances of unexampled difficulty, performed their work modestly, conscientiously, and efficiently. 79. For Marx and Engels, this example of disciplined self-government by ordinary people was living proof that Victorian political assumptions were wrong, just as the discovery of primitive communal property was tangible proof that Victorian economic assumptions were wrong. The ultimate significance of the Paris Commune for Marx's thought, then, lay precisely in the political transformation it undertook. As the antithesis of the fully developed parasite state of Louis Napoleon, the total alienation of social power, the Commune represented a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. In the Hegelian language Marx still used for the first draft organization of his thoughts, the Commune involved the reabsorption of the state power by society as its own living forces instead of as forces controlling and subduing it, by the popular masses themselves, forming their own force instead of the organized force of their suppression. One cannot but think of the young Marx who had written, only when the real, individual man reabsorbs in himself the abstract citizen, and has recognized and organized his forces propres as social forces, and consequently no longer separates social power from himself in the shape of political power, only then will human emancipation have been accomplished. 80. Indispensable to Marx's conception of human emancipation is social ownership of the means of production. But no less indispensable is the self-rule of the masses in a radical democracy without professionals. Deprofessionalization is the remedy to the parasitic tendency which has existed in all previous states. It is exactly what is involved in smashing the state machinery and reabsorbing state power. It is simultaneously the most distinctive feature of Marx's vision of democracy, rather than any special idea of dictatorship, or any novel system of representation, or any merging of powers, or any other institutional gimmicks, least of all the establishment of a one-party regime. Democracy without professionals, not the dictatorship of the proletariat, is the very essence of Marx's teaching. Individual rights versus tyranny of the majority. Even if one acknowledges Marx and Engels' attachment to the fundamental democratic idea of majority rule through representative institutions on the basis of universal suffrage, as discussed in the preceding chapter, one may still legitimately doubt their attachment to the idea of individual and minority rights under the rule of such a majority. We are so accustomed nowadays to combining the principles of majority rule and individual rights under the general name of democracy that we are apt to forget they need not go together, indeed were deemed by many political philosophers to be quite incompatible. The rule of the masses, such thinkers held, would inevitably result in the suppression of dissenting individuals and minorities. By depriving dissenters of their political rights, freedom of expression, assembly, and association, the rule of the majority would become the tyranny of the majority, and soon enough would become tyranny pure and simple. We must now inquire what attitude Marx and Engels took toward the question whether individuals should have rights even against a ruling majority, specifically, in this case, a proletarian majority. To put the question in the sharpest possible form, would Marx and Engels hesitate, if they thought the workers' revolution threatened to deprive counter-revolutionaries of these basic political rights? Those who would answer no to this question, and predictably they include both the standard communist and the standard anti-communist writers, point to Marx and Engels' talk of crushing bourgeois resistance following the revolution, and their frequent disparagement of bourgeois rights as merely formal, negative, and hypocritical, as having emerged historically to serve bourgeois needs. Those who would answer yes to the one question point to Marx and Engels' lifelong defense of freedom of the press, in particular, but freedom of assembly and association as well, all of which the two men argued were valuable, even indispensable needs of the working class as it strove to organize itself into a decisive political force. This defense of political rights, however, scarcely satisfies our first group, who point out that it is a purely utilitarian one and limited to the pre-revolutionary epoch. In fact, both groups are obliged to talk mainly about rights before the proletarian revolution, since Marx and Engels had scarcely anything to say about their fate afterward. Indeed, one is tempted, prima facie, to throw up one's hands, as has a final group of commentators, and declare that the question cannot be answered, that Marx and Engels provide no basis either for the defense or rejection of individual rights after the revolution. 1. Before yielding to this temptation, however, it will be worthwhile to see if Marx and Engels' silence does not tell us more than it seems to do. What they did not say, what they did not demand, for example, can be almost as significant as positive evidence if it forms a consistent pattern. And the positive evidence itself is not quite so meager as might be thought, if one looks beyond the most familiar writings. In this chapter, as in the previous one, Marx and Engels' attitude toward the Paris Commune will form a crucially important part of the evidence, since it was the only functioning government they ever regarded as a workers' state. One attractive body of evidence, however, must be excluded at the outset. The pre-communist writings of Marx and Engels can be used very effectively to depict the two men as vigorous defenders of civil rights and liberties, especially freedom of the press, the more so since their argument characteristically proceeded from general principles that would bind any government, and not merely from a desire to bind some existing government. 2. This evidence may legitimately be used to argue that the two men began their careers with liberal rather than totalitarian ideas about rights, but it ought not to be used to establish their later views, for both men appeared to drop any defense of rights based on general moral principles once they became communists. It is true that in 1851 Marx gave some sort of endorsement to his early essays when he had them republished without alteration as a book, nonetheless to allay justifiable skepticism. The pre-communist writings will be excluded here. Let us begin by trying to dissect Marx and Engels' rather complex and many-sided attitude toward bourgeois rights existing before the proletarian revolution, the category of civic rights. But Marx discussed these political rights no further, setting them aside in order to dissect what he contemptuously called the so-called rights of man. From his carefully selected texts, these emerged as the rights of liberté, property, equality, and secu. Writing. Marx chose the French word, liberté, as opposed to politisk free in order to designate the non-political sense of freedom, the right to do anything that does not injure others, the liberty of man as an isolated monad. The practical application of this right was private property, the right to enjoy one's property and to dispose of it at one's discretion, a son gre, without regard to other men, independently of society. Equality, again Marx specified, in its non-political sense, became only the equal right to liberté, as defined above, while security was the guarantee of these egoistic rights, the assurance that the police stand ready to protect them. None of the so-called rights of man, therefore, go beyond egoistic man. He is far from being conceived as a species being. On the contrary, species life itself, society, appears as a framework external to the individuals, as a restriction of their original independence. The rights Marx wanted to reject were simply those he associated with private property, with egoism, with man considered as an isolated monad, but not those he associated with citizenship, with participation in the community, with political freedom as opposed to liberté. 4. Returning to the theme in his section of the Holy Family, 1845, Marx again passed over political rights but elaborated on his understanding of liberté. It was established with the reforms that abolished the privileges of the trades, guilds, and corporations. These reforms produced a man freed from privilege but also a system of trade and industry freed from all restraint. Destroying the ties of tradition in society, they left man no longer bound to other men even by the semblance of a common bond. Thus they produce the universal struggle of man against man. When the smoke has cleared, he prophesied, it will emerge that only property has been genuinely freed, man has been enslaved to his property but imagines its freedom to be his own. The slavery of civil society is in appearance the greatest freedom, because it is in appearance the fully developed independence of the individual, who considers as his own freedom the uncurbed movement, no longer bound by a common bond or by man, of the estranged elements of his life, such as property, industry, religion, etc., whereas actually this is his fully developed slavery and in humanity. 5. One may witness the culmination of this entire line of thought in the Communist Manifesto's well-known reply to the bourgeois charge that communism would abolish individuality and freedom. The abolition of bourgeois individuality, bourgeois independence, and bourgeois freedom is undoubtedly aimed at. By freedom is meant, under the present bourgeois conditions of production, free trade, free selling and buying, But if selling and buying disappears, free selling and buying appears also. This talk about free selling and buying, and all the other brave words of our bourgeoisie about freedom in general, have a meaning, if any, only in contrast with restricted selling and buying, with the fettered traders of the Middle Ages, but have no meaning when opposed to the communistic abolition of buying and selling. 6. Here again bourgeois freedom was identified with the non-political rights associated with private property. It will come as no surprise to learn that Marx wanted to abolish property rights. But neither here nor elsewhere did he dismiss political rights as bourgeois or call for their abolition. The manifesto did make one comment on the linkage between property rights and other freedoms, a linkage made by many traditional political philosophers who saw private property as the guarantee of freedom in general because it gave individuals the independence to stand up to tyranny or oppression from any quarter. Marx could not resist a sarcastic observation that the development of capitalism itself had destroyed such economic independence for the bulk of the population. We communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the right of personally acquiring property, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity and independence. Do you mean the property of the petty artisan and of the small peasant, a form of property that preceded the bourgeois form? There is no need to abolish that. The development of industry has to a great extent already destroyed it, and is still destroying it daily. What the manifesto promised for the future of freedom was an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the development of all. But it remained quite scient about the fate of specific political rights. 7. Turning now to Engels' early treatment of the rights issue in the English Constitution, we find a totally different approach. Engels began by setting aside the rights associated with property in order to discuss political rights only. Specifically, he analyzed the rights of free expression, popular assembly, association, habeas corpus, and trial by jury, as protected in English law. Engels spoke not of egoism and isolated monads, but only of class bias. He did not dismiss these rights as dividing man from man, but only deplored that the poor had such little benefit of them. For example, the right of association, in its full extent, is a privilege of the rich. An association needs money first of all, and it is easier for the rich anti-com law league to raise hundreds of thousands than for the poor Chartist society. And an association which has no funds at its disposal is not likely to have much effect. Habeas corpus allows the rich to go free on bail. Property qualifications for jurors prevent the poor from being tried by their peers, and so forth. Nowhere did Engels suggest that these rights be abolished. On the contrary, he lamented that no continental country allowed the right of popular assembly. His point was only that at present such rights benefit the rich primarily and must seem a hollow mockery to the poor. 8. In their first really collaborative work, The German Ideology, 1846, Marx and Engels made another discrimination which further complicates the issue, since in a muddled version it has entered into the subsequent Marxist tradition. They counterposed what they called the idealist definition of freedom as self-determination, riddance of the real world, as merely imaginary freedom of the spirit, to their own materialist definition of freedom as power, as domination over the circumstances and conditions in which an individual lives. 9. Man becomes free, they wanted to insist, not through the negative power to avoid this or that, but through the positive power to assert his true individuality. 10. This distinction was drawn from Hegel, who had perceived negative freedom as the Hindu ideal of pure contemplation, that pure reflection of the ego into itself, which involves the dissipation of every restriction and every content either immediately presented by nature, by needs, desires, and impulses, or given and determined by any means whatever. 11. Thus negative freedom involved the complete retreat of the individual mind into itself. It was a kind of withdrawal Marx and Engels might criticize in the young Hegel ans, especially Max Stirner, but it had little if anything to do with the economic and political freedoms advanced by the bourgeoisie. Bourgeois freedoms nonetheless made their own separate appearance in the German ideology, and also in contrast to the idea of freedom as power. If materialist freedom meant domination over circumstances, its attainment involved for society as a whole a greater and greater control over the forces of nature, hence over production, as well as a greater and greater conscious control over the organization and functioning of society itself. For the individual it involved the greater and greater cultivation of his own diverse powers and talents in accordance with his own desires. The two processes, social and individual, were inextricably bound together. Only within the community has each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions, hence personal freedom becomes possible only within the community. In the real community, the individuals obtain their freedom in and through their association. Up until now the limited development of the collective powers of mankind has permitted only a minority, the successive ruling classes, to enjoy such freedom in any appreciable degree. Personal freedom has existed only for the individuals who developed under the conditions of the ruling class, and only insofar as they were individuals of this class. 12. The bourgeoisie has created an illusion of greater freedom, to be sure, by sweeping aside all the diverse fetters of traditional society, but the dissolution of these bonds has left us all separated and alone to face the caprice of the marketplace in competition with all others, thus has left us all subjected to the rule of an impersonal force, capital. Thus, in imagination, individuals seem freer under the dominance of the bourgeoisie than only in relation to idealist withdrawal, not in relation to the removal of obstacles in the real world. The actual tearing down of restrictions, they asserted, is at the same time an extremely positive development of the productive forces, real energy, and satisfaction of urgent requirements, and an expansion of the power of individuals. 16. Tearing down restrictions has produced all the wonders of capitalist industrial development, and all the political rights guaranteed by bourgeois constitutions. If in the course of time economic freedom or the rights of private property would become a fetter on the further development of mankind and have to be abolished, nowhere did Marx and Engels suggest that political freedom would likewise become a fetter and have to be abolished. The continued development of positive freedom in the political sphere would seem utterly to presuppose those political rights found in bourgeois constitutions. A worker who has access to education, printing presses, and stocks of paper, but who lacks freedom from censorship, remains just as stymied in the free expression of his views as the worker under bourgeois democracy. It cannot be a matter of choosing one or the other kind of freedom. Logically and in practice, freedom as power must include freedom from formal constraints, or else it is not effective freedom after all. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels struck one final theme that would remain a lasting facet of their critique of bourgeois rights, and probably the one most familiar to modern readers. Denying that there is anything God-given, innate, or natural about rights, they pointed to the way in which institutionalized rights and ideas about rights have changed and developed over the course of history. This Hegelian theme received a distinctive twist in their hands with the further assertion that such institutions and ideas form part of a superstructure which can be understood only by reference to the real economic foundations of society. Thus the two men berated one adversary for discussing the question of privilege versus equal rights as if it were a struggle between abstract concepts. In this way he saves himself the trouble of having to know anything about the medieval mode of production, the political expression of which was privilege, and the modern mode of production, of which right as such, equal right, is the expression, or about the relation of these two modes of production to the legal relations which correspond to them. 17. Any given conception of rights, any given set of legal and political institutions, corresponds to a particular mode of production and satisfies the functional needs of that mode of production, most particularly the needs of its dominant class. Thus the bourgeois conception of rights, both economic and political, emerged historically to serve the needs of the bourgeoisie, especially in its conflict with the myriad forms of privilege embedded in medieval and early modern society. Expressed in the crudest terms, bourgeois rights serve merely as a mask disguising the naked class interest, the greed, of the bourgeoisie. Once rights are no longer conceived as God-given, innate, or natural. Once they are made relative to time and circumstance, even more, once they are exposed as a mask for sordid greed, how can anyone still take them seriously or place any value in them? Does not this historical ethical relativism of Marx and Engels undercut the foundation for any defense of political rights? 18. In response to these questions, one approach might be to argue that Marx and Engels' position was not really relativist, but conceived each successive mode of production as a major advance in the development of mankind's collective potential, whose full realization was conceived as the absolute good, the ethical goal of all human striving throughout history. By the same token, each change in the superstructure can also be conceived as an advance toward that goal. Of political rights in particular, it will be recalled that Marx had written, "Political emancipation is, of course, a big step forward. True, it is not the final form of human emancipation in general, but it is the final form of human emancipation within the hitherto existing world order." However self-interested and hollow bourgeois political rights might appear to the workers, they still constitute a big step forward in the broader scheme of human history. 19. Many years later in Anti-Die Engels attempted to make the same point in a more positivist vein. As he traced the evolution of moral dogmas over time, he allowed that in this process there has on the whole been progress in morality, and each step forward in the field of culture was a step towards freedom. Then he added, a really human morality which stands above class antagonisms and above any recollection of them becomes possible only at a stage of society which has not only overcome class antagonisms but has even forgotten them in practical life. At such a stage, he concluded, for the first time there can be talk of real human freedom, of an existence in harmony with the laws of nature that have become known. 20. Real human freedom, most recent Marx scholars would probably agree, stands as the absolute good in the Marxist system, and each step in that direction has moral worth whatever the motives of the dominant class. 21. The difficulty is that this argument is too abstract to overcome skepticism. Marx and Engels spent far more energy in exposing the shams of bourgeois rights than they ever did praising the extent to which those rights developed the latent powers of mankind. Among such exposures in the writings of their later years there is one that adds still another facet to their critique of bourgeois political rights. It was originally developed by Marx in an obscure 1851 essay, The Constitution of the French Republic, adopted November 4, 1848, but is better known in a shorter version carried over into the 18th Brumaire. The freedoms this constitution granted with the right hand, he argued, it consistently took back with the left. Thus, for example, paragraph 3 grandly declared that the residence of everyone on French territory is inviolable, but then added that all homes could be entered in the forms prescribed by law. Marx commented, observe here and throughout, that the French Constitution guarantees liberty, but always with the proviso of exceptions made by law, or which may still be made. And all the exceptions made by the Emperor Napoleon, by the Restoration, and by Louis Philippe, have not only been retained, but, after the June Revolution, immeasurably multiplied. The rights of free expression, assembly, and association were declared to have no limit save that of public secu. Writing, Marx proceeded to review the long list of public security laws passed since the June days, which restricted each of these rights almost to the vanishing point. With respect to free expression, for example, caution money and stamps were re-established for newspapers, effectively destroying whatever remained of the opposition press, while outright censorship was reimposed in the case of stage productions. 22. It is impossible to violate this constitution, Marx fumed, for every one of its provisions contains its own antithesis, utterly nullifies itself. This trick of granting full liberty, of laying down the finest principles, and leaving their application, the details, to be decided by subsequent laws, the Austrian and Prussian middle classes have borrowed from their French prototypes. The middle class can be democratic in words, but will not be so in deeds. They will recognize the truth of a principle, but never carry it into practice. 23. Whereas Engels stressed the hollowness of rights which ordinary workers lacked the time or money to use effectively, Marx criticized the legal limitations within the guaranteed rights themselves. Beware of the treacherous details, he seemed to be cautioning the English workers in this article for the Chartist press, that lurk behind the grand-sounding freedoms offered by the bourgeoisie. He did not impugn the value of political rights per se, however, but on the contrary, perhaps only for English consumption, spoke of the truth of principles. 172. In fact, for all their criticism of the hollowness and limitations of bourgeois rights, Marx and Engels never drew the practical conclusion that they were not worth having. What is more, they repeatedly castigated those fellow radicals who did draw such a conclusion. Against the indifference of the true socialists in the 1840s, for example, they argued vigorously that bourgeois political rights do benefit the proletariat and consequently must be struggled for, defended, and expanded. The rule of the bourgeoisie in Germany will place quite new weapons in the hands of the proletariat for the struggle against the bourgeoisie, Marx wrote. In 1847, citing among these weapons, trial by jury, equality before the law, freedom of the press, freedom of association and true representation. 24. No one reading the pages of the Neue Rheinische could doubt the vigor and consistency with which Marx and Engels defended precisely those bourgeois rights that were the all too temporary achievements of the 1848 revolution. Or again in 1865, in a polemic against the Lassaline tendency within the German workers' movement, Engels deplored their inclination to support Bismarck against the strivings of the liberal German bourgeoisie. Bismarck, he argued, would establish a Bonapartist system which does not tolerate free association, freeism, bly or a free press. Then he commented, but without the freedom of the press, and the freedom of association and assembly, no workers' movement is possible, italics added. A bourgeois victory on the other hand offered the following advantages to the workers. The bourgeoisie cannot gain political supremacy and express this in the form of a constitution and laws without, at the same time, arming the proletariat. On its banner it must inscribe human rights in place of the old system of social position based on birth. Therefore, for consistency's sake, it must demand universal and direct suffrage, freedom of the press, association, and assembly, and their repeal of all emergency laws directed against particular social classes. But this is all that the proletariat need demand from the bourgeoisie. It cannot expect the bourgeoisie to stop being the bourgeoisie, but it can demand that it apply its own principles consistently. Their result will be that the proletariat will lay its hands on all the weapons which it needs for its final victory. 25. Bourgeois rights, then, at least when their principles are consistently applied, are certainly not to be despised. They constitute a major, indeed indispensable, arsenal of weapons that the proletariat requires for its own liberation. To sum up our findings then, Marx and Engels separated bourgeois rights into political and economic categories. Economic freedom, the rights associated with private property, they depicted as a mask for anti-social egoism, or in the case of freedom of contract, as we saw in Chapter 3, as a disguise for the private tyranny of the employer over his workers within the factory. 26. While such rights doubtless helped the bourgeoisie enormously in the development of capitalism, Marx and Engels never suggest they had any positive value for the working class. Doubtless they expected them to disappear after the proletarian revolution. Their attitude toward political rights is more complex. They might criticize such rights as hollow for the masses because the formal freedom from legal restrictions did not include the power to make effective use of them, or as fraudulent in themselves if the details of practice took back what had been granted in principle. On the other hand, the two men never argued that such rights were totally without merit. They constitute a big step forward in the broader scheme of history, and they have very substantial value for the working class as it struggles to organize itself. Returning to the question posed at the beginning of the chapter concerning the fate of individual political rights after the proletarian revolution, it must be allowed that the evidence presented in this section cannot provide a clear answer. One may argue that Marx and Engels' frequent assaults on bourgeois rights are adequately counterbalanced by their frequent insistence on the value of such rights nonetheless as weapons for the proletariat. But the latter argument is not a defense of rights in principle, and says nothing about their fate after the revolution, as has been generally overlooked by those who would present Marx and Engels as friends of individual freedom. Indeed, the military vocabulary employed by both men in this connection suggests an ominously pragmatic attitude. Weapons may be discarded, after all, when they are no longer of use. They are commonly smashed if they threaten to fall into the hands of the enemy. Freedom of conscience. Could it be that Marx and Engels adopted a vocabulary of expediency simply as a forensic device, to win over those who may have been cynical about the rights proclaimed by the bourgeoisie, who would distrust any moralizing and only want to hear about practical advantages? Could it be that, for whatever reason, the two men found themselves unable to use principled arguments to defend individual rights which nonetheless they wanted to see universally respected? Some interesting insights into 174. These matters can be gained if we now look at Marx and Engels' attitude toward a right which is not exactly political or economic, but which they discuss surprisingly often, namely, freedom of conscience, religious freedom. Most importantly for our purposes, they address this freedom not only as a right in bourgeois society but also as a right under the rule of the proletariat. Most religious believers, at least until very recently, have assumed that Marx and Engels were eager to see religion suppressed by forcible means, as some 20th century communist regimes have attempted to do. It is interesting to discover, then, that the two men consistently defended freedom of conscience and repeatedly denounced those radicals who talked of suppressing religion by force when the workers came to power. At the same time, Marx and Engels could rarely allow themselves, even in private writings, to advance ethical reasons for their stand, or to set forth the principle of religious freedom without adding a gratuitous insult to religious sensibilities. Marx and Engels both renounced any personal religious beliefs well before they became communists. However militant this early atheism, it still did not prevent Marx from attempting as editor of the Rheinische Zeitung to defend the Catholic Archbishop of Cologne against imprisonment, or from supporting full emancipation of the Jews. Engels also identified himself from the beginning with the cause of Jewish emancipation. Point 27. But religious issues in general, which had so dominated young Hegelian intellectual activity, receded from Marx and Engels' consciousness after they became communists. From their new perspective, religion was merely a side issue, an otherworldly reflection or byproduct of problems located here on earth. Its metaphysical claims, in any event, had already been undermined by the Enlightenment and then given their coup de grace by young Hegelian criticism. The criticism of religion ends with the teaching that man is the highest being for man, hence with the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. In this fashion, the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of earth, and the point was now to attack the real earthly causes of man's estrangement, after which their spiritual aroma, the religious byproduct, could be expected to disappear of itself. People would no longer feel a need for the otherworldly explanations and consolations offered by traditional religion. 28. This attitude explains the impatience Marx showed in the Jewish question with Bruno Bauer's perverse insistence that Jews and Christians would have to give up their religion before they would be entitled to the rights of citizenship in a democratic state. Both Jews and Christians, Marx replied, in essence, can be expected to discard their religious illusions by the time human emancipation is complete, but political emancipation is only a step toward that goal and by no means requires the abandonment of religion. On the contrary, all democratic constitutions, while effecting a separation of church and state, expressly recognize the right of citizens to be religious if they choose. The privilege of faith is a universal right of man. 29. Marx did not treat this right contemptuously, as he did the other so-called rights of man, but neither did he transform this descriptive assertion about a right found in all democratic constitutions into a normative assertion that it ought to be found there. On the other hand, he did manage to comment on the futility of the Jacobin attempt to bring about the abolition of religion, the destruction of religion, like their parallel attempt to bring about the abolition of property rights through confiscations, the law of the maximum, and so forth. It could not succeed because the conditions for full human emancipation had not yet developed. Hence, despite the reign of terror, the political Drama necessarily ends with the re-establishment of religion, private property, and all the elements of civil society. 30 Marx could argue that really just persecution is futile, but he could not bring himself to assert a normative right against such persecution. If we turn next to the Communist Manifesto, the same inhibition reveals itself even more plainly. Engels' October draft had posed the case of the future communist order. What will be its attitude towards existing religions? His answer was merely, remains. Since the exciting discovery of the June draft, we now know what this response was to have been. Possibly hammered out already at the First League Congress, the statement nonetheless appears in Engels' hand and bears the unmistakable mark of his thinking: all religions which have existed hitherto were expressions of historical stages of development of individual peoples or groups of peoples. But communism is that stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them. 31. The German verb aufheben is used here in its special Hegelian sense of transcending or superseding, rather than in its political sense of abolishing. It does not suggest the idea of forcible suppression. This was the text Marx had before him when he set about the final revision. In place of the straightforward catechism question, he posed the religious issue as an accusation against communism, putting words into the mouth of an indignant bourgeois and using a more explicit verb: communism abolishes eternal truths, it abolishes all religion and all morality. In the mouth of the indignant bourgeois, the verb abschaffen clearly indicates forcible abolition, and Marx did not deny such an accusation. He only repeated Engels' historical argument and concluded, the communist revolution is the most radical rupture with traditional property relations. No wonder that its development involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. 32. Thus the impression was certainly left that the communist revolution will abolish religion in a forcible way. Marx's reluctance to take an ethical stand here joined forces with his impulse to épater les bourgeois, as can be seen in his remarks on several other subjects. We know from the Paris manuscripts, for instance, not to mention from his own private life, that Marx was appalled at the crude communist idea of establishing a community of women. Yet in the manifesto he could not bring himself to answer this bourgeois accusation forthrightly. He teased and tormented his hypothetical antagonist, suggesting that the bourgeoisie had already introduced the community of women in the form of prostitution, or in the forced submission of female workers to their employers, or even among the bourgeois themselves in the seduction of one another's wives. Only after this extended taunting did he manage to blurt out, for the rest, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production must bring with it the abolition of the community of women springing from that system, i.e., of prostitution both public and private. 33. Alas, he did not even manage this much on the religious issue. About 2 months after the manifesto's appearance, Marx and Engels formulated the much more specific demands of the Communist Party in Germany and were obliged for once to express their positive desires in normative terms as demands. Interestingly, we find no mention of abolishing religion in any sense, but only the following call: complete separation of church and state. The clergy of every denomination shall be paid only by the voluntary contributions of their congregations. 34. Here was a straightforward liberal democratic demand which expressly postulated the continued existence of religious congregations in the future as private associations. It should always be read in conjunction with the more famous tauntings and ambiguities of the manifesto. It was also evident Tikal to the position Marx and Engels were to take with respect to the Paris Commune, as we will see shortly. During the period of the International in the 1860s, Marx and Engels had occasion to react to Mikhail Bakunin's religious intolerance. Upon entering that organization in 1868, Bakunin proposed that the IWA adopt a program he had written himself, which included as point 1, the alley. ANS declares itself atheist, it wants abolition of cults. In repudiating this program, Marx commented, as if one could declare by royal decree abolition of faithful 35. Obviously Marx still regarded the persecution of religion as futile. Bakunin nonetheless persisted, now trying at least to have the organization make atheism a compulsory article of faith for its own members, atheism as a dogma dictated to the members, as Marx put it. In a letter to an Italian sympathizer, Engels explained his own reaction to this proposal. Our strength lies in the breadth with which the first rule is interpreted, i.e., in that all men who aim for the complete emancipation of the working class are admitted. Unfortunately, the Bakunists, with the narrow-mindedness common to all sects, were not content with this atheism and materialism which Bakunin himself learned from us Germans should be made obligatory. Now Marx and I are just as good old atheists and materialists as Bakunin, as indeed are most of our members. But to include all these things in our program would mean to drive away a vast number of members, and to divide instead of uniting the European proletariat. 36. Both men thus repudiated Bakunin's intolerance but gave only pragmatic reasons for their stand. To suppress religion would be futile, to require atheism would drive away members. The Paris Commune provides the next opportunity for examining Marx and Engels' views on religious freedom, this time in what they expressly regarded as a workers' state. Marx's remarks in the Civil War on the Communard's separation of church and state have already been quoted. Having once got rid of the standing army and police, the physical force elements of the old government, the Commune was anxious to break the spiritual force of repression, the parson power, by the disestablishment and disendowment of all churches as proprietary bodies. The priests were sent back to the recesses of private life, there to feed upon the alms of the faithful in imitation of their predecessors, the apostles. The whole of the educational institutions were opened to the people gratuitously, and at the same time cleared of all interference of church and state. 37. It need only be emphasized that Marx's substantive stand was exactly the same here as in the 1848 demands of the Communist Party. Separation 178 was not perceived to require any active suppression of religion, but even postulated that priests would continue their functions, relying on the voluntary alms of the faithful. His gratuitous sarcasm, however, shows how unwilling he still was to allow religious freedom any real dignity. He could grant the right only while expressing contempt for its exercise. Engels' comments on the same subject are of more than passing interest. In his 1891 introduction, he briefly described the separation of church and state effected by the Communards and characterized it as the realization of the principle that in relation to the state, religion is purely a private matter, a reform which the Republican bourgeoisie had failed to pass solely out of cowardice, but which provided a necessary basis for the free activity of the working class. 38. It should be observed that the separation of church and state, but not the suppression of religion, was deemed necessary for the free activity of the working class. Much more significant were Engels' remarks in his Little known 1874 analysis of the Programm der Blanquistischen Kommunfleischlinge, where he took the Blanquists to task for blindly defending the desperate shooting of hostages, including the Cardinal Archbishop of Paris, that had occurred during the final blood-drenched days of the Commune, and for preparing a decree to be issued by the next Commune that would outlaw religion altogether. Our Blanquists share the Bakuninists' desire to represent the most far-reaching, the most extreme trend. The point is, therefore, to be more radical than everybody else as far as atheism is concerned. Nothing would be simpler than to have the splendid French materialistic literature of the past century spread on a large scale among the workers. But that cannot be to the liking of our Blanquists. In order to prove that they are the most radical of all, they abolish God by decree as was done in 1793. Let the Commune free mankind forever from the ghost of past misery, God, from that cause, non-existing God a cause of their present misery. There is no room for priests in the Commune. Every religious observance, every religious organization must be prohibited. And this demand that men should be changed into atheists par Ordre du Mufti is signed by 2 members of the Commune who have really had opportunity enough to find out that, first, a vast amount of things can be ordered on paper without necessarily being carried out, and second, that persecution is the best means of promoting undesired convictions. This much is certain: the only service that can be rendered to God nowadays is to declare atheism a compulsory article of faith and to outdo Bismarck's Kulturkampf laws by prohibiting religion generally. 39. Religion is dying out of its own accord, if any further effort be required. One should spread materialist literature but certainly not outlaw religion by decree, which would only create martyrdom and prolong the process. Engels' substantive position again is in perfect accord with liberal principles, but when addressing the super-radical Blanquists, seemingly he could not take a principled stand without defending it pragmatically, could not say the right thing without giving a cynical reason, as if the only thing wrong with religious persecution were that it is counterproductive. A reference to Bismarck's Kulturkampf also turns up in our next major piece of evidence, Marx's critique of the Gotha program in 1875. The Kulturkampf began as a liberal-supported campaign in Germany to reduce clerical influence in the public schools, but had developed into a wholesale persecution of Roman Catholicism as such, calling into question how liberal the predominantly Protestant liberals really were. Commenting on the program's demand for freedom of conscience, Marx jibed: if one desired at this time of the Kulturkampf to remind liberalism of its old catchwords, it surely could have been done in the following form: everyone must be able to relieve his religious needs, like his bodily needs, without the police sticking their noses in. But the Workers' Party ought at any rate in this connection to have expressed its awareness of the fact that bourgeois freedom of conscience is nothing but the toleration of all possible kinds of religious freedom of conscience, and that for its part it endeavors rather to liberate the conscience from the witchery of religion. But one chooses not to go beyond the bourgeois level. 40. In short, bourgeois toleration often does not extend far enough to include the tolerance of atheism, but proletarian toleration ought to, since atheism is precisely what it wants to encourage. More interesting is the first sentence, where Marx was obliged for once to express a right normatively, as a right. He did so with such bad grace, likening religious needs to excretory functions lieblich not die Urgate Berichten, that Engels agreed to alter the sentence when he first published the Critique in 1891. 41 Taking a cue from Marx, one cannot resist describing this malady as moral constipation, chronic difficulty in expressing a positive moral conviction, a disorder from which both men suffered virtually all their lives. Marx's last known comments on the subject were published in 1879. In a recently rediscovered Chicago Tribune interview, the reporter began, "You and your followers, Dr. Marx, have been credited with all sorts of incendiary speeches against religion. Of course you would like to see the whole system destroyed root and branch. We know," he replied after a moment's hesitation, "that violent measures against religion are nonsense, but this is an opinion. As socialism grows, religion will disappear. Its disappearance must be done by social development, in which education must play a great part." 42. Here we have Marx's final expression of a lifelong position: education and social development, but no violent measures against religion, as well as his lifelong reluctance to put the argument in terms of rights. Persecution is not wrong, it is nonsense. One of the things that makes Marx and Engels stand for religious freedom convincing in spite of their own moral constipation is the consistency with which they criticized intolerance when it appeared among their fellow radicals, from Bruno Bauer to Bakunin to the Blanquist refugees. In 1878 Engels rose to the occasion once more in his polemic against Eugen Dühring, a German academic socialist, not very radical in most respects, who nonetheless wrote in favor of outlawing all religious observance under socialism. Engels again surveyed the history and social function of religion, arguing that it would disappear of its own accord when people are able to understand and control their own destinies. Then, Herr Dühring, however, cannot wait until religion dies its natural death. He proceeds in more deep-rooted fashion. He out Bismarck, he decrees sharper May laws not merely against Catholicism, but against all religion whatsoever. He incites his gendarmes of the future against religion, and thereby helps it to martyrdom and a prolonged lease of life. Wherever we turn, we find specifically Prussian socialism. 43. Prussian socialism, of course, meant authoritarian, state-decreed socialism, pseudo-socialism. Concerning the exact arrangements for separating church from state, we can glean a few details from a letter Engels wrote to Laura Lafargue. In 1892, just after her husband had introduced into the French Chamber of Deputies a bill that would complete the separation of church and state, begun by the Ferry Laws a few years earlier, laws which eliminated the church's control of public education. Lafargue consciously modeled his bill on the Communard's decree of April 1871. The specific features were: 1. An end to state payment of clerical salaries. 2. Confiscation of church property, the proceeds to be used for popular education and social services, and 3. A prohibition of the practice whereby employers often obliged their employees to join religious associations. The most radical feature was obviously the confiscation of church property, and Engels commented, "The proposition about separation of church and state in the sense of the Commune was the best thing he could do. Especially now when the French clergy begin to face the eventuality and try to make it out that they ought to be, in that case, disestablished as the Church of Ireland was, that is to say, not only keep all their property, but have the salaries capitalized and bought off in a lump sum. The French Republic, with its revolutionary principles of civil law, cannot buy off the church in the way the English semi-feudal monarchy did." 4. Thus tolerance of religious belief for Engels did not include protection of church property. A socialist government that would confiscate all the great property owners could scarcely be expected to make an exception. For the church, especially since the precedent had been so well established all over Europe, not only by bourgeois governments but by assorted monarchies of the Reformation period as well. Our final text is surely the most interesting of all. It was written about the same time as Engels reviewed the demands of the German Social Democrats' draft Eggert program, which included as Article 5, elimination of all expenditures out of public funds for ecclesiastical and religious purposes. Ecclesiastical and religious bodies are to be regarded as private associations. The next article then went on to demand secularization of the schools. Since this demand might be interpreted as excluding the possibility of private parochial schools, Engels proposed a reformulation combining both articles into one, then adding a highly revealing parenthetical comment. Complete separation of church and state. All religious bodies without exception are regarded by the state as private associations. They lose all support from public funds and all influence on public schools. One cannot forbid them, after all, from founding their own schools, from their own funds and their teaching their idiotic rubbish. 45. Why such restraint? 20th century communist regimes have not felt any such restraint about the suppression of private religious associations. Nowhere is Engels' underlying liberal and Victorian sense of decency so candidly revealed, combined of course inevitably with his need to express simultaneous contempt for religious teachings. The passages cited in this section include all the significant remarks Marx and Engels made on the subject of religious freedom. They reveal an attitude substantially in accord with the precepts of liberal democracy, in particular a sharp and consistent rejection of any proposal to suppress religious observance and belief under a socialist regime. At the same time, they reveal that peculiar moral constipation that inhibited any straightforward defense of religious liberty on grounds of principle. Thus, they should open one's mind to the possibility that this same moral constipation, whatever its causes, may have prevented Marx and Engels from defending on principle those individual political rights which in their Victorian decency they may also have taken for granted. The rights of peaceful opposition. Whatever Marx and Engels' views on religious freedom, our key concern here must be for the core political freedoms which the two men themselves identified often enough as freedom of expression, assembly, and association. Would Marx and Engels have allowed these specific freedoms to the enemies of the proletarian revolution? We must now try to answer our question directly, and again the Paris Commune may serve as a key source of insight. In Chapter 5 we saw how thoroughly the two men identified themselves with the democratic features of the Commune. Democratic, now, in the narrow sense of majority rule and the institutions necessary for such rule. But such institutions do not automatically include protection for dissenting minorities or individuals, and by the same token Marx and Engels' clear support of majority rule does not automatically mean that they supported political rights for dissenting minorities. In fact, if one combines what they said about majority rule in their commune writings with what they said about the functions of the proletarian state in their polemics against anarchism, the conclusion is easily formed that a tyranny of the majority was precisely what they had in mind, all the more so since their phrase dictatorship of the proletariat likewise invites such a conclusion. We have already encountered in one place or another most of these anti-anarchist formulations about the repressive functions of the proletarian state. In response to Bakunin's question, over whom the proletariat would rule, Marx noted that its enemies and the old organization of CD do not vanish as a result of its coming to power, and that therefore, as long as other classes and the capitalist class in particular still exist, and as long as the proletariat fights against them, it must employ coercive measures, that is, governmental measures. 46. More sharply, his essay, Indifference to Politics, suggested that the workers would substitute their revolutionary dictatorship for the dictatorship of the bourgeois class, and in this fashion, in order to crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, instead of laying down arms and abolishing the state, they are giving it a revolutionary and transient form. 47. For his part, Engels set down the famous concluding paragraph in On Authority, where he emphasized the degree to which all revolutions involve authoritarian means, rifles, bayonets, and cannon, and urged that the victorious party must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. A decade later he summed up his anti-anarchist stand as follows: the proletarian class will first have to possess itself of the organized political force of the state, and with this aid stamp out the resistance of the capitalist class and reorganize society. It may require adaptation to the new functions, but to destroy that at such a moment, would be to destroy the only organism by means of which the victorious working class can exert its newly conquered power, keep down its capitalist enemies, and carry out that economic revolution of society without which the whole victory must end in a defeat and in a massacre of the working class like that after the Paris Commune. 48. Finally, we may add the strongest remarks of all, from Engels' letter on the Gotha program concerning the phrase free people's state. As, therefore, the state is only a transitional institution which is used in the struggle, in the revolution, in order to hold down one's adversaries by force, it is pure nonsense to talk of a free people's state. So long as the proletariat still uses the state, it does not use it in the interests of freedom but in order to hold down its adversaries, and as soon as it becomes possible to speak of freedom, the state as such ceases to exist. 49. All these passages may indeed assume democratic government in the sense of majority rule, but all of them stress repressive tasks as the central function of this state, as is evident in the vocabulary itself, employ coercive measures, crush, intimidate, inspire terror, stamp out, hold down. Is not the dictatorship of the proletariat then precisely the unrestrained rule of the majority, or what its critics would surely call the tyranny of the majority? From one perspective, all this seems to be a consistent extension of the class-state theory fathered by Engels. If coercion is the essence of the state, if coercive measures are ipso facto governmental measures, then Marx and Engels at least are being honest to their own theory when they frankly allow that the proletarian state, however democratically organized, is still essentially an instrument of coercion, just as the essential function of the bourgeois state, however democratically organized, is to hold down the class adversary, to stamp out the resistance of any rebels. So the function of the proletarian state remains the same. And if freedom requires the absence of external coercion, then complete freedom cannot exist until the state, whose essence is coercion, disappears. In this highly abstract sense, by definition, state power can never be used in the interests of freedom. Liberal political philosophy does not place such stress on coercion as the central function of the state, but assumes it none the less. However generous may be the constitutional guarantees of individual freedom, however democratic the decision-making process, there remain the police to deal with criminals and the army to deal with rebellion. The underlying guarantee of any such government is still the Terror which arms inspire in potential lawbreakers. Perhaps Marx and Engels were simply being more honest and frank about the necessarily coercive nature of all government. But, it will be objected, and rightly so, liberal political philosophy presupposes a framework of constitutional law which limits the coercive power of the state. Direct coercion may be used against individual law breakers, or even against large minorities that undertake violent rebellion, but not against peaceful dissent or against minorities that exercise their rights and agitate within the law to win support for their views. What is missing from Marx and Engels' various descriptions of the task of the proletarian state is any reference to this limiting framework of law. They seem to assume a violent suppression of the bourgeois minority, in which no quarter need be given, no rights or restraints acknowledged. 50. At this juncture it becomes necessary to recognize that, whereas liberal political philosophy tacitly assumes a framework of pre-existing law, Marx and Engels, in all the statements quoted above, assume a revolutionary provisorium in which a proletarian majority has just taken power and in which the dispossessed bourgeoisie continues forcibly to resist the will of that majority. Insofar as liberal political philosophy justifies the suppression of open minority rebellion, there can scarcely be any a priori objection to the coercive measures anticipated by Marx and Engels to deal with violent resistance on the part of the bourgeois minority. And where is the liberal constitution which, under conditions of open rebellion or civil war, guarantees freedom of expression, assembly, or association to the rebels? Even the most ideal democratic revolution contains a whole Pandora's box of thorny ethical issues, including especially questions of individual rights. If Marx and Engels did not face up squarely to these ethical issues, neither has the bulk of their liberal critics. The initial displacement of old authorities must be followed by the naming of a provisional government meant to rule temporarily and organize democratic elections for a national assembly. Its composition cannot but be arbitrary in a large degree. Once elected, the National Assembly itself must take over the tasks of temporary government until it completes the drafting of a new constitution. This new document, when put into effect, will doubtless include guarantees of individual rights and provide the legal machinery to prevent their infringement. But between the collapse of the old legal structure and the erection of a new one there must inevitably be a period of several months' duration at least, which forms the revolutionary provisorium so crucial in Marx and Engels' political thinking. During this period individual rights cannot exist in the sense of being guaranteed by constitutional law, for the simple reason that no constitution is in effect. Hence, the thorny questions, under what restraints, if any, are the provisional government and the National Assembly expected to operate? What are the expectations, in particular, for coping with possible violence inaugurated by supporters of the old regime? Liberal critics cannot fairly expect of Marx and Engels more than they would ask of themselves in such a revolutionary provisorium. One might on reflection advance the following points as legitimate expectations of democratic revolutionaries. 1. That they have committed 186 themselves publicly and well before the revolution to the establishment of individual rights as a matter of principle, in particular the rights of free expression, assembly, and association, and perhaps also, 2, that they have organized themselves, if pre-revolutionary organization is possible, at all in such fashion that individual members may criticize their leaders and seek majority support to replace them. Then, most crucially, after the overthrow, one might ask, 3, that the same triad of political rights be proclaimed immediately and honored throughout the provisorium by both the Provisional Government and the National Assembly for All Peace. Full opponents of the new order. If, in spite of this tolerance, a violent counter-revolutionary resistance should develop, one can scarcely ask what. No established liberal democratic constitution recognizes that violent rebels enjoy the rights of free expression, assembly, and association. What can fairly be asked even under such circumstances is, for, that violent rebellion be put down with the minimum force possible and with maximum humanity. Instead of expecting Marx and Engels to endorse it or NAL rights founded in some conception of natural law they could not honestly recognize, instead of expecting them somehow to provide constitutional rights in a situation where no constitution would exist, let us rather put them to the test on these four more realistic questions, saving the last question for the final section of this chapter. Beginning with pre-revolutionary commitments, it would seem logical to inspect the 6 official party programs over which Marx and Engels had some influence during the course of their lives. Interestingly, the later 3 all called expressly for the basic triad of political rights, but the 3 earlier ones did not. The Erfurt program of 1891 included as its point 4 elimination of all laws which suppress or restrict the free expression of opinion and the right of association and assembly. In his critique, Engels passed over this point with no comment. The older Gotha program of 1875 had included the same point 4 with almost the identical wording. Both Marx and Engels had passed over it without comment. 51 This silence is highly significant, since the two men criticized every point they found objectionable and had scarcely a word of praise for anything. It is plausible to take their silence on several points as indicating approval. Such an interpretation is strongly fortified by the appearance of the same demand, almost identically worded, in a draft program for the French Workers' Party, drawn up by Marx and Engels themselves conjointly with Paul Lafargue and Jules Guesde in a session at Engels' residence in May 1880. The only disagreement ever reported at this meeting concerned the demand for a minimum wage. 52 Thus all 3 of the later party programs associated in some degree with Marx and Engels contained a clear call for the basic political freedoms. But why then do the earlier ones lack such a call? Several possible explanations present themselves. One only demands what one has not got. Marx noted with his Gotha commentary 5.3 This might explain why the demands of the Communist Party in Germany, written by Marx and Engels in April 1848, included demands for direct universal suffrage and a republic, for example, but ignored the usual political freedoms the latter had just then been established as a consequence of the March Revolution. The same would not apply, however, to the Communist Manifesto published just before the revolution. Here a second explanation suggests itself. In any programmatic declaration, parties tend to stress what distinguishes them from their competitors, not what they have in common. Marx, Engels, and the League artisans who formulated the 10 specific demands listed in the manifesto would understandably want to stress the socio-economic objectives that set them apart from their principal competitors, the Pale Democrats. To win the battle of democracy, on the other hand, was rather taken for granted. One may recall that the earlier draft stipulated more specifically that the League aimed at establishing a democratic state constitution. One may also recall the memorable sentiments of the Kommunistische Zeitschrift during the same months, probably written by Karl Schapper, declaring the League in favor of a democratic state wherein each party would be able by word or in writing to win a majority over to its ideas. We are not among those Communists who are out to destroy personal liberty, who wish to turn the world into one huge barrack or into a gigantic workhouse. We have no desire to exchange freedom for equality. We are convinced that in no social order will personal freedom be so assured as in a society based upon communal ownership. 54. Would that Marx and Engels themselves had put the point so forthrightly. Why did they not do so? If they raised no objection to these sentiments, and no objection to the inclusion of political rights in the three later programs, why were they so silent themselves? Here the final possible explanation must be invoked: the idea of moral constipation introduced in the previous section. It shows up most demonstrably in Marx's behavior during the drafting of the address and provisional rules of the Working Men's International Association in October 1864. Marx and Engels' role in the IWA will be the subject of Chapter 8, for now suffice it to say that Marx was elected to a subcommittee to draft a statement of principles, and that another member of the subcommittee came up with an initial proposed draft. Marx described this proposal in a letter to Engels as an appallingly wordy, badly written and utterly undigested preamble, pretending to be a declaration of principles, in which Mazzini could be detected everywhere. Giuseppe Mazzini was the Italian nationalist leader and pale Democrat who was famous for his long-winded and rapturous moralizing, a kind of moral diarrhea in contrast to which Marx's own moral constipation must be understood. Continuing his account to Engels, Marx declared himself firmly determined that if possible not one single line of the stuff should be allowed to stand. He convinced the subcommittee that he could improve on the draft, and proceed to do so. I altered the whole preamble, throughout the declaration of principles, and finally replaced the 40 rules by 10. My proposals were all accepted by the subcommittee. Only I was obliged to insert 2 phrases about duty and right into the preamble to the statutes, ditto truth, morality, and justice, but these are placed in such a way that they can do no harm. It must be a real work of art, replied Engels laconically. 5. Clearly Marx was very much put off by any Mazzini-style rhapsodizing about the eternal rights of man, preferring phrases like the emancipation of the working classes. He seemed to equate all talk of rights with empty moralizing and had to be obliged by the others to include any reference to them at all. What was included was an opening declaration that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule. Marx's thinking still shines through here, but not in the second allusion, a later paragraph which declared on behalf of the undersigned, they hold it the duty of a man to claim the rights of a man and a citizen, not only for himself, but for every man who does his duty. No rights without duties, no duties without rights. 56. Here the enjoyment of unspecified rights is made conditional upon the performance of equally unspecified duties, a rather ominous but typically Mazzinian formulation that never appeared before or after in any of Marx and Engels' own writings, much to their credit. On one occasion Engels did speak in favor of a simple association of rights and duties. The draft Erfurt program included a variation of the IWA preamble statement, mentioning rights but leaving out duties. The Social Democratic Party does not fight for new class privileges and prerogatives, but for the elimination of class rule and for equal rights for all without distinction of sex or origin. Engels found no objection to the call for equal rights, but suggested, instead of for equal rights for all, I propose for equal rights and equal duties for all, etc. Equal duties are for us an absolutely essential supplement. Ergänzung, to the bourgeois democratic equal rights and remove from them their specifically bourgeois connotation. 57. Thus the call for equal rights, the historic slogan of the bourgeoisie, needs to be supplemented, not replaced, by the demand for equal duties, in association with which it no longer appears bourgeois. Notice, however, that Engels did not make the enjoyment of rights conditional upon the performance of duties, as did the Mazzini-inspired IWA preamble. His statement here also stands as corroborative evidence that he approved the general inclusion of rights in the program, that his earlier noted silence on the specific demand for the rights of free expression, assembly, and association did indeed signify approval. The value of all these programs as evidence is mitigated, however, by a certain ambiguity that hovers around their specific demands. Are such demands conceived as the first measures the party will carry out after it comes to power, or are some of them at least seen as concessions that might be extracted from the existing government? If the demand for political freedoms belongs to the latter category, then it becomes again a demand for weapons against the present regime and not necessarily a call for rights to be recognized permanently. On the other hand, none of the documents suggests that political rights would be curtailed in any way following the revolution. And those radicals who did anticipate serious restrictions on rights after the revolution, like August Willich, Bakunin, or the Blanquist refugees, generally did not hesitate to say so in their public pronouncements. The only repressive measure of any sort proposed in our 6 statements was the manifesto's call for confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels. 58. This demand was left over from the tradition of the Great French Revolution and concerned economic rather than directly political rights. In any event, it had disappeared by the time of the 17 demands just 4 months later, never to turn up again. On the question of pre-revolutionary pronouncements, then, Marx and Engels would seem to deserve, if not the highest grades, at least passing ones. Our second test, perhaps an optional one, had to do with the prior organization of democratic revolutionaries, whether within their party ordinary members had the freedom to criticize leaders and seek majority support to vote them out of office. If such an organization becomes the governing party following a revolution, questions about its internal structure can acquire considerable significance, as we know from 20th century experience. In Chapter 8 of the preceding volume we examined 190. The structure of the organizations Marx and Engels belonged to up to 1850, especially the Communist League, and in Chapter 8 below, we will look at the only organization they joined thereafter, the International. All these organizations pass the above test with flying colors, and we need not belabor the point here. Instead, let us turn to some correspondence drawn from the period when Engels served as a kind of elder statesman to the diverse socialist parties that were then blossoming across 2 continents. When the Danish Social Democratic Party summarily expelled a leftist minority in 1889, Engels wrote his protest to the party's leaders. Among the socialist workers' parties existing today, it would scarcely occur to a single one to treat in this Danish fashion an opposition that has grown up in the bosom of the family. It belongs to the life and growth of every party that in its midst more moderate and more extreme tendencies should develop and even fight with each other, and whoever summarily expels the more extreme tendency thereby only encourages its growth. The workers' movement is founded on the sharpest criticism of existing society. Criticism is its lifeblood. How could it shirk criticism of itself and want to forbid debate? Do we demand of others then free speech for ourselves? Only to abolish it again within our own ranks. S9. Noteworthy sentiments indeed. To be sure, Engels sympathized politically with the expellees, but his sincerity on the broader issues of principle was proved the following year when he repeated the same sentiments in the opposite context. At the 1890 Party Congress, the German party leaders, August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht, with whom Engels stood very close, were planning to expel a noisy and critical semi-anarchist minority, the Union, with whom Engels disagreed. Nonetheless, Engels intervened with Bebel and Liebknecht, as he wrote Friedrich Zarga, to convince them of the imprudence of all expulsions that are grounded merely on complaints of oppositional activity and not on striking proofs of acts injurious to the party. The greatest party in the Reich cannot exist without all shadings within it getting a complete hearing. Engels' letter to Liebknecht went straight to the point, show that freedom to criticize prevails, and if there must be expulsions, then only in cases where there are quite striking and completely provable matters of fact, overt acts of baseness and betrayal. 60. John Stuart Mill could scarcely have put it better. Early in 1891 Engels was suddenly obliged to defend himself, after having connived with Karl Koski to publish the explosive critique of the Gotha program in the semi-official organ, Die Neue Zeit, without the knowledge of the German party leaders. Bebel wrote Engels a letter of chastisement saying that he, Bebel, would have tried to prevent publication had he known of it in time. Engels responded to this with considerable anger. What is the difference between you people and Puttkamer if you introduce an anti-socialist law within your own ranks? It does not matter much to me personally. No party in the world can condemn me to silence if I am determined to speak. But I think you should reflect whether you would not be wise to be a little less sensitive and, in your behavior, a little less Prussian. You and the party need socialist science, but it cannot exist without freedom of movement. One must take the disadvantages into the bargain, and it is best to do it with decorum, without flinching. 61. To Koski privately, Engels complained about the indignation of the party leadership. It is high time people stop treating party officials, their own servants, with those eternal kid gloves, and stop standing before them as before infallible bureaucrats, most obediently instead of critically. If the enemies of the party seek to take advantage of such internal self-criticism, Engels declared, the party should reply, look how we criticize ourselves. We are the only party that can allow itself such a thing. Why don't you imitate USL? 62. Late in 1892, when his personal interests were not involved, Engels wrote again to Bebel to complain about a measure of the last party congress that seemed to him to nationalize the party press, that is, to subordinate it to the party executive. Your nationalization of the press will have great drawbacks if it is carried too far. You must absolutely have in the party a press that is not directly dependent upon the executive or even upon the party Congress, that is to say, a press which is in a position, within the program and the accepted tactics, to oppose without the slightest misgivings particular steps taken by the party, and which, within the bounds of party decency, is free to subject even program and tactics to criticism. As the party executive, you people ought to favor such a press, yes, even call it forth. 63. Dictatorship is the forcible suppression of the exploiters as a class, and, consequently, the infringement of pure democracy, i.e., of equality and freedom, in regard to that class. 61. The tradition of German Marxism, however, was quite the opposite, and spokespersons for all three of its branches, left, right, and center, reacted. Individual rights versus TYFI. Any of the majority. In stunned horror to the Bolsheviks' suppression of political rights. Such a reaction from Eduard Bernstein, intellectual leader of the reformists, and from Karl Kosky, the leader of the center faction, might be taken as understandable, so it is important to stress that Rosa Luxemburg, leader of the radicals, a co-founder of the German Communist Party and a personal friend of Lenin's, repudiated this Bolshevik action with at least equal fervor. Freedom only for the supporters of the government, only for the members of one party, however numerous they may be, is no freedom at all. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. Not because of any fanatical concept of Jews' ties, but because all that is instructive, wholesome, and purifying in political freedom depends on this essential characteristic, and its effectiveness vanishes when freedom becomes a special privilege. 68. Luxemburg's posthumously published critique of the Bolshevik Revolution has become a classic indictment of its early development into a one-party dictatorship. If the traditions of Russian and German Marxism are opposite on this issue, the obvious question is, where did the founders of the Marxist tradition stand? Did they think like their Russian followers or like their man followers? On the one hand, one can find nothing in the writings of Marx and Engels that matches the clarity and eloquence of Luxemburg's statement in favor of post-revolutionary freedoms, although Engels' just quoted remarks on intra-party freedom strike very similar chords. On the other hand, they never expressly called for any limitation of rights for peaceable opponents of the workers' state, as did both Plekhanov and Lenin. And this negative evidence becomes impressive if we consider the two principal situations in which Marx and Engels might have called for such a limitation, namely during the 1848 revolutions in Germany and during the Paris Commune. Throughout their year of revolutionary journalism in 1848 to 1849, Marx and Engels gave all kinds of advice to the bourgeois liberal German National Assembly in Frankfurt as well as to the liberal cabinet ministers in Prussia, advice particularly on how to deal with the developing strength of the counter-revolutionaries. They also advised the more radical Prussian National Assembly, with whose pale democratic majority they felt much more kinship, on how to deal with liberal ministers and the liberal bourgeoisie generally. They urged these assemblies to assert popular SOV government, comments Frank Jelinek in his History of the Commune. It meant the abandonment of the elementary precaution against counter-revolution. 73. Significantly, however, Marx said no such thing. Neither did he make any such comment a month later as he copied down the newspaper summary of the Communards program of April 19, which spoke of the absolute guarantee of individual freedom and freedom of conscience. 74. Not all the Communard leaders were convinced civil libertarians, of course, and after tier troops began their assault on the city, these elements won a majority on May 1 for the creation of a SPE Chale Executive Committee bearing the ominous title, Committee of Public Safety. It existed only during the 3 final weeks and was but the palest imitation of its famous predecessor. Interestingly, neither Marx nor Engels ever praised this step as a necessary one or even mentioned it at all. Indeed, the Paris members of the IWA, including Auguste Sarraillier, sent from the General Council, formed the backbone of the minority that voted against this measure in the Communal Assembly, declaring a Committee of Public Safety will have the essential effect of creating a dictatorial power, would be a veritable usurpation of the SOV Aaron writes of the people 75. Even in the absence of clear positive evidence, then, it surely signifies something that neither Marx nor Engels ever said a word in favor of curtailing the rights of peaceful opposition. Under the Paris Commune. To be sure, Marx reproached the communards for an excess of mod. Irration bordering on weakness. We already know how the two men complained of the failure to march immediately on Versailles, and later to seize the assets of the Bank of France. Obviously neither of these complaints concerned rights of peaceful opposition. The phrase, excess of moderation, actually appeared in the second draft and referred more narrowly to the treatment accorded anti-revolutionary elements within Paris between March 18 and the time most of them abandoned the city, following their poor showing in the March 26 elections. 76. Let us follow this second draft account of the period in question, since it treated the ethical and legal issues a bit more straightforwardly and less cynically than the final version that was composed under the immediate impact of the May butchery. The first alleged excess of moderation concerned the Sergeant Steville, the much-hated Paris policeman who had accompanied the regular army troops in the fateful attempt to purloin the Montmartre cannon. The Sergeant Steville, instead of being disarmed and locked up, had the doors of Paris flung wide open for their safe retreat to Versailles, while the men of order, left not only unhurt, were allowed 196 to rally quietly, lay hold on the strongholds in the very center of Paris. Thus presumably the larcenous policemen should have been locked up, the conservatives prevented from seizing the strongholds. 77. Marx turned next to the bloody clash at the National Guard head quarters on the Place Vendôme on March 22, the only significant incident of violence within Paris itself prior to the May suppression, and one depicted in the conservative press as a brutal massacre of unarmed demonstrators by the Red soldiers. Marx had begun very early to collect paper accounts of this incident, and he showed a special interest in reports of hidden weapons carried by the demonstrators and of restraint shown by the guardsmen. It seemed to matter to him whether peaceful opposition had been violently suppressed. The second draft continued. They interpreted, of course, the indulgence of the Central Committee and the magnanimity of the armed men, as mere symptoms of conscious weakness. Hence their plan to try under the mask of an unarmed demonstration the work which 4 days before Vinoy's cannon and mitrailleuses had failed in. Starting from the quarters of luxury, a riotous mob of gentlemen fell in marching order, ill-treating and disarming the detached posts of National Guards they met with on their progress. When then at last debouching in the Place Vendôme, they tried, under shouts of ribald insults, to dislodge the National Guards from their headquarters, forcibly break through the lines. In answer to their pistol shots the regular sommations, the French equivalent of the English reading of the riot acts, were made, but proved ineffective to stop the aggressors. Then fire was commanded by the General of the National Guard, and these rioters dispersed in wild flight. 2 National Guards killed, 8 dangerously wounded, and the